All right. Are you guys feeling hungover from last night? You're getting a wind gust right quick because I'm walking into the wind to throw something away. So give me a second. We'll get out of the wind. Oh, you guys feeling hungover from the last scroll we did? This one, I've got some interesting stuff to throw in there with us. You see, I added, courtesy of the beautiful Hartley, I added a new character to the thumbnail today because, my God, the idiocracy, as Betty says, the idiocracy going on out here. Just, oh, and I have officially gotten through all over 7,000 documents. My brain's a little warped, I think. So I've got them pulled up, ready to go. Hey, Jax. Hey, everybody. Good morning. I'm going to play this intro and we'll get going. We're going to start off with some funny stuff and then we're going to do some mindless scrolling. All right, everybody got your coffee. I know it's like 1 o'clock on the East Coast, but it's 10 a.m. over here for us West Coasters. Southern. I'm in Arizona, so I flip flop half the year I'm with one group, half the year I'm with the other group. But you guys have been rip raring already on the YouTube streets this morning, and I'm just like, can I open my eyes? Actually, we've been up since 2 a.m. A little got sick, and then I got up at 5 with the puppy. Then I fell asleep for like an hour, and then I've been here. Hey, Pika. Hey, Angela. Welcome in, Angela. I'm a little rough around the edges, but once you get over the rough around the edges, it's not too bad. Just wear a helmet, and I'm a big fan of cursey words. Hey, Sherry. Hey, Ohana. Hey, Catherine. Captain Ganja Body. Revival, Parody Street. De Alma. I love it. Oh my gosh, they're going to flip about that. Hey, Patricia. Good morning, Jax. Jax, your comments recently have been really sweet. Truly, thank you. Chai, it gets worse. I didn't think it was going to get worse from last night. It's going to get worse today. I pulled up the rest of them so we can just scroll because it's important. The reason I'm doing this, and I'll show you guys a couple clips really quick that are just freaking funny as shit, courtesy of the beautiful Hartley again. But they're trying to baffle people with bullshit. Dance with deception, baffle with bullshit. I just made the dance with deception. That's actually another statement, but I can't remember the exact one right now. Hey, Kay. Hey, Handmade with Love by Dawn. That's an Am quote. She tells me all the time. The cat lady. Jax, what's interesting to me is oftentimes they charge to files like pages, and it's sometimes in courthouses it's like up to 50 cents a page. That could be 35. I don't even understand it. I don't know what they're doing. Well, I do know what they're doing. I absolutely understand the purpose of this. I don't even think the plaintiffs do, but hey, Anna. Hey, Mystery of Defense. The Alma, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Good morning, Keto. Good morning, Hoodie into Crowbar. Pika, girl, you live your life. You're here all the time. I got this. I don't care if people come in and talk shit. I mean, they avoid these live streams because they don't, especially the plaintiffs, they don't want people to know how ridiculous they look. Hey, Marley. Oh, did they keep you up all night, Hoodie? Hey, Emily. Hey, Sasha. Hey, Miss L. Mother of two boys. Taylor was stitching bitchin' and more, aka Tater. Like that. Oh, they cracked me up, Revival. Auntie M, both of them are a good palate cleanser refresher in the morning. Hey, Red. NJ Robin, mother of two boys. It was just really sweet, Jack. So you didn't have to say those kind things, and you did, and it was really sweet. Hey, CLK. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay. The agency. What agency? How many assets on the ground that have never existed? Okay, Hong. The day I start believing anything Hong says is the day that I probably lost in the desert and extremely confused from dehydration. Hey, Lacey Pear, True Crime. Darzilla. Yes, that's exactly Rainbow. That's Am's quote for everything, like recently. She's got a bunch of great quotes, but that is one of the things she says and tells me all the time. And I'm like, it's perfectly fitting. Hey, Cash. Oh, Cash, go spend time. Did Sis send you those screenshots yesterday? I figured you'd get a good laugh about that. I guess I've gone on vacation, courtesy of Cash. Where to? When? I think we're all looking for receipts. Did Cash go on vacation too? But I mean, hey, just say whatever you want. Out here, you can just say whatever you wish. And people are like, yeah, that sounds great. Kind of like the shit that's going on over here. All right. So I've heard it through the grapevine. Actually, I saw some stuff on clip channels that I got under some skin the other day. Well, I've been under that skin for quite some time about talking about extremism in the plaintiffs and their ideology, their political beliefs, their religious beliefs. Again, you don't have to believe me. You can go search and research it yourself. You can go find all the connecting pieces. I just brought it to the forefront once again. But because we talked about that, somehow we are being called the radicals. It's fucking amazing. I have not, and I don't plan on trying to review them, trying to understand, because that conversation was so far over their heads, and all they did was try to twist it into the victimhood. But we do have a couple fun clips to start out with this morning, because Hartley. So might as well open with a fun note, because these documents are ridiculous.
Right now,
I'll drop Hartley's link in the channel just a second.
No comment of yours will be read. You're not going to be acknowledged. It's a waste of your time. This is the only acknowledgement you will receive, and that's for me to tell you to kick rocks barefoot. We don't care what you have to say.
Kick rocks barefoot?
Seriously. Yeah, she recommended my channel, and now you're gone. And Ashley just gifted 10 memberships. So chew on that a little bit. Thank you so much, Ashley. I appreciate it. Moon was live this morning.
Hartley's being very generous. She gave her an eyebrow.
And y'all know nonsense has been coming after me for a hot minute.
Ma'am, please stop with the whole weird twists and turns. I review your public commentary at times. You are just one of 10 plaintiffs ridiculously using our court system for bullshit. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not coming after you. I'm just reviewing your own bullshit. That's it.
And for the longest time, I've been like, why is this girl so obsessed?
Oh, so obsessed.
Why don't she stop? I feel like such a fool. We figured it out today, and I'm going to play it.
Oh, the brainiacs figured it out today. Shirley figured it out.
I'm going to play a little bit of this. I'm going to try to find the right spot.
I'm going to play a little bit of this. Meanwhile, I have no idea what the fucking conversation was about and can't understand it because my intellect isn't on par to even understand an intelligent conversation.
I want to say this is about right. Let me speed it up. All right, here we go.
And then what did they have done? Anybody that's associated with the green team or is green team, what do? They push extremist religious beliefs because that's what they do. I mean, it's right in front of our face.
Anybody who is with the green team or associated with the green team pushes extremist religious beliefs.
Again, we've proven that. We've shown all of that. And what did they have done? Anybody that's associated with the green team or is green team, what do? They push extremist religious beliefs because that's what they do. I mean, it's right in front of our faces. Look, like you said, Betty has never, ever talked about religion as much as she has recently. BJ, nothing.
Us first them, the dark side, the hate in their heart.
It's right in front of our faces. Look, like you said, Betty has never, ever talked about religion as much as she has recently. BJ, nothing.
Us first them, the dark side, the hate in their hearts.
They're demons.
Right.
They're possessed by the devils.
You're so right. And then to top it off.
Did she fall asleep?
I just lost my complete thought because this is all like.
Did she just say we're possessed by the devil?
No.
No,
I'm quoting you guys, Nana. You rebuke us, our demon and devil possessions.
Tell you what she's saying. They think Dog the Bounty Hunter is tied to well, they're saying that the lady
Christian nationalism and extremist belief systems. It's not that hard.
That Dog the Bounty Hunter is working with was a producer of that movie.
No, the producer of the movie was, oh my gosh, Angel Studios. He has a publicist that also was a publicist for people involved with the Sound of Freedom, which was Tim Ballard's bullshit passion project that was misled and lied upon to the public.
Freedom, the Sound of Freedom, that was about child,
You can say it. It's called child trafficking. And again, it did more harm to the outlook of child trafficking than it did good. Millions and millions and millions of dollars went to wealthy white men to travel to third world countries, first class, and engage in sex.
I can't say it.
Religion.
Well, what they're
Oh my God, these people are idiots. Oh, Lord bless.
Trying to say, hold on, but hold on a minute. What they're trying to say is, basically, they're still pushing that whole narrative about the movie thing.
What movie thing? The whole narrative about the movie thing. What's the movie thing? Do you even know what the movie's about there, BJ? Do you know anything about Operation Underground Railroad? And how Tim Ballard claimed he was the modern day Harriet Tubman? Do you know that he was removed from Operation Underground Railroad because of all of his shady dealings? Do you know that Ballard's been exposed for years on end? His best buddy, Sean Reyes, Attorney General of Utah, was actually removed. Well, he was allowed to step down from office because of his involvement with Ballard and Associates.
And they're also saying that we're all, this is all, that dog is basically a religious extremist.
Well, I got a clip to insert.
And they're going to go on to talk about Epstein and all of that.
Epstein? Where the fuck did we talk about Epstein? I mean, it was mentioned briefly.
And what nonsense is doing is tying at night to the elites. The
elites. That's not quite what's actually happening here, but Oh, I love the spin.
are, like Jeffrey Epstein and all the other.
girl.
And I can't
No, we were talking about the Epstein files being released.
believe it. Like, this is the most, you know what I mean?
Can you track anything that's going on here?
They're not a part of that. And then saying that, with the, so we're going to get
Why are you mumbling? What's got your tongue?
to it, because this is this is why she's so hung up on me.
Oh, that's why I'm so hung up on you, because you're a religious extremist? What are you trying to say here? Okay, just a quick reminder. This was dog speech in a church in 2020.
Wait till November when the Republican Party, I think I met one Christian Democrat, have you? When the Republican Party wipes them out. Wait till November. Wait till November. I don't care how many ballot boxes there are. I don't care how they try to cheat. Wait till you see what happens. I told you this morning, little Hitler, and if you'll remember, Hitler committed suicide. Hitler, you know why? Because he was caught.
He's referring to Biden as little Hitler.
And you know what's going to happen? They're going to catch these cheaters. And I'm not saying with my mouth or my tongue that he's going to commit suicide, but you never know.
Oh. Look at that grin. I mean, hey, when he's your co-plaintiff in a filing like we're about to jump back into, I mean, you sit there. You sit there. This, again, goes to show that this is intellectual conversations, fact-based conversations for somebody, especially. She claims she's true crime. She claims she's true crime. This is her cohort. Again, all of the leanings, you can connect all the dots. It is what it is, but this went right over their heads. But here you go. One more. That's extremely concerning. And if Yada was a part of that, that's a big piece too.
Yeah, that threw me off when that was mentioned. So I'm like, wait a minute, where's Yada or Yada, whatever her name is, where's that coming from? And what is all of this? I will say I did notice that despite them writing declarations, they weren't named plaintiffs. And then when I pointed out they weren't named plaintiffs and we all gave them credit for being smart enough to run, sorry. They then turned around and were saying that they were still plaintiffs.
She's talking about the tacos.
And I'm like, well, but you're not.
Michelle and Uncle Taco, to be correct.
I recognize as plaintiffs, so I don't know. And I don't know who wrote the declarations, but you lied in it. I mean,
Absolutely. And supposedly they signed them. So that's, did they believe? Were they told?
You got to ask yourself this question. Why is this woman who has...
I don't understand what's going on with the whole pool party things, but I'm here for it. It's almost pool season. I guess this is BJ's challenge accepted. Is that what this is? That she's ready to be in a two-piece off?
Absolutely nothing at all to do with anything. She has no affiliation with anything.
Correct. Very, very wise. Very wise. Most intelligent statement I've heard you say. I have no affiliation with none of this. I am doing commentary content on a public filing that concerns a social media case and creators and others using a victim to harm and further the damage that they are doing to families of missing children. Pretty simple.
Why is she inserting herself into this so badly?
Doing commentary is not inserting yourself into anything. Again, it's a public filing that you chose to be a part of.
Why nonsense? Why do you want to be a part of this so bad?
I don't. But I enjoy doing commentary on it because, well, your time's a coming.
I mean, I really want you guys to rack your brain and give me your ideas. I really want to know, what do you believe?
Because it's important to me to show people that At Night and Associates are dangerous and damaging, and our court system needs to catch up so things like this cannot continue to happen. See, the reason why Anne brought this up again this morning, because she's intelligent as fuck, and these are conversations we have all the time. She made the statement that, let me go back to make sure I get it correctly. She said, I hope people understand that the only reason the emergency protection order was accepted is due to the Simpson murders laws, or to the Simpson murders. Laws got strict, and courts cannot ignore restraining or protection orders. They can deny them, but they have to hear them. Yep, a lot of things have changed.
Makes her want to put her hand in the cookie jar so badly.
Who stole the cookie from the cookie jar? Who, me? Couldn't be.
Most people would
And baby girl, I ain't sticking my fingers anywhere around. By the way, I did get notice that you redid your nails. You did them shorter. See, you'll work yourself into being able to handle long nails without getting your fingers stuck in your booty. Good try. I mean, go with the short. I wore short square nails for a long time, probably like 5 years. And then I extended the length a little bit further and further. You'll get there. I'm sure. The booty tickling, you'll figure it out. You'll learn how to wipe without getting your fingers stuck in your booty hole.
take off running from.
Good job, though. I see that you're feeling a little insecure, so you put some press-ons on. I mean, girl, if I could do my nails, I would.
A damn lawsuit injunction. What is she doing? I think
Doing me.
a big part's relevancy. I see a lot of you are saying money.
Oh no, I'm irrelevant as fuck. But if I can do anything to publicly show the danger and harm of this at-night agency and creators who are weaponizing the father of a missing child for their own personal gain, I will absolutely make sure it's documented publicly. So the next family that they try to latch onto has something that they can reference and see. This is what these people do.
She's addicted. Look at what Revisal says. She's addicted.
Oh, by the way, these people are so desperate that they have now created an account off of Revival's account called Revisal. And that account goes in all the shitty places and says all the shitty things. Please do not confuse that account with the wonderful Revival.
To drama.
She don't associate with trash.
Being angry and high blood pressure. I can't.
Actually, I don't have high blood pressure. I see the cardiologist quite often. My blood pressure is wonderful. How's yours?
Concur. Touche. All I know is say, bless their hearts, right, Ivy League? Yeah, yes, Blue October. What is she? Nonsense. Why is she, inserting herself within this case the way that she is?
I'm just reviewing the public available documents. That's it. You're a true crime creator. Isn't that what true crime creators do? Is review public documents? Why is it a problem when I do it? Again, it's not true crime. You guys just happen to use a missing child to bolster your public campaign.
Why are we watching anything to do with GW? I'm not.
Because she's obsessed. She reviews GW on the daily while asking the court and begging the court for an emergency order of protection.
Not watching anything to do with GW.
She watches it all. It's why are you so obsessed with her?
I'm watching nonsense. GW is besides my point.
GW is beside me on panel. Go ahead, though. Go ahead, girl.
I'm watching something to do with nonsense because
sure.
Because she's a psycho and she's stalking me.
Oh, stalking her. I love how this one diminishes the word stalking. Ma'am, nobody wants to stalk you. Okay. You're just not that interesting. There's nothing there.
And I have found out within this video why she's stalking me.
Oh, okay.
And she won't let things go.
Okay. And that's that. So, once again, folks, I guess I am stalking Brittany J. Things that will never come true for a million, Alex. I don't like bugs. I don't like roaches. I do not like booty hole stickers. I stay away from things. Plus, trust and believe, if I was going to stalk somebody, it would be somebody with something of intelligence. Intelligent life form. All right. One more funny to go with this morning. Those were courtesy of the amazing Hartley, because Hartley is incredible. Jax, real Christians are about love, not using it to push in people's faces. Christianity is love, not a weapon, not to make you feel less than. It's shameful. Thank you for the support, and I agree. And again, please understand that these conversations have nothing to do with your individual choice, your freedom to choose religion, political stance, any of that stuff. We're talking about extremism. We're talking about the connecting pieces, the ideology that all exists within all of these people. They're connecting pieces, so on and so forth. Just like OUR, there are so many things that are very similar with what Dog and At Night and the group is doing. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to follow it, but it obviously takes somebody that doesn't stick their finger in their booty to understand this and knows how to wipe their ass with nails.
Watching or following the Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers case, but I'm Bullhorn Betty, and I cover true crime. And this is a case that really kind of blows my mind. Oh, thank you, Coden. Sorry, I'm messing up names. I got glasses and we're on a little phone, so your print's like this big. I see Sabrina. It's nice to see you. So there's been a lot of drama going on. I'm not sure if it's spilling over here on TikTok, because I really do try my absolute hardest to stay out of it. You know, I get drug into enough. I don't really want to interject myself into drama that's created that I'm not a part of. But it seems like all of
I don't like celebrities either, Red. I'm trying to think of somebody that I would even that's a hard. I don't have any like girl crushes. I'm trying to think of somebody that usually it's somebody intellectual. I did love Bruce Willis. Have always loved Bruce Willis, but his poor man, his health condition, I would never wish that on anybody, and I would never stalk him. But I'm trying to think of, it's her green screen peeking through, Pointer Lover. I'm trying to think of somebody that I would even put energy into stalking. Kyle. But I don't have to do that either, because he comes home every night and texts me 15 times throughout the day, sends me pictures. So,
the work
and Revival, who would I stalk?
that was done by the mom and her husband, this boy's mom and her husband, with these horrible content creators, are starting to implode. Hey, SPED teacher, it's nice to see you, my love. I hope you're doing well. Debbie, good morning to you as well. Good morning, guys. So I don't really know what's going on, but I was busy literally all day yesterday. Yesterday was it was a whirlwind for me. And so I saw bits and pieces of stuff going on Twitter and on YouTube. And, you know, we have this, I can't really go into the details of anything related to the federal lawsuit, but we have this federal lawsuit that this unscrupulous.
It's never been a federal lawsuit. It will never be a federal lawsuit. The moment that Betty catches on is the moment that I will probably have full gray hair. But again, she continues to mislead and misrepresent. And SF, no matter how many times they try to twist it, he is not a defendant. He never was a defendant. Carry on.
Scrupulous PI decided to literally intervene in, and
he attempted, yes, he filed a non-party opposer. Then he withdrew, stating he's a neutral party again.
Caused nothing but problems. Well, he's just recently, along with one of the creators here that con people out of Blitzboard money for this case, have deleted their X accounts in their entirety. They're gone. And I believe they're hiding information relevant to the the federal case that will be going on in Pennsylvania. It's already been started and what have you.
I find it ironic that they continue to say that people were conned out of Blitzboard money. Meanwhile, that is not even something that is stated in these exhibits or anything like that. There's nothing to do with that. So carry on.
That's kind of my stand on it, because these are two main players, two defendants in that case. One that willingly walked into it and now saying, oh,
no, sir. No, sir. No. Again, just because you say it doesn't mean it's true. SF has never been a defendant in this case. You just said it. He tried to file an opposition. It's not a federal case. He's not a defendant. Continue to misrepresent, but they continue to do this. Well, they are not encouraging. One thing you will definitely not see is any of the plaintiffs encouraging their subs to go read the filing and look at the exhibits themselves. They stay away from anything to do with what's actually going on. They don't want anybody talking about it.
Oh my gosh, let me go, uncle. Well, this was not like the last twist and turn in this nonsense. This unscrupulous PI that was hired by the mom and her husband paid them, according to the Lore Lodge, an interview this unscrupulous PI did on the Lore Lodge, a YouTube channel. He states he was paid an exorbitant amount of money. I think it was like $10,000 or $15,000.
Okay, again, you can feel how you want to about the fees, but most of these creators who have misled and misguided everybody have made way over 15 grand in the last year off of this case. So in relation, I have no idea what the going rate for PIs is. If that's high, again, they agreed to that. So there's that.
To search for this child. Well, if you went and looked at his X account, he's deleted it, but there's a nuance to it. So he can reactivate it within 30 days. And so I truly don't believe he's gone. And it's so funny, all of the defamation he has done to this innocent father, Seth Rogers, which is Sebastian's dad, his entire team. He called them every name in the book. He put out.
We will be going over the SF filing against Hong this coming week and Betty's opposing bullshit that she filed in Tennessee, which is laughable too. And now I'm hearing that Hong has filed some sort of criminal complaint against SF. The shit just gets shittier and deeper. Get the waders on and the helmets. We're going to need them.
Bunk information about him, all of this stuff. And then we find out yesterday, now while Hong hasn't been served, according to his X channel, there were pieces of paper being passed around from California where this dude.
Because his X channel is so truthful.
Douchebag literally filed a protective order on a guy he's never even seen.
A civil harassment order is, yeah, I mean.
This is like a play.
The man posted his full passport and other things. He actually even stated that, I don't remember the exact quote off the top of my head, but something that he was HIV positive or something.
Right out of Chris and Katie's playbook for me. I'm just sitting here. It's like, you know what? What did he put in that affidavit? And why are these courts not, stopping some of this stuff? There's perjury out there.
Well, you don't say. You don't fucking say. I mean, thank you. You want to talk about perjury? Let's just go to the bottom of this page right quick. Really quick. Let me scroll really fast here. Because let's talk about perjury. Oh shit. So we're going to look over this amended motion for the emergency protection order, but you can see here the plaintiffs signed, this is BJ's, verify that the assertions contained in the preceding plaintiff's emergency motion for protective order and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing are accurate and truthful to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief. I understand that these facts are verified subject to the penalties of unsworn falsification to authorities. Oh, wait, there's another one. Julia, Christina, BHB herself, Nick the Hat, Tony Mathis, Seth, Hong, even Dog the Bounty Hunter. Oh, and there's Lesniak himself. Well, what do we have here?
These judges go in here each and every day. Nobody's being charged with perjury. Yet these protective orders are literally destroying people's lives for no other reason than to intimidate them and shut them up from their constitutional rights.
You don't say. You don't say. I mean, the irony in what she's talking about here. Meanwhile, they file for an emergency order of protection and then bombard the court with almost 7,000+ exhibits that have nothing to do with the actual protection order or basically the plaintiffs. But sure, Jan.
So
nobody's been charged with perjury yet. Maybe. I don't know.
Why are the judges not being more strict on this and making sure that they attach perjury or arrest them for a crime of perjury, lying?
Ma'am, you're out on a $20,000 bond. I don't think you should be worrying about anybody else being arrested. Are you getting a little nervous there about going to the clink clink? You get everything arranged for your extended stay?
Intentionally and willfully, maliciously lying on protective orders. Because again, all Hong has done is just throw back some of the stuff that this unscrupulous PI has done. Hong didn't know this guy. This guy.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sheer Jan.
I started attacking Hong first. So Hong started giving him a taste of his own medicine, and then he shuts his Twitter account down and decides to go file a protective order on a guy he's never even seen in the flesh. Much like the allegations against me, as many people don't realize, up until I went to court, I never saw Katie, Chris, or Terry, or Maddie in the flesh. And the only reason why I saw Terry in the flesh is because he was following me, not the other.
That's not, again, how that happened. You were factually behind him in traffic, jumped out of your vehicle, accosted the man in the middle of traffic, moving traffic at that. Also, you had been by both of their homes, repeatedly bragging about it under the cover of darkness. You had also gone to the job site. I mean, yeah, Betty. Oh, Betty.
The other way around. We've got him on camera circling my car while I'm dealing with a law enforcement officer in the Sam's parking lot. That's the only reason why I saw him in the flesh. I didn't want to talk to these people. I didn't want to see these people.
Beer Can Island, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
I went out of my way to make sure I avoided these people. And so now we have the same type of scenario going off with their hired PI, by the way. Their hired PI. And their hired PI is doing exactly what they did, except he's doing it to Hong, that's never even been in the state of California.
Doesn't really matter. Again.
So I'm just scratching my head, just wondering what in the heck.
Well, are you sure it's not your ass that you're scratching?
Ever-loving crap is going on in this case. If this unscrupulous PI can't get...
This has nothing to do with the case. This is all sideline noise. There's been no movements, nothing changed in Sebastian's actual case. These people are just opportunists who use a missing child and his dignity to continue to smear and play their fucking games and create noise because there's ulterior motives here.
Get attention on his channel. He's going to get attention somehow. He is one of the biggest narcissists right next to Christopher Proudfoot, I truly believe. I've never met two peas in a pod.
Not the narcissist diagnosis again. Good Lord.
Well, chat later after the book. It's Friday already. I got to go back to school. Oh, you have a great day, love. You have a great day, love. I'm glad you got to come in here. I'm glad I got to see you. SPE teacher is just a beautiful soul. I got to meet her personally. She's just a beautiful.
You know what helps cure green hair, Betty? Strawberry Suave shampoo.
Soul. So I love seeing people that I've personally met. Do you think UTI finds some kind of dark secret on you? Know who defeat family? And it didn't quite make sense, but I think I get your idea. I think he's going to end up turning on his clients because that's kind of his MO. So at some point, me and you, it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. Sadly, they aren't even talking about Sebastian in Tennessee anymore. It's sad. That's why we don't trust mainstream media anymore. They're in there for the stories, the clicks and the views. They tell the information and they move on, right?
Well, I thought you had a couple mainstream media buddies. I thought you had friends in the biz.
Right? It's a lot different on social media when we advocate for people. But if it's not for social media, these cases would die. And that's the at the end of the day, that is the name of the game. These cases would die without social media. Thank God social media is here to keep these things out.
To keep regurgitating rumors and speculation and nothing that's true. Okay, cool. Carry on.
There, guys, give me just 1 minute. Sorry about that. If I don't have it on silent and somebody tries to call in or anything, it freezes up my channel and I can't see you guys, even though you guys can see me. Yeah, so I think I'm getting the gist of it. I feel like the unscrupulous PI would, in fact, flip on him. Like I said, it's his MO, and he feels a little raw. He feels jaded, right? He feels jaded by everybody. He none of these people were really in this game. Well, I guess he got in the game about September, October. He was a little late to the party, even though he's this world-known unscrupulous.
Oh, speaking of late to the party, didn't your buddies just come in May? Oh.
PI. The only thing that he's known for, thanks Sabrina, is his nonsense, right? His shenanigans. And that's why a lot of these families that are desperate to run interference, they reach out to this hit team. This is what they're known to do. It is a network of people. You guys saw it being
is it now? Okay.
Developed, if it wasn't already developed in the summer.
Hit team now. We've gone from a criminal organization to a hit team.
Wells case, and then now it's just spilling over. It happened in.
Speaking of the Summer Wells case, it's interesting to find out that JLR was working on behalf of Nick the Hat and At Night Media when he was stalking and harassing the Wells. I mean, it's not that far off. And people still question if he's not associated with Nick. I've got my thoughts and opinions on that. We'll wait to see how it all shakes out.
In the Layla Santinella case, it happened in this case. It happened in Quentin Simon case. These people are animals and they don't care who they hurt. All they care about is the drama, the clicks, the views, the chaos that
What kind of animal are you? Are you a little kitty cat? Meow.
they bring, and then they try to blame everybody else for their bad behavior. And now we have somebody that was, getting somewhat recognized on, oh, thank you, Cooper, it's nice to see you, somewhat recognized on social media or on YouTube. And then it's like, they weren't getting enough attention. And then they started go panel hopping and trashing Seth's team and all this other stuff. And it's like, I don't have time for that. You know what? If you have time to complain, you have time to search. That's the way I look at it. We have the opportunity to be.
You were panel hopping for a little bit there yourself. You've been to Tennessee how many times? And you have yet to search?
Upset. We have the opportunity to be angry at one another. We have opportunity if we chose to create chaos or whatever the case may be from content creator to content creator. Most of our victims don't have that opportunity. And when you make it about yourself, I think that's very selfish because you have an opportunity to breathe air. We don't.
Ma'am. Meanwhile, you have said that you think that they are trying to basically get you assassinated. That the corruption in Sumner County, that the whole county, that you're such a high asset, that the whole county is coming for you. Okay, tell us more about how you haven't made this all about you. You.
Don't know whether Sebastian is or not. And that's what's so disheartening about some of these things. So are detectives still investigating daily to find him? Kenzie, I personally don't know because we're hearing, we haven't heard.
Deanna, I read through that last night. That's part of the exhibits. Is the contract of JLR between At Night Media and Nick the Hat. It's actually really intriguing. Wasn't very shocking to me because these people have been connected for quite some time and I question their current involvement. Again, JLR is not a defendant on any of this stuff, so why any of that was thrown into it? Cause for confusion and chaos? Very likely.
From anybody in over a year, okay? From the sheriff's department. They've in over a year. They don't, I don't know what they're doing. On the other hand, we have the father that says that he has all faith that law enforcement is doing everything they can. But my only criticism and skepticism in all fairness is why aren't there any targeted searches after a year, having all that forensic data, having data from people's phones, from, the geofencing and stuff like that. You would think that they would have some areas that they've identified that may be ripe for searching, yet we have heard no searches going on in Hendersonville, Tennessee outside of that first week. And I just keep asking.
That includes At Night Media and their assets on the ground. So when's the searching going to start? Why are we pointing fingers this way and not that way? I mean, again, you tell me there, Betster.
Myself, how are you going to find someone if you're not actually out there looking for that someone? Whether he's deceased or not. If he's
Jax, that's a good question. Do I think she'll show up to court on Wednesday? I don't know. I don't know what she'll do. Truly, I have no idea. She's kind of unpredictable. But, I don't know. I mean, it's not going to prevent, let's say the judge makes a ruling on anything. If she's not there and just her attorney is there, which I don't even know if she has an attorney. She supposedly fired Frizzle. So if she doesn't show up, who's going to represent her? Because the other attorney is an appeals attorney. I don't know. I really don't know. And thank you for the support.
Deceased, they should have some targeted areas, or if one of their theories are he's deceased, they should have some targeted areas that they should be looking in and trying to find out whether or not he's there or not there, where there's some ground disturbances or not. If they believe he's alive, what are they doing to search for him in a, the sense that he's alive? How are they trying to track him down? Of course, we're never going to get those details.
Not only has law enforcement been out there, but EquiSearch has been out there. There was an extensive ground search. There's been search groups. They've continued to tell us, which I find ironic here because she continues to scream and holler that Seth has been searching every day. Seth and his team have been searching. So why are we still screaming about people not searching if Seth and his team have been out there searching? Does it make any sense to you guys?
But we should have at least in a year in seen or heard or had rumors by now of targeted searches or a large police presence in an area that nobody knows why they're there. We have all of those types of things that go on regularly. And we're not.
Good morning, the truth be told. Thank you for being such a loyal hater. Love you long time. Probably not. But thank you for showing up and commentating.
Hearing that in this case. So I honestly don't know. I want to have faith in law enforcement, even though my faith in that particular community has been shaken because of the stuff I've personally gone through. But I'm praying to God that they're treating Sebastian's case much better than me. But I don't know. He's missing. I'm not. Hopefully they.
Oh, wait. Things about making it about yourself. Did you just say that you can't believe that people make things about themselves and then here you are making it about yourself? that you've been treated so poorly and you hope Sebastian's case has been treated better. Oh, Betty, the walking contradiction.
They put more effort into him, but who knows? I really don't know. And I don't think anybody really knows the answer to that until law enforcement provides at least a public statement of some sort. But they're not going to, because they don't really care. They don't care about the public. I don't even know if they care about their taxpayers. I digress. I don't know, right? I know that I've heard from their community, and when they approach the sheriff, he's very callous and rude to them. So I don't know. I think being in a position where you are voted in, you owe your voters a lot more than he's giving them. But again, that's just my personal opinion, but I don't know.
Well, thank God your personal opinion doesn't really matter, and you can't vote in the state of Tennessee anyways because you're a resident of the state of Florida. So again, shut the fuck up.
They're doing. I don't know if anybody does, and I don't know if they're still searching. I really don't. I don't know if
just shut up, just shut up.
This is collecting dust. All I know is we had hundreds and hundreds of people, and then all of a sudden we only have one detective. How much work is that one detective under, and how many more cases does he have? I mean, those are legitimate questions. We don't know. It sucks. I'd like to know. I really think CP and KP put him somewhere, maybe like a wilderness camp. Yeah, but it's so hard because would strangers really stick their neck out this much for them?
There's my response. You try to make it.
I mean, the way I look at it is they tried to put him in a home back in 2022. And Seth, he had no ability to take him at that time. He wasn't registered in school. It was 14 months waiting list to get him the kind of help that he needed in Seth's area. So they were talking about, putting him in some type of boys' home. And the boys' homes were so ridiculously expensive, they couldn't afford it. That's why they opted for Seth to get him situated.
The conversion camps that were suggested to Seth, I'm very glad that they didn't attempt to send him to a behavior modification facility versus an actual regulated behavior center. But sure, Jan, again. And you can go do the research. Tony on the E's said the names of the camps that Seth was suggested and looking into. And you can go find out why I say what I do about those facilities.
Get all the stuff he needed there, and then he was going to move in. And so he finally started making some headway with the online schooling, his rehab type of stuff, as therapy, not rehab.
Oh my gosh, I would have so much if she shut up. I would still have so much because there's so many people just like this, the truth be told. Are you one of those? Are you one of these extremist weirdos that does all the weird shit while harming people? Are you one of those?
Therapy, and he was about to go, and that's when he disappeared. So I feel like if they were going to put him in a camp or a home or a place like that, they would have done it in 2022 when they were searching for it. The reason why they didn't is because of the cost. They couldn't afford it.
Meanwhile, Seth spoke openly on Josh from the lab on about March 21st and stated that he gave Sebastian another year to get his behavior together before he could come live with him. But carry on.
I think one of those homes were like $7,500 a month.
Because they're private pay facilities, because they are not actual mental health facilities or for medical or behavioral health needs. So insurance doesn't cover them because, again, they're behavior modification conversion camp style that are private pay because they don't want regulations from the government. Carry on.
Yeah, but K+8 has a lot of money. I mean, these people, K+8, what's her net worth? $8 million? These people don't have that kind of money. And if she did that on her while she was filming, the filming company probably paid for it.
Jax, that's her appellate attorney, I think, too. So that makes sense. That tracks. I would assume he could take on all of this shit. It might not be his specialty. Appeals might be his specialty, but chances are, just like Lesniak, obviously his specialty is not filing for an emergency order of protection, but here he is.
Are they searching? We haven't heard anything since the dad was at the restaurant in the mornings. Yeah, we haven't heard really anything. And while I do believe that there is open communication with Seth, you guys have to understand, Seth is having confidential communications with law enforcement. He's not telling anybody what those confidential communications are.
One of the mods is like, I'm going to play soccer with the trolls. The other one's like, I'm over it.
And so the rest of us are out here, and we're not going to pry. Anybody that's his friend is not going to pry into the conversations that he's having with law enforcement. I'm just thankful he's having them. But I'm looking at this. I don't know what's being said, but I'm just saying by action, in my opinion, I just feel like they should have at least some type of targeted search, an area that they've identified or an area that they've already done and gone back through. Remember, Elijah Vu in Two Rivers, Wisconsin, where he was found, they had dogs out there, horses, they had people on foot, they had ATVs back there, they had every type of in that specific area where he was found. And a hunter was out there, and I don't know if his dog got loose or what, but he took the.
Oftentimes people, I mean, how many cases have we seen where they have searched areas over and over and over again, and years down the road they find remains in areas that have been heavily searched? Unfortunately, there's oftentimes where things have been missed, but she forgets that horseback, ATVs, drones, fixed wing aircraft, all of the things were used to try to find Sebastian
hunter
by law enforcement, along with other specialized search crews that came in to try and assist.
Over to this area that was, the shrubs and stuff, all this stuff was overgrown at this time. And that's when they found Elijah. That's how they found Elijah. So that tells me that there is a possibility with all the technology, the dogs, everything, that there is a possibility of them searching a place thoroughly and still missing something and someone. Now, in all fairness, Elijah Fu was 2 years old at the time, which breaks your heart even more.
No shit, dipshit.
So he was, a much smaller something and someone that needed to be found in a big, wide, open space or in shrubberies or whatever. He was just a tiny little thing. He's 2 years old. This boy here, Sebastian Rogers, is 5'5", and he's 16 now. So he might have facial hair. He might be taller. He might have had a growth spurt. There's a lot of things that we don't know about him. But if
Air Force vet, I do too.
they do that, why not just say it and close the case? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, they would get in trouble for, custody interference. And I don't know what it is, if it's a high degree misdemeanor or if it truly, in fact, is a felony. But in Tennessee, I didn't look that far into it. I think we looked.
Do what? Do what? Man, she just gets dumber and dumber.
Custody interference. And I don't know what it is, if it's a.
Does anybody know what the whole pool stuff is going on? Did Hartley just decide to put her on a floaty today? Hartley, if you guys see Hartley in here, I need to know the backstory.
High degree misdemeanor or if it truly, in fact, is a felony. But in Tennessee, I didn't look that far into it. I think.
For what, though? For what?
Would get in trouble for, custody interference. And I don't know what it is, if it's a high.
Oh, custodial interference. What? The custodial. Let me not say what I'm going to think. But I would think that it wouldn't be Seth that would be able to file for custodial interference here.
High degree misdemeanor or if it truly, in fact, is a felony. But in Tennessee, I didn't look that far into it. I think we looked into I think somebody's told me, but I forgot. I think that's more in line with it because I'm almost positive we've touched on that topic once before for some reason, but I forgot.
Okay, Jax, that's what I was thinking. I thought it was the 16th, but I wasn't sure if there's something new because of that new freaking stupid filing she attempted.
What the custodial interference. I feel like it's like a misdemeanor, like a high degree misdemeanor, but I could be wrong. Our family, Brandon, went missing in KCK a week ago without a trace. Amanda Sue, if you want to send me some information, send it to Bullhorn Betty at.
Oh, they're having a pool party. Okay, it's too cold to be swimming yet. Well, in my non-heated pool.
gmail.com.
I'm a bougie bitch on a broke bitch budget.
Bullhornbetty at gmail.com.
I'm just joking.
I can see what we can find. Casey hasn't done nothing. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, you can send me your information. I'm happy to look at your case. It's a felony. Nina says it's a felony. Do they know where he is?
Please do not let her look into your case unless you want to be serving time.
Michelle, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, I've looked at this case, and the only thing, this is the way my brain thinks. Now, I don't have the information to plug anything in, but the way my brain.
This is the way my brain works. I don't have any information to plug anything in. Well, that's fucking short-circuiting. We know. We've seen this. Nothing new. You're not telling us anything new. Thank you.
Works is if we're looking at the worst case scenario here, right? Now, this is all theoretical, but if we're looking at the worst case scenario and look up the Devin Bond case. I don't know if I'll remember that when I'm off here. That's why I ask people to send me stuff by email. If you guys have any information, the best way to send it to me is not messages on here. I don't know how to use the messages. It seems like everything is in there and I can never find just the messages. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong place, but I'm not that techie on TikTok, believe it or not. I know I have a lot of followers, but I never learned the ins and outs of TikTok. So the best way to send me anything is bullhornbetty@gmail.com. But the way my brain thinks is, if we're looking at the worst case scenario here, and somebody in his family, let's just remove mom or stepfather or any identity. If somebody from the family was responsible for hurting this child, the way my brain thinks is, well, you have to have a disposal method. You got to try to hide the crime, right? If this is the scenario we're looking at, and if that's the case, people are going to go to the path of least resistance, and two, they are going to want to go to a place of comfort, something that they know that they can do their business, take care of a major problem, a secret that they don't want anybody to know. They're not doing that in a strange place.
This is a seasoned criminal talking. She's telling you how to get away with a crime in her head. This is the way her brain works. Okay, well,
They're going to be doing that in a place that they know is desolate or comfortable or both. And so, without those details, like we have no, this is where law enforcement is, they have the way of doing geofencing, getting car information, getting tracking information, having subpoena power, warrant power, and all that other stuff.
This is why it's been amazing, because law enforcement has been involved. Sumner County, the TBI, the FBI, the Secret Service, and then these idiots think that they're doing more than all of them.
Stuff that we, the public, don't have. And so without those details and without a real history on these parents or anybody in the family, I mean, think about it. How many, when we're dealing with these cases, thank you, Jennifer, God bless you. When we're dealing with these cases, we usually have people, coming forward that has known the family. They can give us a family history. They can tell us where people go to school, what they're like.
Again, part of the playbook that they use to attach to what they think are sources, but they've got to be sources that are willing to spin and twist the actual history.
Dislikes are, all of these different things. And that is what's lacking.
And they seek out people like Yeda who don't even know their relative, they're related, that's it. But they have no history. They've never been around. They don't know to build stories and narratives, part of the playbook 101.
In this case, we have none of that history. They don't really seem to have a whole lot of friends. Even the little bit of enemies or the nasty, the people that butt heads with them, like people on Chris's job and some employees for Terry's work. And, even Terry's own son came forward and didn't have really a whole lot of nice things to say. We usually have a lot.
Which is irrelevant because Terry is the step grandfather and has never, ever been considered or publicly stated as a suspect in anything or a person of interest. That was social media is doing.
A lot more of that. We have a lot more people in the community coming out like they knew.
Just like his charges from 1989 that Sweetie Pilo brought out and tried to smear him with.
They were really, really a great family, or they were really, really an awful family, or we just didn't really get a whole lot of that. So that tells me these people are really, really isolated, which, pulls another level of.
Or the fact that nobody around them is willing to talk to idiots like yourselves because they're good people, and that's that. We have no idea.
A problem on this situation.
Shit, they could be complete shit humans that their people just are not willing to talk to these shit people anyways.
Because if we're going to, if we are looking at the worst case scenario, then we need to look at places that are comfortable to these people. And how are we going to know what places are comfortable to these people when we have no history, real good, solid history?
I don't know what you guys are doing in the comment section, but just seeing the mods going back and forth about like who gets to play with what. Pika saying she likes to play with her food. She's in the mood that she likes to play with her food. I'm fucking cracking up over here. I'm not laughing because I'm so hungover from the fucking scroll last night, but you guys are killing me
about them. So that's what makes it difficult for, searchers like me and others that go out there. That's what makes it difficult. Where are we going to search? Where are we going to search? And yeah, people are just kind of.
Pika, do you want me to take subs only off so you guys can play with them? They won't even. Well, you guys know they barely come in here. And when they do, it's so fucking boring. You want me to take it off subs only? I can. You guys, they still won't come though.
Is searching any place that they can search, and God bless.
And they're just fucking boring when they do.
Them for that. But the point I'm trying to make, and it kind of dovetails back to the other question that was asked about law enforcement, is whether or not they're doing anything. And that's why I said, I would think at this point they would be doing targeted searches based upon some of the information that they've received back in those reports, especially related to movement in data, like that about the family or anything like that. Never mind the possible text messages, phone calls, all these web searches. Those always come into play in something like this. They are odd and seem long-term paranoid.
Open season. Come out wherever you are.
Yeah. And I don't know what to make of all of this, but I know we don't have any really strong updated information, just a lot of people causing more chaos to keep this story alive, I presume. I mean, I don't know why people would all of a sudden start bringing chaos when it's like every time we get chaos.
I don't know why people would start bringing chaos, but me and my buddies, 9 other plaintiffs, just threw over 7,000 documents at the court and asked the court for an emergency order of protection. But I don't know why anybody would be bringing chaos. And I'm still misleading and misrepresenting that it's a federal case and who's the defendants in it.
Settle down in this case, or the drama to die down in this case.
Which you are the drama. You are the drama.
It's like, you know, you just can't have.
Hold on, one more time, just because I feel it in my soul today. She's definitely losing control. Okay, back to this.
Have that you know, everybody working together momentum. It always has to be somebody throwing a freaking monkey wrench. You're always waiting for the shoe to drop in this case, and it's just really
The monkey's throwing wrenches now?
sad, and there's just no purpose. What does it
I thought that was just Kyle playing with wrenches.
do? It does absolutely nothing but make people look at somebody and say, you're really making this about yourself on the heels and the back of a missing child. That's the
No, not a plaintiff who used the missing child's name to file a frivolous RICO and racketeering civil case against state civil case, by the way, in Pennsylvania against two defendants, once again misrepresenting what is going on.
way I look at it. You know, I've been through hell and back through a meat.
You were also told by the judge that this family no longer exists to you. Meanwhile, you have his picture behind you. That look on your face says it all. Caught red-handed. BJ. Yo, BJ, listen up. I found who's got their hand in the cookie jar. Is it your cookie jar? Shit fingers.
Grinder. Hell, I've been arrested for shit I didn't even do, right? I never even seen these people. And you don't see me making it about me. Every day I come here and try to put my best foot forward and make this about Sebastian Wayne Drake.
If this is your best foot, can we get the fucking other one? Can we get the fucking other foot, please, if this is your best foot? Does this foot have fucking 7 toes? And that's why you think it's the best foot? No, ma'am. Give us the other one. Try the other one.
Rogers. And if I can do that, this whole petty swabble nonsense irritates the crap out of me. It irritates me. Okay? I've got no time for it. If people pull that crap, I want no time for it. I give them no time. They're done.
She's got no time for it because she's too busy over here filing fucking weirdo lawsuits and shit at people and claiming foul.
When I see that come out in any content creator, okay? Any content creator, that's it.
BJ, your time's coming. Tick tock, tick tock. She's coming for your ass because you've made her look like a fucking fool and she knows it and she can't wait to be away from you because she's got a whole earful for you. She's been talking about it a lot.
I no longer focus on them. I move on because now that is showing their integrity and their character. And I judge people on their integrity and their character. So once once I see that, it's kind of hard to overcome that. And so I just cut off and move on. And I think if more people did that, it would correct a lot of this stuff. But I'm not a vengeful person, but I have a long brain.
I'm not a vengeful person.
I try to forgive the best I can, but I'm only human. So I think I have still some resentment. I'm not going to lie about that. But at the
kind of like you have resentment for JLR because you're no longer needed on your knees behind Chili's.
end of the day, what do these people have to complain about? They're here.
We have to complain about the fact that we have to see what are they? What are we naming those tatas? They're fucking tripping hazards, okay? You created hazardous work environments by not properly securing the girls. That fucking left one, man, it's going to be the end of you. You're going to fucking trip and then you're going to go to sue your employer and lo and behold, it's you. I mean, come on, girl, work with us, not against us. We've been giving you proper advice. Stop with the hazardous work environments and properly secure the girls.
And I thought the goal was trying to find information to help aid in bringing this child home. You know, every person out there has the opportunity to advocate for missing people in their area. For example, we have a huge network on Facebook. It's the Bullhorn Betty True Crime page or something like that. I think it's Bullhorn Betty True Crime on Facebook.
Not Betty saying she has a huge network. It's a big old network.
And it is a private group, but I think we have something like 4,000 or 5,000 people in that group. And a lot
How many are Proud Boys asking for me?
of people go in there and start passing around, you know, missing person flyers in their areas. And those are taken and those
And cold calling families of missing so they can further exploit their harm.
are passed out even further. So we do have a network for even the cases we can't, you know, dive into and really advocate, but we still are able to give them a decent platform to be advocated for. So I hope if you guys are on Facebook as well, maybe you hit me up. We have the True Crime, the Bullhorn Betty True Crime
You want to be doxxed, hit her up.
group We have Justice for Sebastian group. We've tried to keep that open in a public account, but because of nasty people and people that don't want to follow the rules, we've had
It's never been open in public. She's a scared biatch.
also privatize that account. In this world,
She's so scared she's asking the court for an emergency order of protection.
where our children are being bullied in school, they're being
Bitch, shut up. You don't even have children in school. Shut up.
preyed upon, from our teachers and all of these other
Oh, really? You know who's a lot of female teachers? That's where trafficking starts usually. It's trusted. See, again, oh, Lord help me.
other things. I think for us adults, the ones that really care about each other in this world we live in,
Oh, yeah, you care so much.
start teaching your children some kindness. Make sure that they're not the bully in the classroom. We just had a 10-year-old girl, an elementary school girl. Her name's Autumn. And she unalived herself because of the bullying. And you know what? I look around and it's like,
Meanwhile, as you continue to smear a missing child's dignity over and over again for self-gain, carry on.
I got nothing to say other than I've watched some really horrible people that are parents do some terrible things to people, and their children are like sponges and they're watching this. So I hope you guys set a better example for your children moving forward. That's really all I have to say today, guys.
Parenting Class 101 with Bullhorn Betty. I'm so glad that I did not get the invite to that class.
I hope you guys are doing wonderful. Those that are struggling, if you need some resources or some help, you can reach out to me at Bullhorn Betty. If you have a case that, a personal case to you, somebody that you know, and you need.
If you have a personal case, run. Especially if you're facing jail time, your ass is going to the clink right alongside Betty, unless you want to be her fucking bunkie. And bitch, that's going to be the most miserable, hardest time you've ever fucking served. Even though it's county jail, you will be doing hard time. Trust and believe.
Need my help, please reach out to bullhornbetty@gmail.com. I am
because you're going to be responsible for trying to lift her to the top bunk, because Floyd and Lloyd over there, the left titty, is a gravity problem. She's not going to be able to boost herself to that top bunk, again, creating hazardous work environments wherever she goes. So please be kind and don't be her bunkie.
a little thin right now because I've got several court cases coming up.
Thin like my hair.
And I've got just a lot on my plate, but I absolutely will lend you a hand and I'll put you on a list so
her plate's like one of those styrofoam plates. When you put anything hot on it, it melts through.
Don't lose track of your case, and we can advocate. So please reach out to me if there's something going on, and I will be available or try to make myself available. I think the next case I'm going to be jumping into is a case in Virginia, and it's a boy named Jason. And I haven't been able to give his family a whole lot of my time because of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, but I do believe that he deserves. It's an unusual case, and it's a very tough case. They have found him, and the parents just aren't believing what law enforcement is telling them. So it's a really I've been kind of mulling it over. I kind of was looking into it really heavy, and then I had to take a step back because of all the stuff going on in this case. And so all this chaos is actually preventing other people from getting the attention they need, because we're here making sure that
self-created chaos.
Sebastian is not being desecrated in this way by these heathens and animals. So anyways, guys, I hope you rock it out with your coffee beans out. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And until next time, please be safe, but more importantly, kind to one another. And don't forget, TGIF, baby. It's almost the weekend. And some of you guys, if you're overseas, are probably sliding into your evening now. So, happy weekend. Happy early weekend. All right, guys, I'll see you soon. God bless.
Oh, Lord. Oh. Okay, all right, ready? Are we actually ready for this? I don't know if we are. I don't know if I am, to be honest. I'm dreading this shit. Okay, so originally they filed this 234-page document, and they've now modified it to 118 pages. It is the amended filing. So let's start here. Let's start here. We've read about 45 pages. They have changed up some of the stuff in here. So let's go back to page 1. Let's look. So here is your factual plaintiffs that are requesting an amended emergency motion for protective order and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing. The original was filed on March 21st, 2025 by your wonderful misfit plaintiffs. So let's go through this, and then we're going to get to scrolling. So this is the order that they are requesting a judge sign. This is the not filled out order because a judge has not signed off on it. The introduction states plaintiffs at Night Media LLC, Dwayne the Dog Chapman, Seth Rogers, Tony L. Mathis, Andrew Griffin, Brittany Nicole Jackson, Christina O'Donnell, Hong Z, Julia Valente, Nick the Hat, by and through their undersigned counsel, file this amended petition for injunctive and other equitable relief pursuant to PA-RCP 1531, blah, 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 18 PACS, and Pennsylvania Rule of Judicial Administration 1910, seeking immediate judicial intervention to prohibit defendants from engaging in unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and dissemination of courtroom proceedings. Meanwhile, the courtroom proceedings, there hasn't been any since February 18th. So this was done way after the fact. The exhibits referenced herein remain unchanged from the emergency petition filed on March 21st, 2025, and are already in the court's possession. No new exhibits are attached to this amended filing. So that goes to, somebody asked last night, was the exhibits put in after the changes to this to remove Julie? Even if they were, they're stating that those exhibits are true and correct to go along with the new amended filing. So Julie just makes her face from Twitter, basically. Pennsylvania law unequivocally prohibits the unauthorized recording, transmission, or dissemination of court proceedings, makes it a misdemeanor offense to use or operate a device to capture, record, transmit, or broadcast. I'm going to have to go in any photograph, video, or audio of a court proceeding without judicial approval. Additionally, PA RJA 1910 mandates that judges shall prohibit broadcasting, televising, recording, and or taking photographs in the courtroom and areas immediately adjacent thereto. Again, the judge was interrupted twice during the hearing for the anti-slap. She made the ruling. It's her courtroom. Nothing was done. Nobody was arrested. There was no anything, but they are trying to make that something still. Defendant's conduct violated both statutory law and court rules, directly interfering with administration of justice, even though the judge has not made her ruling on the anti-slap. Further, their actions led to unauthorized publication of court materials on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and X, exposing plaintiffs and others to targeted harassment and threats. Okay. The court has the inherent authority to maintain decorum and enforce compliance with judicial directives. Pennsylvania courts have repeatedly upheld contempt sanctions, injunctive relief, and criminal penalties against individuals who violate prohibitions on courtroom recordings, including, they quote another case, pursuant to Delaware County Rule, which authorizes expedited court intervention in cases where immediate action is necessary to prevent irreparable harm. Plaintiffs seek emergency injunctive relief. Plaintiffs further request an order directing the removal of unauthorized online recordings and real-time court updates disseminated by defendants. This, by the way, this amended filing, is one of the exhibits that they filed. I want you to meld over that for a minute. This is in the exhibit. And a huge piece that people need to understand is just because the court accepts the documents to be added to a case does not mean that they are approved. Accepted and approved are two very distinct different words with different meanings. I know that's hard to conceptualize for, the E's and or the plaintiffs involved in this case, but they really factually are. Pika, yes. Yeah, crazy. They put all the exhibits in the initial RICO filing on their website, a link to the entire exhibits on their website with all of their private information, but now they are bitching and moaning, typical. So let's see. Without immediate intervention by this court, plaintiffs and other individuals involved in these proceedings face continued exposure to real-time doxing. Again, you doxed all of your plaintiffs by filing this. You put their addresses out there publicly. Now they became part of a public record in a court filing, which therefore is not doxing at all because you filed these things and then you released further information such as their declarations with their full addresses, full legal names, and so on your public website at One World Media Corp at Night Media. Carry on. Harassment and privacy violations. Further failure to enforce Pennsylvania statutory protections and judicial administration rules undermine judicial integrity and embolden similar misconduct in the future court proceedings. For the reasons set forth below, plaintiffs respectfully request this court issue an immediate injunction and grant all additional relief necessary to protect the integrity of these proceedings. Okay, ready? Everybody got their waders on? Let me take a brief moment of silence because we're going to need it really majorly. This is going to be the theme, so make sure you understand.
Am I right?
No.
Do you guys get my drift? Do y'all get when I'm smoking? Do you pick up when I'm putting down? Like, just because you
Are you down with the get down? And there's going to be a lot of these upcoming.
Oopsie, made a oopsie.
All right, buckle in. It's a wild ride. On February 18th, 2025, this honorable court convened at the Delaware County Courthouse in Media, Pennsylvania. I mean, I'm sure the court needed to know what the court did to hear barbecue anti-slap motion, later joined by Granny. On February 18th, 2025, defendant Barbecue and Granny, along with other individuals aligned with them, willfully violated Pennsylvania law and Delaware County court rules by recording, transmitting, and publicly disseminating court proceedings from a hearing before this honorable court, which they have yet to be proven, because even in the exhibits, there's nothing to back those claims up, besides the very photos that the judge had already seen in her chambers when they were in session, and she was rudely interrupted twice because people were calling in to tattletale. Sounds like something shady would do, but that people were talking about this case online. These, a reminder, these plaintiffs went to the media for media coverage of their court proceedings and the filing itself. But then as soon as it gets some attention, remember, they were going to have a press conference, but then was so rudely interrupted by a meme of a marching band and the scary trumpets that were potentially playing in somebody's head, empty trumpets, that is. They stopped their press conference, which was never going to happen anyways, but they asked for media coverage. And then as soon as people are interested in it, they're like, nope, don't do that. You can't see us. Nothing to see here. Carrying on. They violated Pennsylvania law, Delaware court rules by recording, transmitting, and publicly disseminating court proceedings from a hearing before this honorable court. These actions resulted in widespread online publication of plaintiffs' personal information. No, again, you, sirs, did that yourselves when you posted those on your public available website with the exhibits previously. Harassment, intimidation, jeopardizing the integrity of the judicial proceedings. During the hearing, defendants and or their associates engaged in unauthorized broadcasting, recording, and dissemination of courtroom proceedings in direct violation of Pennsylvania law, Delaware County court rules. I mean, they know better than the court themselves. Tell me this isn't like, Judge, you didn't take our bitching seriously enough, so we're going to bitch at you some more. Pennsylvania law expressly forbids unauthorized courtroom recordings, makes it a misdemeanor offense to use and or operate a device to capture, record, transmit, or broadcast any photograph, video, or audio of a court proceeding with a person within a judicial facility without court approval. Well, I would say that the court approved the photo that was already taken and sent out because she was rudely interrupted and kept on going. I mean, we read through the entire transmission of the court hearing. Pennsylvania Rule of Judicial Administration 1910 mandates that judges shall prohibit broadcasting, recording, and photographing in the courtroom and adjacent areas during proceedings unless an exception applies, none of which apply here. Again, telling the judge how the judge should do her job. So is this against the judge? Are you asking for an emergency protection from the judge? Because the judge is the one that made the decision to continue on with court and not find anybody in contempt or violate anybody. I mean, are you bitching at the judge? Is that what you're doing here? Pennsylvania Rule of Criminal Procedure 112 directs courts to prohibit the taking of photographs, video, or motion pictures of any judicial proceedings or in the hearing room or courtroom or its environs. Despite these clear prohibitions, defendants unlawfully recorded and or facilitated live updates from inside the courtroom, violating both statutory law and court directives. Defendant's conduct violated both statutory law and court rules, directly interfering with administration of justice. Meanwhile, the judge is still making a ruling on the anti-slap, and there has been no interference with the administration of justice because there's been no ruling made. She's on vacation. Their actions led to the unauthorized publication of court materials on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and X, exposing plaintiffs and others to targeted harassment and threats. Oh, really? At approximately 12:15, Delaware County Sheriff's deputies responded to the courtroom during the proceedings after receiving reports that real-time updates from inside the courtroom were being transmitted via social media platforms, including YouTube, TikTok, and X. The court inquired whether any individual in the gallery was transmitting courtroom content. All attendees, including the plaintiffs, defendants, and their associates, affirmed under oath that they had not engaged in any unauthorized recording, transmission, or dissemination of courtroom content. Nevertheless, defendants and their associates continued to disseminate real-time updates through social media. Sometime between 12:15 and 1:15, deputies again interrupted the hearing due to live updates surfacing from inside the courtroom that were appearing on YouTube and X. Both defendant-aligned Deux, Queen Bee, they're calling them Deux, but then naming them, make it make sense. And defendant-aligned Deux, J for Justice, covered the February 18th hearing live on their respective platforms. On a second YouTube live stream hosted by defendant-aligned Deux, J for Justice, allegedly contained real-time audio from the hearing, allegedly, yet to be proven, because, again, they're reaching. Users in the live stream chat claimed they could hear portions of the court statements. Sure. Under Rule 1910, judges shall prohibit all broadcasting, recording, or photographing in the courtroom, except in very limited circumstances, none of which applied here. At the court's direction, all individuals in attendance were required to surrender their cellular devices to the court officers for inspection. One individual seated with the plaintiffs as a spectator privately informed the court's officer that he feared defendants would attempt to expose or dox his identity for merely attending the hearing. The officer assured him that personal information would be handled appropriately. Despite these court-ordered precautions, unauthorized images and footage of the proceedings surfaced online within minutes of the hearing's conclusion. So, wait. It was after the court had concluded or during? Which is it? Pattern of conduct post-February 18th hearing. On February 18th, 2025, defendant-aligned Queen Bee hosted a 6-hour YouTube live stream with various individuals, all of whom are aligned with the defendants, and hereby referred to defendant-aligned Deux, covering the court hearing utilizing a makeshift press pool arranged by the defense, without court approval. Defendant-aligned Deux stated, "Barbecue's supposed to come up here and talk to us, keep us updated. I got somebody else up there too that was going to keep us updated if she didn't have a chance to, so it'll all work out. Either way, we'll get some updates." Defendant-aligned Deux stated, "That's too bad. They say Nick looks sick like shit." Defendant-aligned Deux continued, "Stress, drugs, life, parole. Shit, you know what I'm saying." Defendant-aligned Deux added, "I don't know if he did get violated for 100%, but through the grapevine, yes, it was alleged that they did put in to violate his parole. I'm not sure if he got violated or not. I'm not sure if it went through, but it was put in. I do know for sure that. His stuff is open just like everybody. If one person's fair game, everybody's fair game, right?" Defendant-aligned Deux also stated, "I think she's a disgrace to use her service with the missing child and with this and then wearing in her military today. I think that's disgraceful. I think she uses her service in the military to shield herself from criticism. I don't thank her." Finally, defendant-aligned Deux stated, "Why win Rico now? I'm all excited." On February 19th, defendant-aligned Deux, Queen Bee, hosted a YouTube live stream titled "Court Recap for Rico. Little Skilled Bro Shows Out and Hong Goes Folk Clown on X," lasting over 7 hours and focusing on the previous day's court hearing. Defendant-aligned Deux said, "Hong's going to fuck your lawsuit up anyways, or your fucking fake ass Rico bullshit. And I'm glad that Granny's attorney brought my name up in there for the bullshit." Defendant-aligned Deux continued, writing fucking racist emails with racist rhetoric. Defendant-aligned Deux stated, "Fucking team of criminals, team of fucking frauds, in my opinion. All right, let's listen to this. At night, not intelligence agency, that Hong Nick got going on. Defendant Aligned Doe also stated they keep claiming they got death threats and this, that, and the other. Defendant Aligned Doe added they're trying to run a narrative. They're trying to run a narrative that they're getting death threats. That all this is just, you know what I'm saying. Finally, Defendant Aligned Doe stated, yeah, this is their little bullshit to try and prove that they're receiving death threats. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit ass, out of context ass video crybaby bitch. On February 19th, 2025, Defendant Aligned Doe, Queen Bee, hosted an additional YouTube live stream targeting plaintiffs in their legal proceedings. On February 20th, 2025, Defendant Aligned Doe, Queen Bee, hosted a YouTube live stream continuing to target plaintiffs and discourage participation in legal proceedings. On February 21st, Defendant Aligned Doe hosted a YouTube live stream using statements aimed at individuals involving the legal proceedings. On February 22nd, 2025, Defendant Aligned Doe, Queen Bee, hosted a YouTube live stream continuing her pattern of commentary related to the legal proceedings. Can we go to sleep? Can we take a nap? This is the biggest crybaby bullshit I've ever seen. Pattern of conduct leading to the February 18th, 2025 courtroom photography. At all relevant times herein, defendants generated revenue from this activity through super chats, which are viewer tips in exchange for the misleading or blatantly false information they provided to bolster their purported position and deceptively garner donations. On September 4th, 2024, Granny hosted a YouTube live stream further focusing on tracking and intimidating individuals related to the legal proceedings. September 4th, Granny hosted a YouTube live stream ridiculing plaintiffs and spreading false claims about their credibility. So we get this article, and the first thing I see is like, wait, there's something really freaking weird about this, right? And I'm reading it, and I'm sure the same way you all did. And it's at night. Private intelligence agency and Dog the Bounty Hunter amplify the reward to 100,000. And I'm like, well, geez, 6 months later, but better never, right? Better now than on September 4th, and it says for immediate release. And I'm like, well, who's this company? On September 6th, Granny hosted a YouTube live stream where she criticized plaintiffs' motivations and monetization practices. You don't care about clicks or any of that. Why are you monetized? I love when people say that I don't care about clicks. I don't care about money. Then turn off your ad revenue. Why did you monetize your channel and keep it 100? You don't monetize your channel. You don't care about the money. That's bullshit, because if you didn't care, you wouldn't collect it. Why couldn't Tony do this? Why did they need Dog to do this? You couldn't do it without Tony. I mean, without Dog, Tony, and Seth are the ones that had the ability to get involved, get News Nation involved. Matter of fact, he was just on Vinnie Paulson not too long ago. Looks like shit on his upper lip. On September 7th, Granny hosted a monetized YouTube live stream, minimizing plaintiffs' professional credentials and threatening to release personal records. September 9th, Granny hosted a YouTube live stream that made statements representing the plaintiffs, particularly targeting the search effort and individuals associated with it. September 10th, Defendant Granny and Defendant Jay for Justice engaged in a YouTube live stream discussing strategies to discredit Plaintiff Rogers and other plaintiffs, allegedly furthering their campaign of defamation. On September 10th, Granny hosted a YouTube live stream in which her and Jay attacked former FBI agent Jennifer Coffendorfer with mockery and insults. And also, I think they're a distraction. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they're basically behind the scenes. Mr. Seth Rogers or Tony is talking to those people saying, hey, can you act that no one pays attention to overhear what's going on over here? What's the truth? That's basically a distraction. Quoted from Defendant Aligned Doe B. Tim co-host. You asshole fuckface, because 2 people in your fucked up chat, 4 demanded, one of them was on Facebook. Now shut the fuck up, Granny. Take that back to your bitch. Thank you. Stop lying. Keep people's name out of your fat ass mouth. Before I got your address, bitch, stop eating. And stop eating just to Lisa and stop lying. No, she showed all over the place that she's even had money in her mouth. On January 1st, 2025, Granny hosted a YouTube live stream in which she and Defendant Aligned Doe, UA Crimson, defended Defendant Fisher, not a defendant, while discussing Plaintiff Rogers' background and actions. While you're all mad that we went over his resume, well, if you want to talk about him being a hard worker, most of his job was being a caretaker or security consultant for Sebastian. Well, not only that, but the fact that he went back to work right before Sebastian disappeared. He was on disability before. Exactly, and they didn't want to admit that. I don't know. They have a problem with the truth. I'm sorry, Seth don't like the truth. So I like the truth personally. Well, this wasn't with SF, is what I'm hearing people are asking. SF had absolutely nothing to do with this. On January 6, 2025, Granny hosted a YouTube live stream in which she and panelists defendant aligned Clue and Cletus mocked individuals associated with the litigation, focusing on personal relationships and roles. January 7th, Granny hosted a monetized YouTube live stream in which she discussed plaintiffs and their legal team. January 14th, Granny hosted another live stream where she discussed legal filings and plaintiff's attorney. Now I'm just kind of grabbing certain points. January 15th, another YouTube live stream, legal proceedings, court filings. 19th, Granny involving minors and legal proceedings, which you know that actually she was responding to Brittany J putting her children in her declaration and saying as a mother, she's begging the court. That's what that's in regards to. On January 23rd, 2025, Granny hosted a monetized YouTube live stream during which she read email communications related to the court process to her audience. She generated revenue from this activity through super chats, which are viewer tips. January 28th, Granny hosted a monetized YouTube live stream during which she sold her regular updates on the instant matter to her audience through viewer contributions. Hit that like button, people. I guess that is now selling information if you hit that like button. If we don't get to XYZ, I can't read page. Okay, sure. Defendant Granny hosted a YouTube live stream in which she made statements about deposing the medical records of plaintiff's children and commented on the plaintiff's legal claims. If we decide to, we can absolutely depose the medical records of her children, and all that to prove that they faced any harm from this. They can't meet their predicate acts for RICO. When you make a YouTube channel, you are standing on a stage. If you don't like the tomatoes being thrown, step off the public stage. February 3rd, 2025, Granny hosted a YouTube live stream titled An Organized Effort to Deceive Public Perceptions, Shadows, Apps, and Unscrupulous YouTubers. Why? During the broadcast, she accused plaintiffs At Night, Rogers, Mathis, and Hat of operating a social media cleanup crew to manipulate public perception as referenced in transcripts pages. In this live stream, defendant Granny asserts that plaintiffs did it for Sylvester Stallone and did it for Bill Cosby, adding they're a social media cleanup crew. Defendant Granny further alleges manipulative media practices by questioning plaintiff Rogers' involvement with an interview pulled by Nancy Grace. Why would Nancy Grace pull her interview? Did it come down because Nancy Grace fell for an actual manufactured drama? They did a good campaign, but it won't last long because when their litigation falls, you're going to have to question the intelligence. Who needs PR? Who needs a cleanup crew? What these outrageous, non-factual building fiction bullshit when their child's missing. On February 5th, Granny hosted a live stream titled Request for Admissions. First up, Nick the Hat, aka Nick the Hat, and Seth Rogers Intelligence Agency. Pages demonstrate ongoing harassment, defamation, direct threats, and witness intimidation, along with potential wire fraud through soliciting funds in exchange for sharing legal filings. Early in the live stream, Granny seeks audience contributions by saying, set a goal for today, even if it's $1, $5, or $50 like Sasha did. It counts. And if we meet the goal, we will read BJ's admissions. If the respondent party does not respond, the matter is automatically admitted. Certain entities will be looking forward to a thorough examination of Seth Rogers because of this frivolous action. Between March 15, 2024 and March 23, 2024, defendant Align UA Crimson Tide posted some shit alongside somebody else on X regarding Riley Strain's mother. Nothing to do with anything. Then it goes on more about UA. We're going to skip over that because she's not a defendant, has nothing to do with anything. On or about February 7th, 2025, Granny broadcast a YouTube live stream containing defamatory and harassing statements against plaintiffs Jackson, Nick the Hat, At Night Media, and Rogers. She also stated that her lawyer put his foot on Castor's neck. I'm sorry, he might only have one neck. Give me 1 second. I need to mute for a moment. I'm going to need I already need Advil, ibuprofen. This is that's all I got. And thank you for the support. All I've got is mumbling at this point in time. That's where we're at. Defendant Granny falsely attributed a statement to plaintiff Jackson about opposing counsel, saying They literally said that he is a back alley attorney and he's not happy about them saying that again. You can go pull her live stream from her backup channel, which I think might be privated now or deleted because she's in litigation and, you know, following litigation rules of preserving evidence, as they call it. Defendant Granny mocked plaintiff's legal filing, saying, my attorney at one point said this is just absolute dribble, that I can't even dumb myself down enough to know how to respond to this. And oh, am I? It's funny because my attorney is the one that came out and put his foot on Castor's neck, isn't he? My attorney is the one that currently has your spokesperson silent as a fart in the wind. Straight to jail. Granny encouraged retaliation and mocked plaintiff's RICO claim, saying, I always ask all of you to please not even hate watch or go in and comment. Get the fuck out of here. Sure, you can be bothered by my attorney's emails. I'd be bothered too if I had a RICO case and had to have another attorney come in and tell me what exactly RICO is. Damn it, Jess. Defendant Jess disparaged the hat's professionalism. Nick may have been let out of this civil action here, but nonetheless, he was deeply enthralled in it, right? He doesn't even have respect to sit up when he's speaking. It's not very professional, is it? Oh my God, it's so defamatory. How dare you lay down when talking to me? On or about February 13th, 2025, Granny hosted a YouTube live stream titled The Scrambling Has Begun, Recaps, Reality, and Reviews. Featuring Barbecue Lady as a panel guest. During the broadcast, they mocked the court, discussed a courthouse publicity stunt, and expressed intent to manipulate legal outcomes. Defendant Granny plans, I want to reenact what's going to happen in court, so I think I need a judge's outfit. Barbecue responded, I just want to know if you'd be willing to make a short trip. I'm bringing my own camera crew. Defendant Barbecue elaborated, so I've got this thing envisioned in my head, slow motion, walking out the doors, walking down the steps, putting our glasses on, and walking out. Defendant Granny added, you know what I find repulsive? The entire filing. That's what I find repulsive, the entire filing. Okay. What do you guys find more repulsive? Their photos being taken in a public space, or the fact that they filed this off the back of a missing child? Put 1 for the missing child, or put 2 for their photos, poor photos being shown. On February 18th, 2025, Granny hosted a YouTube live stream titled I Can Feel It in the Air, which she discussed plaintiffs' legal filings, plaintiffs Seth Rogers and his supporters. During the live stream, Granny made the following statements. All right, so I wanted to read you guys so you know how they filed their 10 documents while we were waiting on that. So we went ahead and responded. And this is the memorandum of law. And it's to strike their filings because their filings are over 30 days late, right? Granny stated, did Tony Mathis on behalf of Seth Rogers say he didn't pursue Katie as a minor because she was dating someone and a married man with a kid? Granny stated, 2 grown men, victim blaming a child victim who was removed from her predator mom's home and placed into foster care. Did a grown man admit he knew another grown man was sleeping with a child and all he did was decide he wanted to pursue her instead? He conveniently waited until she was 18 to then impregnate and marry her. Granny stated, when's the last time Seth put together a search party? Matter of fact, I thought Dog said the search for Sebastian was coming to my area like a month and a half ago. Granny stated, the only thing I see Seth doing is searching for panels to go on to disparage Katie. On February 21st, Granny hosted a YouTube live stream titled A Look Back at Egregious Behaviors that led to the criticism of Seth Rogers and his spokesperson, Tony, during which he attacked plaintiff Rogers and his media involvement, implied coordinated media manipulation, and suggested unauthorized courtroom video exists. Speaking of media manipulation, I've heard it through the grapevine, actually from one of BJ's ex-buddies, that TMZ was supposed to be the one to get an exclusive on this. But because of BJ's mod, who signed an NDA by the name of Kristen, sending it to Molly Golightly, and Molly Golightly being the one to break it on social media, that contract and exclusive became null and void. It'll be interesting to hear a lot more of this. Anybody need a headache? Should we just pass out Tylenol, ibuprofen, whatever you need? Oh. Defendant Granny attacked plaintiff Rogers and his media involvement, stating, at what point, Tony Mathis, as a national spokesperson, do you step up to the plate and do your job, which is to keep the focus on Sebastian again? Defendant Granny implied coordinated media manipulation by plaintiff, stating, so the reason Tony says that is because all day long accounts under Seth's name and Tony's name, which they claim not to be them, hyped everybody up that they would be going on Smiley's that night. Defendant Granny further stated, Why would they ever consider allowing Sebastian to live with Seth? Was Sebastian's behavior so out of control they just didn't care? I don't think it's about not caring. It. The fact that of the matter is Seth was asked a year prior to take Sebastian. Granny suggested unauthorized courtroom video exists, stating, bye-bye. I love the fact that they're like, I'm out of respect for attorneys. We're not going to play their voices. Then whose voices did you play? And you know what? I'm telling you right now, there's a video of the courtroom. They better be careful. He ain't going to frame us. We got all of that everywhere. Filed this case from the beginning in the bushes. I'm assuming that's probably a misrepresentation of a different few comments thrown together to make something look interesting. We could go look at that after a while. But right now, I'm trying to strum through this bullshit because it is straight up bullshit. Granny implied, didn't state as a fact, but she implied that Rogers is an abuser, stating, to me, Seth is abusive. In my opinion, perhaps Sebastian. I definitely think he is. He looks just like him. Granny mocked plaintiff's legal team in court filing, stating, I know you guys saw that thing on the docket from the judge that was old. That was just putting on there that we had the hearing. But this right here, I thought was so important. Granny further stated, anyways, this says over here, the plaintiffs, which include a media company and a television personality, now their private intelligence group, are more than capable of counteracting any false statements in the public sphere. Granny added, then they basically admit that by having Dog the Bounty Hunter and At Night, they made their tension on Sebastian's case reach national levels, and within a week made the attention tenfold what it was. And that's important to remember, because when we're talking about a slap suit, it is to stop you from speaking against issues of public concern. On February 22nd, Barbecue hosted a TikTok live, during which she said, we will not be showing all the documents. We will be taking a few clips out of there so that you guys can see it. We're not making it up. Barbecue continued. Basically, Lesniak went in there and asked for a continuance. It was denied. Said he needed limited discovery. It was denied. He was not allowed to enter any evidence. His little flash drive he was waving around in his little unsealed envelope. I think that whenever you guys hear the responses from the judge, it might put a better perspective as to what is going on, because she cut him off a bunch of times, and it's honestly embarrassing. I have secondhand embarrassment for Lesniak. Barbecue continued, I wouldn't use Lesniak if you were paying to represent me. That's how bad it is. Barbecue continued, this was my very first anti-SLAPP case that's been heard. This was the very first anti-SLAPP case that's been heard in Pennsylvania since it was recently put into law last July of 2024. And basically it prevents frivolous lawsuits from costing people tens of thousands of dollars to defend themselves just to get to the end and say it's dismissed. Barbecue continued, Nick Hong and Julia showed up in her fatigue, not there as a witness for the military. People were saying it was totally illegal what she did. With the anti-SLAPP, they can actually award up to 3 times the amount. So that'd be what? I don't know, $115,000 each person if they decide to make a statement. Barbecue stated, I want my name cleared. I want a fucking public apology from every plaintiff, and I wanted the money returned to the people who donated it. I do believe that I'm entitled to punitive damages. So offended Barbecue stated, how about this? Okay, you bottle. Okay, this bottle, you're a fucking piece of shit. You're a fucking loser, blah. You can say whatever you want. Nobody can tell you to stop your opinions or your First Amendment speech. And people are like, this isn't about First Amendment. This fucking, the fuck it isn't. Barbecue stated, they're just mad that they're sitting in a fucking basement of their mom's house, drinking cans of Pepsi and fucking eating their mom's cooking. I don't fucking know. Probably wanting them to move the fuck out. What an embarrassment for the neighborhood. Well, we will be going through it and putting some of these actual documents up on the screen for you guys to view. So we're going to have some of that included in there, which is perfectly legal. I've already checked with the attorney. If somebody really wants the transcript that bad, it's going to probably cost you about $1,000. On February 26th, Barbecue hosted a TikTok live stream titled Barbecue Lady TikTok Live. I mean, so original. Straight to jail. Barbecue stated, I feel like I'm being cyber-stalked by a large group of an enterprise. Barbecue stated, it's more like a cult. Whoops, you're in a cult. Whoops, you're in a cult. Whoops, you're in a cult. Earbud headphone warning. Just your reminder today, friends. Where is it? Here it is.
Whoops, you're in a cult. Whoops, you're in a cult. Whoops, you're in a cult. Whoops, you're in a cult.
Say no to cults or extremist bullshit. Between March 13th, 2024 and April 30th, 2024, UA, which isn't even relevant to this, talked about the Riley strain. We're going to skip through all of this because my fucking head hurts. There's Queen Bee stuff. Again, not a defendant. There's UA stuff. Not a defendant. Between June 17th and June 18th, plaintiff, the fucking dog handler, and defendant Aligned Deux exchanged posts on X regarding canine training methods. Definitely need an RO for that. Between the 18th, yeah, again, these are their frivolous ramblings that we're looking at in the exhibits. Oh, between September 4th and September 6th, plaintiff Hat posted on X and sent a text message regarding the Sebastian Rogers case describing the seriousness of committing to the investigation. Defendant Aligned Deux, UA, responded with criticism with Fisher and others aligned with them. All right. Now we were talking about SF. Nothing to do with this. Again, SF, nothing to do with this. October 5th, a trespassing incident occurred at Plaintiff Hong Z's property in Malvern, Pennsylvania. Again, how are you connecting this to the two defendants? I'll wait. There's the breakdown of that. More SF stuff. We don't care. More SF stuff. 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 Again, you can read this. I'm telling you right now, we looked at the documents last night. We're going to go into them again. SF's tweets. I don't even give a fuck what you call them at this time. Ramblings have nothing to do with the defendants. On November 1st, SF posted on X about BHB. Again, we don't care. He's not a defendant. On November 5th, 2024, a death threat was sent to At Night's National Tip Line from a burner phone. The message referenced a $100,000 hit order on plaintiff dog and others, calling them the fakest motherfuckers on the planet. Oh, shit. There's a $100,000 hit order on dog and his crew. They're the fakest motherfuckers on the planet. Why can an intelligence agency not be intelligent enough to trace a burner phone? Just asking for me. What an intelligence agency that isn't intellectual enough to attribute that to a burner phone and not the defendants. But they have very, very high-powered assets, like satellites that don't exist in the sky. Okay. More SF bullshit. More SF bullshit. More SF bullshit. And again, he is not a defendant. And this is not federal. More about the marching band. December 7th, 2024, a hostile and threatening message was sent to At Night's National Tip Line, insulting the recipients and dismissed their investigation into Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. Also insulting plaintiff dog. You are all lying about the Sebastian Rogers case. Fuck you. And Dog the Bounty Hunter. You're just doing this for attention on social media. Again, fuck you. Where's the threat? Where's the threat in this? Because right here it says a hostile and threatening message. Where's the threat? I mean, fucking yourself? I wouldn't want to fuck you either, truly. Is that the threatening part? Have you guys looked in the mirror? You're not fuckable. Is that the threatening part, that you might have to fuck yourselves and that's what's intimidating here? I don't know. What is this? More UA shit. We don't care. More SF shit. We don't care. More SF shit. Oh, and then there's JLR shit. We don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. Has nothing to do with it. They've never, again, until they can prove a connection or anything, we currently have two defendants, Granny and Barbecue. That's why all of this shit's irrelevant. They are not even properly attributing or connecting pieces here. It's just jumble. All right. Continue on with SF. More SF. Oh, December 6th. Plaintiff Hat posted on X about Sebastian Rogers' disappearance and emphasizing the tragedy of his absence on his 16th birthday. Defendant aligned UA. Again, nothing to do here, nothing to see here. More Fisher stuff. More about SF. Oh, this is a good quote, though. Dog, you lowlife, washed up coward editing surveillance footage. Don't blame this family that you have a failed career and try to use a 15-year-old as a publicity tool. Editing surveillance and playing it in slow motion is an act of desperation. You're a has-been. I mean, facts aren't defamation. Again, you would know about felonies from murder charges since you have been convicted of that exact crime. Dog, if I paid for it, would you be willing to have a mental health professional evaluate you? I'm very serious. This is sad to see happen for the world to witness in real time. More about JLR. Questioning CPS reports related to plaintiff Mathis. What? Plaintiff Mathis accusing him of misconduct. Oh. More JLR stuff, which is irrelevant. More just ramblings, nonsensical SF. Oh, there is Julia and her back and forth with Ethan, which we don't give a fuck about. We're looking for anything with our defendants. We don't give a fuck about the useless ramblings of a bunch of fucking idiots. More SF. Now the mob crew. More SF. Oh, there's Hat and SF exchanging emails and posts. SF. Queen Bee. JLR. SF. JLR. Oh, spilled the tea department. They're coming for you. Oh, the email on December 28th to Nick's PO was by the name of Jim Fair. Fraudulent business practices again. Jim Fair isn't Granny or Barbecue last time I checked. But for an intelligence agency, they should be able to trace that back, right? The not so intelligence agency. More SF. Queen Bee. SF. UA. SF. Oh, January 5th. Defendant Barbecue posted on X questioning the authenticity of messages in plaintiff Hong's declaration, suggesting they might belong to plaintiff Chapman or another party. Hong Z added these as his own text when he signed his declaration and his injunction as his own messages. So whose messages are they? Dogs or Hong's? I'm getting a sore throat. SF. January 7th, Barbecue posted on X engaging in legal posturing, mocking accusations, and making personal attacks while discussing anti-SLAPP laws and defamation. Thank gosh there is a very highly skilled, reputable lawyer retained. I've never ever said I was going to strike it rich. I simply repeated what the anti-SLAPP law could potentially grant anyone in any of the 30 states that have the law. Do I think I'm entitled to my lawyer fees and punitive damages? Absolutely. At least I have integrity. At least I don't live in my mom's basement. At least I never made fake press badge. At least my friends aren't homophobic. At least I haven't been in prison. More SF. January 7th and between January 7th and the 9th, Barbecue posted on X engaging in antagonistic interactions with multiple individuals, including questions about a taser and financial accusations directed at Hong. On January 9th, SF, we don't care. The Lore Lodge and Queen Bee, we don't care. Hong, SF, not a plaintiff or a defendant. SF is nothing. More SF. Oh, there's another Barbecue posted on X regarding flyer distribution of Sebastian. Queen Bee, we don't care. SF, we don't care. Oh, Barbecue posted on X making accusations against Hong, referencing financial and business activities, including speculative and derogatory commentary. Oh, no. More SF, who is not factually a defendant. This is fucking insanity. This is fucking stupid. UA Crabtree, Queen Bee, here's barbecue again on X, SF. On January 14th, social media posts and emails discussed attorney oh, hold on. Oops. Sorry, I just bumped myself. Like, do I have a Midol Jax Wolf? I might have some. I don't need them, but I can share if I can find some. Thank you for the support. Sorry, guys, I'm not even paying attention. Sun and Sand Dollars, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. T-Rev's Dirty White Toddler t-shirt, thank you for being a member for a month. Protect Integrity implies that integrity exists, which it does not. Thank you for being a member. Anna, my exhibit that goes with 255 is hilarious. Thank you guys for the support. Sorry I wasn't paying attention. I'm over here losing brain cells at a rapid rate. Hey, BJ, yo, bitch. You going to review this one? I would love you to review your filings and your exhibits and show your people what you're doing. On January 14th, social media posts by somebody accused Plaintiff Griffin of dishonesty and referenced deleted comments related to a RICO lawsuit. I bet it's likely that BHB can be proven dishonest. January 14th, barbecue posted messages on X that included cryptic phrases. Social media posts suggested unauthorized searching of private property, made references to law enforcement. Again, it's not attributed to shit. Barbecue on X again. On January 15th, email exchanges, including complaints regarding unwanted messages directed at attorney Bruce L. Castor Jr., referencing continued contact attempts. On January 15th, additional email correspondence discussed concerns of harassment and the unauthorized sharing of legal communications involving attorney Bruce L. Castor. Just a bunch of random posts here. Hey, it works, right? On January 17th, 2025, social media posts, not attributed to anybody, accused the plaintiffs of forgery, blackmail, and document tampering. Well, one of the plaintiffs went to prison for such things. So there's that. These posts include speculative commentary about legal counsel and motivations. Well, I mean, say it ain't so. In my opinion, your attorney's a hoe. On January 17th, barbecue posted on X confrontational rhetoric, referencing legal consequences and connections with the plaintiffs. Between the 17th and 20th, some more social media posts by anonymous sources, random fucking Twitter posts. You know, let's just throw it all in here. And it's like cooking a pot of fucking chili or cowboy hot dish, where you just throw every leftover thing in a pot and you just see what turns out. And this happens to taste like shit. Barbecue on X again. More X posts, which we looked at that have nothing to do with shit. Chronoland posted a violent threat directed at plaintiff Hong Zi. The user stated, "I will shoot you in the face worse than your own government, Hong." Again, Chronoland is not the defendants, barbecue or Granny, unless can be proven otherwise, which they have not done so. More SF bullshit. More stuff about Ethan. More Hong and Yue. Clue and J for Justice. Barbecue X posts. SF. Yue. The user stated, "I thought you were scared, Chong. Enjoy the days you have left. LOL, dumb fuck." Another user responded, "Is this a threat to Hong at night?" Another shit about SF. We don't care. He is not a defendant. He is a neutral party. Defendant Barbecue and Vern made the exhibits. More SF, more SF. More barbecue on Twitter. More SF, more Ethan, more SF, more SF. UA, J for Justice, UA, SF, Ethan. Between January 25th and the 26th, an email from the law offices of Joseph Lesniak, LLC, was forwarded to plaintiff Pat referencing accusations of forgery and fraud. Well, he was actually convicted of fraud and spent time in prison. Okay, carry on. Somebody by the name of Look in the Mirror and Ethan. Ethan again. SF. We don't know who. On January 28th, defendant aligned users. Now we just got defendant aligned users posted on X making broad claims of fraud, political bias, and professional misconduct targeting plaintiffs and legal counsel. So we're just now at the point of just saying, fuck it all. Everybody that posts that don't like us, they're defendant aligned users. Not Deux, you're users. Fuckers. White boy, SF. Ethan, white boy. February 3rd, is this Anna, news junkie, posted a cryptic statement implying the narrative manipulation with defendant aligned UA. Somebody by the name of Jill. Hopefully she didn't roll down the hill. Barbecue questioned the individual's credibility between the 24th and the 3rd of February, mentioning Nancy Grace and implying efforts to influence media coverage. Ethan, white boy, SF, Lauren from Facebook, Queen Bee, white boy. They blocked me, bummer. Who really cares about someone on Facebook trolling? More fake ass bullshit, shake my head. Don't y'all ever get sick? Don't you all get tired of fucking up a missing child's investigation? This is sick. February 6th, Anna accusing Erica of spreading misinformation about financial disputes with defendant aligned white boy. Ethan, white boy, barbecue, more X, white boy, Ethan, white boy, barbecue, UA, white boy, barbecue, UA, white boy, UA, SF, barbecue, Ethan, SF. Oh, Skolnick. Attention, Skolnick. Julie, who has not officially been drugged by her skull, according to Smiley. Smiley's words, not my own. Just so you know, Skolnick, you're still in here. On February 11, 2025, proposed defendant. Proposed. Now we've got a proposed defendant. Before he's a defendant, now he's a proposed defendant. Defendant aligned Doe, white boy radio, and others posted accusations on X targeting Julie Skolnick and plaintiff Griffin, including threats and inflammatory language. Julie to the front of the class, who has not been accurately drugged by her skull, according to Smiley's World. Julie, you got some skull dragging to do over here. Julie. Yo, Julie. SF, Crabtree, barbecue. Oh no, we got somebody named Luigi. Where's Mario? On February 12th, defendant barbecue posted on X disputing claims about an individual named Luigi, referencing an injunction and suggesting legal consequences. Did Luigi and Mario have a fallout? I'm just asking for me. On February 12th, 2025, defendant Barbecue and Granny promoted the upcoming anti-slap hearing and encouraged public mockery of plaintiffs. You don't have to encourage public mockery of the plaintiffs. They do it to themselves on the daily. Then we've got more SF. Then we've got Barbecue talking to all these people on X, which we don't even care. J is for justice. Barbecue posting more on X. SF. Now, LFT and Decipher. February 14th, happy Valentine's Day, you lovebirds. Defendant aligned Doe, Decipher podcast, posted a parody poem on X mocking the February 20th hearing and referencing defendants Barbecue and Granny. Oh, how dare you. White boy, J is for justice. Barbecue back on X, stating she had been muted in a chat and referencing a confirmed detail about the case. How dare you. We got more Ethan, more white boy, more SF. More SF. And the race is on, and here comes pride in the backstretch. Heartache rolling to the inside. Their tears are falling down now, trying not to run. I give up. My brain is fucking done. Ethan, white boy. SF. Anna. Queen B. Queen B. Fib Frank. Fib Frank. B. Sunflower. J is for justice. Ethan again. White boy radio. SF. Queen B. Ethan, white boy radio, 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 white boy radio. Can you shut the fuck up? I'm just joking. But my God, tell me that they're not trying to give these fucking people attention. White boy over there just singing his little tune and putting his wigs and lipstick on, and here he has got them all up steady. White boy doing the most. I'm just joking, though, about shutting them up because I don't even know what they're saying. I've seen the post, and I'm just like, bleh. SF, white boy. SF, Queen B. Ooh. Now we've got Ethan again. White boy, white boy. White boy. Barbecue. White boy. White boy, white boy. White boy. White boy. White boy. White boy. White boy. Barbecue. SF. White boy. Barbecue stated, what happened in society that leaves these 20 to 30-year-olds still living at home with their parents, make my bed, do my laundry, cook for me? How about get a real fucking job and stop having your mommy and daddy coddle you in your 30s? White boy, white boy, white boy, white boy, white boy. I'm fucking raking. Barbecue posted on X defending herself against criticism tied to the Sebastian Rogers case. SF. Barbecue posted about her ongoing legal disputes, criticism, and public commentary. Barbecue posted about plaintiffs and their legal representation. Barbecue referenced courtroom statements made by her attorney during the February 18th hearing stating 100% artificial, 0% intelligence. You can see that in the transcript yourself. Probably the best quote ever. I agree. Barbecue posted just another thing I'm sending my lawyer. I served my time. You're a cunt. Excuse me. That's what it says. Well, it says C asterisk. I'm assuming that's what it meant. Defendant Trude, riddle me this. Bullying someone who has mental illness, that just makes you a fat ass bitch, in my opinion. Ethan, Chloe, Barbecue shared a post from Colin Rugg. I mean, whoever that is. Barbecue posted a tweet by Karma Reflection. Defendant Barbecue criticized courtroom performance and alleged harassment. Barbecue has operated a paid subscription group promoting themed content involving plaintiff hats. Where is that? A premium $8.99 month tier, including promotional materials focused on plaintiff hat. Doesn't Nick have memberships on his YouTube channel? I think so. Ethan UA Barbecue posted on X. Barbecue denied allegations of live streaming or recording in court. Barbecue posted in response to impersonation allegations. Barbecue posted about evidence entered in an unspecified legal matter. That makes a lot of sense why that would be referenced in here. Unspecified, but sure, let's fucking throw it in here. Defendant Barbecue posted regarding court proceedings and allegations of misleading conduct. Defendant Barbecue again denied recording or live streaming from a courtroom. Defendant Ethan defendant aligned. No. Ethan's anonymous. Now he's back to defendant. Oh, Lord. Defendant Barbecue posted on X attacking plaintiff Rogers, inviting users to join an online panel. Whew. How dare you invite people to join a panel? Straight to fucking jail. Barbecue posted about the upcoming court hearing, sharing that she would provide a YouTube update via defendant aligned Deux, Queen B. Ethan Fisher, Barbecue, posted details about plaintiff Rogers and referenced his application in Davidson County. Public documents, whether we like it or not. Barbecue referenced a statement from Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Quote, nothing is ruled out. End quote. That's their quote. SF, Ethan. On September 18th, 2024, the law offices of Joseph Lesniak forwarded a defamation-related contact form to plaintiffs Hatt and Mathis. On September 18th, it is the day after they drew up a cease and desist against Illuminati. It is also 2 days after they drew up the cease and desist or whatever those fucking injunctions, fucking bullshit, were to Barbecue. Interesting timing. It is also the date that they seem to go on the ease and have a toupee slip. Again, sue your fucking, cry to your mommy, not to me. Sue the toupee company, you whiny bitch. And just a reminder what I'm talking about. I mean, if you had hair like this, would you be mad? You tell me. Let's look. Let's just take a look-see right quick. His toupee did him dirty, nobody else. Let's just look through this. Oh, well, shit. Kelly Poe. Whoever you are, Kelly Poe. You made it too. Look at you guys all just making all this shit. Oh, Evil CJ. On September 22nd, 2024, Plaintiff Hat posted on X about a live stream search for Sebastian Rogers with CJ, who still can't find his serpentine belt, who is still bedless laying on his mama's floor, crying about his serpentine belt bandit that got him in the woods somewhere. He stands at a whole lot of 5'6", 140 pounds, and he comes with a security chat. Whatever that fucking means. He comes with a security chat, and he is still searching for his serpentine belt by laying on the floor crying in his mom's house. Anyways, carry on. Doe, whoever Kelly you are, a doe, a deer, a female deer. More Ethan, more barbecue. Something about a live chat discussion. Oh, talking about a honey pat strategy. Not a honey pot strategy. Defendant aligned does, unnamed does, but just a lot of does posted on X targeting the hat. Defendant aligned does, unnamed again, posted on Twitter. Between September 12th and the 29th, multiple individuals, including SF, we don't care. Just some more defendant aligned does. We have given up and don't even care to name you at this point in time. We're just, you might be a doe, a deer, a female deer, a ray, a drop of golden sun, a me, a name I call myself, far, a long, long way to run. You should have probably ran a long fucking time ago. More defendant aligned does. We have just given up on life at this point in time, and we are just throwing out does. It makes sense, right? I mean, we're talking about Betty to contact Bruce. Yeah, Betty and Bruce, you just need to sit the fuck down. Sick of your shit. SF, more defendant aligned does. More defendant aligned does. We've given up. We're just throwing anything in here. Defendant aligned does mocked Nick the Hat. Oh no, not after he said he was silenced and made public posts walking through a cemetery with tape over his mouth. They didn't mock him. No. More defendant aligned does. More defendant aligned does. We are just fucking careless now at this point in time. Oh, defendant aligned JLR. We don't give a shit. More defendant aligned does. We've thrown it all out now. JLR, SF, JLR, JLR, JLR. Kelly, you're back. JLR. Approximately 145 days prior to a retrieval, Reddit user, Moscow, Idaho victim, posted an RE Christopher Proudfoot claiming that Plaintiff Hat was on parole, could not leave Pennsylvania, all of which is fact, and collaborating with Seth Rogers and Tony Mathis, all of which is fact. The user also claimed to have noticed Nick the Hat's parole officer. Notified, not noticed. Notified, excuse me, it's just all mumble jumble at this point. More Reddit, shit we don't give a fuck about. Bill Cosby. Reddit, ribbit. Approximately 1 month prior to retrieval, a Reddit post in criminal grifter hunt accused Tony Mathis and Plaintiff Hat of engaging in criminal activity together. The post linked Mathis' employment to Hat alleged parole status and named Redacted. Gotta keep it on the DL. Individual as his parole officer, even though Nick posted his entire parole documents in his exhibits publicly available on their website, One World Media. On June 9th, 2024, an email was sent from Ryan Law Lore Canada. Subject line, Tony Mathis. This email appears to be forwarded, but the recipients of additional message content have been redacted. The sender, Ryan Law Lore Canada, is believed to be an alias or an unidentified individual providing information to defendants or their associates. We don't have any proof of that. We are an intelligence agency that lacks intelligence. And we can't actually prove these things, but we're going to continue to tell you them because it makes us look stupid, right? Potential implications include legal discussions, investigative matters, and confidential exchanges regarding Mathis. This aligns with prior exhibits documenting communication patterns along parties involved in the case. Yeah, sure. Approximately 1 month prior to retrieval, another Reddit post, we don't give a shit. Baduka, whatever this is. Nick the idiot has now put another person's safety in danger by releasing their name and saying they have done something to Sebastian. I guess it's time for another round of calls to his parole officer. Easy faithfulness from Reddit. Baduka, annual director, accusing Tyler Feller of trafficking this child. That happened. That was Crime Time Buzz. And Nick supposedly was evaluated per plaintiff Brittany Nicole Jackson. This quote says that Nick needs mental help immediately. According to plaintiff Brittany Nicole Jackson, Nick was evaluated multiple times and cleared. That makes you feel wonderful, right? All warm and fuzzy inside. Can I take a moment of silence for my head? Can we just have a moment of silence for my head and my brain cells that have completely gone? There is just nothing left in here. I am going to play a short little, I don't even know what I don't have anything. Let's see. What do I have that I could play that is long enough? Oh, I could play this little clippity clip here. This clippity clap clip. I'll be right back. I have to use the little girl's room.
I can't tell him that I love Sebastian. It makes me sick to hear people say that never met him. I tell him all the time, I don't love Sebastian. I love you in looking for Sebastian. But the people that keep saying they love somebody they never met, that's window dressing. You love Sebastian. We know that.
Right. Yeah. Right.
But, I've corrected members of our own team when they talk about how much they love Sebastian. What they love is his pictures and the personality in those pictures and his innocence and his sweetness and kindness. But
Yeah.
what we really, those of us that are around Seth, we love Seth, and we're loving Seth and supporting him in finding Sebastian.
Yeah. Yeah. I can understand that completely.
There's a whole world searching for you, who love you, and we'll find you.
And know that you got an army behind you and your dad, and that we love you so very much.
Sebastian, I want to talk to you directly for a minute. You've gained an uncle through this. This is Uncle Tony talking to you. I want you to know, son, that you have an army of people. And when I say an army, I'm talking about a massive army of people looking for you. And the general of that army, which is your daddy, is probably the toughest guy I've ever met in my life. And he is not giving up. Your army is not giving up. We will continue searching for you, son, until we find you. And if it takes another day, another week, another month, another year, another 10 years, the people that are truly a part of your army and the general of your army, your daddy, are not going to give up. We can only hope that if you don't make it home by Christmas, that wherever you are, whoever has you, that they find it in their hearts to give you some sort of love that day that you can't get when you're not home. But just know this, we will not give up until we find you. We love you, buddy.
I can't tell him that I love Sebastian. It makes me sick to hear people say that never met him.
We love you, buddy.
I tell him all the time, I don't love Sebastian. I love you in looking for Sebastian. But the people that keep saying they love somebody they never met, that's window dressing. You love Sebastian. We know that.
Right. I could, yeah. Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know, Tony, you saying you don't like people that say that they love Sebastian. I have said that and I got attacked for that by a hate crime.
You should
hater.
you shouldn't be
No,
attacked
I'm going
for
to
it.
say it's just, I shouldn't have said it that way. I should have said, I have a heart for Sebastian and my heart
Correct.
goes out for Sebastian.
Correct.
Maybe my choice of words were bad. So that hate creator, here you go. My choice of words were bad.
But you know, I've corrected members of our own team when they talk about how much they love Sebastian.
What is happening? I still ask myself that question on the daily. What the fuck is happening? What is happening? All right, did everybody take a little breaksy break? Refresh yourself with more frustration of how disgusting this group actually is and what they've been doing by using Sebastian's name to continue to play games and smear Sebastian's dignity over and over and over again. Beat him, swim camp. Swim cap. I fucking can't talk. Can we just throw it away? Just wait till we do the fucking scroll of the exhibits because we're still got that to do. We've already done like 10 of them, but we've probably got about 4,000 left. I don't fucking know. Thank you so much for being a member for 24 fucking months. Thank you. That's amazing. Can I just fucking say a tree fell and just do this? That's about, it makes more fucking sense. A tree fell. That makes more sense than what we're reading. Come on now. Oh, why do I do this to myself? Okay. More Reddit bullshit. Nick is worse than I thought from Reddit. I mean, hello, he needs to be stopped approximately prior to arrival. We don't give a fuck about Reddit. Nick the bullshitter. I mean, facts aren't defamation. This post continues a documented pattern of calls for Hat's parole officer to be contacted, reinforcing a narrative that he is dangerous and reckless. Well, you can come to your own conclusion about that, friends. The allegation that a video released by Hat endangered an elderly man appears to escalate concerns over his actions, potentially laying the groundwork for further legal consequences. My air conditioner just kicked on, sorry. Additionally, the discussion contrasts Hat's investigative work with that of Crabtree, presenting Crabtree as the only legitimate investigator in this case. I didn't even know he was an investigator. I just thought he was a fucking mess who runs around with a spirit box. For those of you that don't know, I'm sorry, I've never been a Crabtree fan. This aligns with prior exhibits documenting efforts to discredit, defame, and interfere with Hat's activities. Again, more Reddit fucking bullshit. Nick the bullshitter just got caught again. Then we got some more Reddit shit that is irrelevant. We got some posts, some random fucking posts unattributed to anybody. Makes a lot of sense. Then we got JLR. Business cards confirmed, defendant aligned to JLR. Affiliation with At Night Media and Original Media Group Corporation. The cards listed job titles, company affiliations, office location, and contact information. Zoomed in images of the business cards further confirmed Rich's affiliations and visibility of his contact details. Make it make sense. Like we give a fuck. In June 2020, an offer letter and confidentiality agreement confirmed defendant aligned JLR. Employment with Original Media Group Corporation. This agreement outlined formal terms and legal protections for the employer. JLR is not anything. Between June 6th and 7th, 2024, a confidential production itinerary from At Night Pictures, a division of At Night Group, documented internal scheduling and logistics for a streaming production, confirming defendant-aligned JLR's access to proprietary company information. So as of June 6th and 7th, they are claiming that JLR was still working with them. Between 2019 and 2023, At Night Media's official media kit listed JLR under the social and video category, reflecting professional involvement with the company's media portfolio. We're going back to 2020. Has nothing to do with defendants or plaintiffs for the majority. He was offered a 6-month employment guarantee and an annual salary of $24,000. Well, fucking the bank is broken with that $2,000 a month. Well, shit. Be nice, try it. Thank you for the support. Alma, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Be nice, try it. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the Cabana. You guys are amazing. I'm sorry I'm ruining your guys' brain cells alongside me. Yes, Pika is posting Granny's Legal Fund. If you have any extra, please support. Okay, let's carry on. We're getting there. We're getting somewhere. Maybe to the funny farm. Employment confirmation. We don't give a shit. I mean, $2,000 a month. Who can live? Oof. Oof. Hotel records in Valley Forge at the True Hilton. Yep. Doe 1 social media profile changing to a gun-themed image prompting a temporary security evacuation and staff avoidance of protocols. I mean, back from 2020, but they're asking for, this is their request for an emergency protection order, even though JLR and whoever this Doe 1 at this point in time, they've switched him up so many times. So is he Doe 1 or is he Doe JLR or is he, what the fuck is he? I don't even know. Somebody did something in 2020, but the defendants are being taken to court for emergency order of protection. That makes a lot of sense. More text exchange. We read through that last night. Oh, there's the sugar daddy. In July 2020, an employee of At Night Media LLC sent a message to plaintiff Hat expressing discomfort over alleged inappropriate conduct with the company, referencing a sugar daddy dynamic and stating the matter had previously been raised with another individual. Who's your daddy? Who's your baby? Who's your... which one's the daddy? Any guesses? Comment section. Who's the daddy? Who's the sugar daddy at night? Who are we guessing? Who's your daddy? Who's your baby? That song's going to be stuck in my fucking head all day. Alma, thank you so much for an additional 20 gifted memberships. Welcome to the Gamana. Shake, shake, shake. Shake the bushes. No, Rocky, 2020, though, Tony wasn't involved with any of these people. So is Nick the sugar daddy of JLR? Is JLR the sugar? No, it couldn't be JLR because he was only offered $24,000, and that's not even a sugar baby salary. That's not enough to get that's not even to get your whistle wet. That's not enough. I'm sorry, I ain't wetting no whistles for $24K. So Hong, oh, could it be Lesniak? No, you're good, Rocky. This is crazy. We read a few things that Michelle, but irrelevant. Just quotes from live streams that she did. Ooh, in 2020, Doe 1, then employed by At Night Media, referenced in a text message that police from the King of Persia area had responded to an incident involving his behavior, and it stated he was standing his ground. Later that summer, following a mutual departure from the company, Doe 1 engaged in a hostile message exchange, threatening to expose internal company data. Oh, no. March 8th, 2025, At Night Media LLC issued a formal data breach notification followed by a cybersecurity incident attributed to Does. Unnamed Does, just a lot of Does, not the deers, and named defendants. However, they have yet to be able to show any proof that they are anything to do with the two defendants. J for Justice. Jay asked. Oh, defendant aligned Doe J. Now we just got our Doe J. Doe J. I fucking can't take this shit seriously anymore. Then addressed plaintiff chasing crime, referenced a signed electronic exhibit, and discussed injunctive relief requested by plaintiffs, including content removal and financial reimbursement. Defendant Doje posted a YouTube live stream entitled Granny's Watching and Barbecue Anti-Slap Hearing Open Panel, during which allegations were raised regarding the unauthorized transmission of courtroom images during a Pennsylvania hearing. I can't even handle this shit. Defendant Granny Watching describes interactions with court security after the images were circulated. She stated all attendees were required to surrender their phones in reference to prior emails she received from plaintiff Julia. And you guys said the same thing, that they had to surrender their phones. Okay. Back to barbecue. Posted on X addressing allegations of misinformation, harassment, and doxing. She referenced legal commentary surrounding Bruce Castor and denied involvement in specific acts. Barbecue posting on X. Barbecue, all on X again. We'll look through these. More posts from X. More posts to X. Former co-host Tammy responded, "You are the one that bullies people to death." Defendant Barbecue operates an online merchandise store on barbecuelady.com featuring slogans associated with her online identity. Products include apparel and novelty items labeled Free Barbecue, Honeypots, and Armchair Detective Club. The term honeypots was previously associated with Defendant Barbecue's former group of online allies. The merchandise suggests a shift in branding and distancing from prior affiliations. White boy. Participants in the live chat discussed the legal proceedings, questioned the credibility of media coverage, and made speculative comments about the outcome. One user stated, "Let them keep digging that hole. Eventually, they will buy themselves." You mean bury themselves? White boy, barbecue, and a YouTube chat now. YouTube chat, barbecue in a YouTube chat. A Discord conversation. Barbecue's having an ongoing dispute with former allies and efforts to shift blame. Okay, white boy. On March 15th, 2025 at 10 p.m., a conversation in a separate forum involved, we don't know the forum, just a separate forum, involved discussion of Sebastian Rogers' disappearance and accusations of harassment. Participants questioned prior public statements made by Barbecue. Users in a public chat discussed financial irregularities and raised questions about mailbox-based business registrations tied to individuals involved in the case. A Discord conversation documented continued conflict between Barbecue and former associates. Nothing to do with plaintiffs. We already went down that rabbit hole of Ion. Well, shit. They got me again. I'm back. Bitch, I'm back. I told you guys I was praying for a tree to fall. It just so happened that it didn't fall. My computer just said, fuck. I'm calling Nick. So basically, you didn't miss anything. Hold on. A tree fell. Sorry. I fell out of my chair. My ass cheeks clapped together and cut the fucking internet. A duck crossed the roads. A scorpion cut the line. Kyle suing DeWalt because he hit himself with a hammer. A DeWalt hammer, to be exact. You want to see what's going on my floor right now? We're going back to it. We just got to take a mental health break. It's race day. It's race day. Can you tell? It is race day officially. It is a rainy, muddy mess in Seattle for the races. It will be a lot of sliding and muddiness. Kind of reminds me of this filing. They're saying, hi, Kyle. All right, hold on. We still have not decided on a name. We're thinking Hank the Tank. Kirby doesn't really fit him either, even though he eats everything in sight. But we're thinking Hank the Tank because this mofo is like a tank. He got so mad last night when I left yesterday that he went upstairs and put himself to bed in my bed. He was pouting the entire time, and then he figured out how to do the stairs because Bella taught him how to do the stairs. He is such a baby. All right, let's plug it in. Hank the Tank. It's better than Hank the Skank. Okay, back to bullshit. But do I have to? We're almost done. Emergency, nature, and harm. Here's where we perk up. Plaintiffs bring this motion under Delaware County Local Rule 206. Let me make it a little bit bigger for you guys. And Rule 208, which permit a rapid hearing where immediate harm is alleged. Similarly, Local Rule 1531 governs special relief and injunctions, especially non-emergency cases that suddenly demand urgent and judicial intervention. Yeah, okay. Here, plaintiff's detailed record reveals ongoing doxing, threats, and unauthorized courthouse recordings that create immediate and irreparable harm, far exceeding routine litigation. Under Pennsylvania law, irreparable harm is established when personal security, reputation, and privacy interests are placed in jeopardy. Defendants' online harassment, incitement to contact parole officers, and repeat disclosures of personal data are irreparable injuries because no subsequent monetary award and privacy mitigate personal risk once doxed. Insert World Media's public attachment to their website of the first exhibits that have his parole contract and also all of the plaintiffs' personal full names, addresses, and so on. Further, by filming inside the courthouse without authorization, defendants violate Pennsylvania Rule of Judicial Administration 1910 and the Delaware County rules protecting the sanctity of judicial proceedings. Such conduct undermines the solemnity and decorum of court proceedings and chills plaintiffs' willingness to appear safely. They're cold. She's a cold-hearted snake. Once private information on or in court footage is disseminated, it becomes impossible to reclaim. Courts routinely hold that where damage to privacy and personal security is imminent, injunctive relief is the only adequate remedy. Plaintiffs cannot be made whole after widespread publication of addresses, personal backgrounds, or humiliating images. Therefore, immediate injunctive relief is essential. Enjoining defendants from further unauthorized recording or doxing imposes no unlawful restraint on legitimate free speech. Rather, it preserves court integrity, ensures the safety of litigants, and upholds local rules prohibiting unauthorized filming. The greater harm lies in denying relief and permitting continued threats, reputational harm, and immediate intimidation of plaintiffs and potential witnesses. Moreover, the public interest is served by maintaining orderly judicial proceedings and safeguarding litigants. Delaware County's local rules on emergent petitions exist precisely to address such immediate threats of irreparable harm. Legal authority. Pennsylvania law is clear. Where the threatened harm cannot be repaired by monetary relief, injunctive relief is the only suitable remedy. Doxing, unauthorized video and photography, and false narratives degrade plaintiffs' security and reputations in ways no money judgment can restore. They've done that to themselves. Immediate relief is necessary to prevent further exasperation of these harms. Standards under PARCIV P 1531. Pennsylvania Rule of Civil Procedure 1531 authorized courts to grant preliminary or special injunctions upon a clear showing of the following factors: immediate or irreparable harm not compensable by damages. Greater injury will occur from denying the injunction than from granting it. Likelihood of success on the merits of the underlying claims. Oh, yeah. The injunction will restore the parties to the status quo as it existed before the challenged conduct, meaning the previously doxed plaintiffs and all of their information by At Night Media and said plaintiffs by publicly publishing on their public website. Say that 15 times fast. All of their exhibits previously. The public interest will be served by granting the injunction. These equitable criteria provide a rigorous framework ensuring that injunctive relief is reserved for truly urgent and damaging scenarios. Plaintiffs meet each element in the present matter. Irreparable harm, as discussed in detail above, the threats, doxing, unauthorized court recordings, and intimidation cannot be remedied through a latter award of monetary damages once personal information is widely circulated online or once private footage from a courtroom proceedings is live streamed. Neither the footage nor the exposure can be unseen or retracted. Kind of like when Nick doxed Granny's entire family on X. Wonder why that was included. If we're talking about the litigants, wouldn't that classify when Nick doxed Granny and her entire family, basically, and then proceeded to be disseminated by their security chat leader, Serpentine Belt, Mr. CJ? Pennsylvania courts have recognized that such privacy invasions and threats to safety constitute irreparable harm. Plaintiff's safety, privacy, and reputational interests are unequivocally vulnerable in this digital age where any leak or threat can be multiplied instantly across social media. Plaintiffs face severe harm if the court declines to act, namely ongoing doxing, harassment, and the distribution of sensitive data and unauthorized courthouse footage. In contrast, defendants experience minimal harm if ordered merely to cease unlawful conduct, stop publicizing or threatening plaintiffs, and refrain from filming court proceedings. Courts consistently find that prohibiting illegal or harassing acts imposes no undue burden on a defendant. Indeed, defendants have no legitimate right to broadcast private information or illegally film proceedings. Thus, the equities tilt decidedly towards the protecting plaintiffs from ongoing irreparable harm. Plaintiffs' underlying claims include invasions of privacy, civil conspiracy, and potential violations of Pennsylvania law prohibiting unauthorized recording of court proceedings. Further, the doxing and intimidation tactics described appear aimed at obstructing plaintiffs' participation in these proceedings, a pattern that underscores plaintiffs' likelihood of prevailing. Courts have recognized doxing, harassment, and unauthorized digital publication as an actionable conduct, coupled with Delco Loco Rule 1531, which parallels Rule 1531A. Plaintiffs' claims are strongly supported by factual and legal authority. They need only demonstrate enough of a prima facie case to satisfy the likelihood of success prong at the preliminary stage. The status quo and the condition that existed before defendants began disseminating personal information, streaming alleged courtroom footage, and inciting harassment is one where plaintiffs could safely litigate without fear of doxing or intimidation. And An injunction simply reestablishes this environment by halting defendants' ongoing harmful conduct. So it basically, what you're saying is you want to be able to go on ahead and dox the plaintiffs yourself on your public website, because that was all you by posting the exhibits and filing this public filing, claiming RICO and racketeering allegations. But sure, okay. Carry on. Courts typically view status quo as a last peaceful, non-torturous condition. Here, that condition existed prior to the public broadcast of plaintiffs' personal data and unauthorized in-court images, conduct which contravenes local court rules and establishes norms of litigation. So are we talking prior to September 16th, when you guys started making crazy filings and sending cease and desist out to people? Is that what we're talking about? Protecting litigants from threats, doxing, and unauthorized courtroom filming furthers the public interest by safeguarding the integrity of the courts and ensuring fair proceedings. The continued intimidation of plaintiffs undermines, holy shit, my head hurts, undermines public confidence in the judicial process and may deter other litigants or witnesses from coming forward. Enjoining defendants from unlawful acts upholds the rule of law and promotes a balanced forum where the merits of the case can be determined without extrajudicial interference. Prayer for relief. Wherefore, plaintiffs pray that, amen, that this honorable court granted the request injunctive relief to schedule an immediate emergency hearing to address the alleged unauthorized recording, distribution, doxing, and setting a return date as soon as possible. Grant emergency injunctive relief enjoining defendants and any persons acting in concert with them from engaging in any further doxing, unauthorized recording, broadcasting, or dissemination of court proceedings. Protect plaintiffs' personal safety and reputations by prohibiting any public exposure of plaintiffs' personal information and ensuring swift removal of all unlawful or threatening content as outlined in the proposed order. Maintain jurisdiction to address any future violations or related issues that may arise to the case as the case proceeds, and grant such other and further relief as the court deems just and proper under the circumstances. Respectfully submitted, yours truly, Mr. Hairpiece Missing Fool himself, Mr. Attorney Joseph Lesniak, aka Toupee Slip. All right. Poof, Donata Fida. And then we've got the verifications here. These are docu-signed. I, Dwayne Lee Chapman, verify that the assertions contained in the proceedings, plaintiff's emergency motion for protective order, and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing are accurate and truthful to the best of my knowledge, information, and belief. I understand these facts are verified subject to the penalties for unsworn falsification to the authorities. Dog signed it and initialed it. Hong signed it and initialed it. Is his signature 4X? Bro, is that what size shirt you wear? Why do you use 4X as your signature? Seth Rogers signed and initialed. Tony Mathis signed and initialed or scribbled. Nick the Hat signed and initialed. Bullhorn Betty signed and initialed. Chase and Crime signed and initialed. Julia Valente signed and initialed. BJ signed and signed. She must not know what her initials are, or she doesn't like going by BNJ. And there we go. Lesniak, Esquire, verified that this filing complies with the provisions of the Case Records Public Access Policy of the Unified Judicial System of Pennsylvania that require filing confidential information and documents differently than non-confidential information and documents. Ooh, I got something coming up for you guys. And then here is the certificate of service from Mr. Lesniak to all of the attorneys mentioned and SF, because he was not a defendant. He was a non-party opposer who is now a neutral party. But in honor of that, let's go to the fun. Let's go fun. Let's go shopping. All right, let's start here. Batter up. Here we go. I'll zoom it in. Much of them. Did you see dogs too? Did you see that DocuSign of dogs? Anybody could have made that. And what's crazy is the way that the documents are laid out, if you ask me. Again, is that what they are actually signing, or did they take their signatures from the previous things that they signed and initialed and threw them on there? All right. Attention, please. This might get your ears perked up a little bit. This is a confidential information form, case records public access policy of the Unified Judicial System of Pennsylvania. What he was talking about there. This is at night media. Sorry, I gotta get out of the wind. With versus Barbecue Lady. This form is associated with a pleading titled Declaration of Alexander at Night, January 16th, 2025. And then we've got, this form is confidential. Additional pages attached. 290 total pages are attached to this filing. It's not signed. Notice that first and foremost, there is no signature. It is filled out, but not signed. Then we're going to go on to all of this. Here we go. This is supposedly filed under seal. Ooh, I love this so much. These guys are idiots. Okay, ready? Don't blink. Now, keep your eyes focused on the screen, right? 1 black box, 2 black boxes, 3 black boxes, 4, 5 black boxes, 6. And out the door we go. Oh, Exhibit A. Black box, black box, black box. Exhibit B, another black box. What do you think Exhibit C is going to be? Anyone want to guess? More black boxes. Exhibit D, still the same. E, still the same. Ooh, so Exhibit H, Exhibit E, H. Black box, black box, black box. So, what the fuck is this shit? Oh my God. So they just took a fucking marker across the page and we're like, yeah, this works. This fucking works. We're going to put a sealed form in here and we're just going to call it a day. So we've got 200 plus pages of blackout. That's what we got here. That's what we got. Hope for Snoopy. I mean, the anti-slap is supposed to stop this. Hope for Snoopy. Thank you for being a member for 26 fucking months. That's amazing. Thank you, Hope. Sama, thank you for being a member for 16 months. You've been here a long ass time too. Am, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. You guys, welcome to the cabana. Shake those bushes. Shake, rattle, and roll. Now you see why they're triggered bitches and why they keep coming for my neck? Well, this is why. Because we keep making them look like they're public fools that they fucking are. This is why they keep coming for me because, oh my God, this is the most, this is included in the need for an emergency protection order. Jenny's Chaos and Crime. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. This is not an exhibit. This is an exhibit. This is what they're calling is an exhibit. This is in their precipice that they filed. This is one of the 18, and this is what they entered for exhibits. I'm not even joking right now. They also, though, alongside that, in their exhibits, they added the amended filing to the exhibits. Why do you think the E's aren't going over this? Why do you think none of the plaintiffs are going over this? Why do you think BJ is so fucking pissed that I'm going over this publicly? Because it makes them look like the fucking fools there are. Trust me, Judge, there's something under that black box. Exactly, Audacity. Look at this. I'm showing you right before your eyes. Here, let me back it up so you guys can see. These are just blacked out pages. $166, 67, 69, 70. I mean, I wonder who made these. They're genius. Genius level. I'm positive that this right here is what got them added to the Mensa. They are definitely Mensa members. Oh, looky, looky, looky. 293 pages of... Oh, we saw... Oh! Exhibit K. Can you fucking imagine? This poor judge. Exhibit L. LM. Do we have an N? Do we get an O? P? QRX? Are we ending out with P? Can you only go to P? We can only go to P. They forgot the alphabet afterwards. Don't fuck with them. They forgot the rest of the alphabet. This is great. Nurse True, were you gifted a membership over here and saying that I'm illiterate? What am I supposed to be reading of the black box? Can you help us out here? I don't know if you're talking to me being illiterate. I don't know. How am I supposed to read a black box? Can you help me out? Because all I'm hearing is correction. I'm not your father. How do you read a black box? Does it sound something like this? Just asking for me. I mean, I would rather look at this than a black box. But does it sound something like this? Is that what it sounds like? I'm not sure how you can be literate and
Go ahead. Make my day.
Make my day. Go ahead. All right, let's go on to see what next we can find. What else can we find? What you think? What you think we're gonna find next? Let's see. Oh no, did she spell illiterate wrong? Audacity. I don't even know. What the fuck, people? Oh, let's read this. Let's see. What do we got here? Exhibit 447. Redacted. Yes, but I haven't heard of anyone actually getting a tracking number. Oh, this is about barbecues merch. Okay, has nothing to do with their need for a protection order. Again, Discord pages. Also private charcuterie class was supposed to be offer 2 classes dates and only 1 was offered. Oh, charcuterie boards. Charcuterie boards. Who needs a coochie board? You need to learn how to make a coochie board? I can teach you how to make a coochie board. It's really easy. Another coochie board. Somebody paying somebody. And we're off to the races. And again, stuff that doesn't matter. Here's the exhibits to back up that filing we read. More Discord shit that has nothing to do with anything. Okay, I'm waiting. More Discord shit that has nothing to do with nothing. Oh, barbecue's picture. Oh, raising my hand. A meme chopped off. More. Oh, we got a sticky note. That's it. This is the important one right here. Hoofda. That's it. They scanned in Exhibit 471 with the pink sticky note. Somebody fucked up on there. They forgot which one they were on. Oh. Body. Body made the picture. Screenshots of queen bees with highlighted barbecue chats. More Discord. People saying good morning. Barbecue showing receipts of blip boards. And we're done with that one. All right. Maybe it's this one. It's got to be this one. This has got to be the one where it's got the breaking, threatening. Oh, no. Twitter post. White boy. Barbecue. And most of these are dupes. We've already seen. White boy barbecue. Harley, you made it. Chantel, you're famous. Noob. S. Davids. Barbecue lady. These are all publicly available tweets. Oh, and the merch store. And more merch. Oh, that's threatening. Definitely need a restraining order for merch. Definitely. Holy shit, she's got a lot of merch. White boy. All right, what's next? Oh, we got 9 more pages. It's got to be in here. Beautiful sunflower. Barbecue saying seems like they have no life. Beautiful sunflower. KT, barbecue lady. Oh, and 485 is just a page. LFT, Decipher made it. Did you guys see that? You guys are Deux. All right, maybe it's this one. Oh, we already went through this one actually last night. We don't need to go through this again. Oh, thank God. I went through and added a bunch of these up today. No wonder why my computer hates me. So this one's got 252 pages. We went through this last night. I remember that meme right there by White Boy. So we've already seen that one. Let's see. This is 478 pages. Reddit. That's Reddit. Xpost. JLR. Yep, we've already seen this one too. We went through that last night. This is 23 pages. White Boy Clue. We already went through this one. Maybe it's this one. This is 172 pages. Nope, we've already seen all this too. Oh, that's it. This Mr. Red Pills. This has got to be it. This is no, still not there. Oh, yep, we've already went through all this too. SF tweets, all the tweets. 172 pages of tweets. Oh, and we've got 322 pages of tweets. And we're off. We went through all this last night. Oh, 953 pages of transcripts from live streams that you can still find publicly available on YouTube. 1,443 pages of more transcripts, which the live streams still exist on YouTube. 40 pages of Discord chats. Okay, not going to give a shit today, tomorrow, or any other day. 154 pages of tweets. Blame it on the alcohol or the Ambien. 240 pages. More tweets. We went through these last night because I remember the CIA pizza we deliver to Evil Secret Island. Are we an evil secret island? We're not secret, though. More tweets. More tweets by SF. A map. Ooh, that's writing. Ooh. Sure, Jan. 171 pages. 160 pages. Ethan. White boy. White boy. Bandage for your hurt fifis. Oh, laughing face. Oh, Betty, the bedster. Somebody with a lie sign. Breaking chains. Julie. Julie, call your publisher. They still got, or your attorney. They still got you in here. Ooh, that's it. That's right there. That's the screen capture. That's all. We've got 1,983 exhibits, which we've already gone through. And these are all transcripts of publicly available YouTube live streams. And to finish out, we've got 322 pages of more screenshots of tweets that have nothing to do with majority of the plaintiffs and or the defendants. Yes, these are a lot of barbecues tweets, but you can go through them yourself individually. They are publicly available on the court website, and you can determine if there's anything in here that even remotely, oh, well there. Hello, my little friends. That looks like, is this the Sugar Daddy by White Boy? White Boy. How dare you? Oh. Oh. Oops. So there's that. Oh. That's got to be it. That's got to be the identifying tire. Bueller. FBI. Elmo. Uh-huh. All right. So what have we learned today? And that's what you have. So these are the exhibits that they have thrown in here to establish their need for an emergency order of protection. And just to remind everybody who is a part of this, let me just go back up here because I want to make sure everybody knows very, very well that these people are stating that this is true and factual, and they are taking part in wasting the court's time to further harm victims and their families by wasting the court's time requesting an emergency order of protection. They're so out of order, Am. They're all so out of order. I mean, they just... Any questions, anything else you guys want to go over? Because that's everything. NJ, usually redacted documents don't look like that, no. In my experience, I've never seen something like that. They could be redacted, but again, if they are sealed documents, if that is an under seal, there would be an order and there would be notice to the defense attorneys that there are documents under seal. Now, again, the judge declined, so we need to parse this out a little bit. They are trying to throw all of these exhibits in with this protection order, but when it comes to the anti-SLAPP, the judge refused to take exhibits to provide a continuance. She is making her decision, and I think she has until April 17th to do so on the anti-SLAPP. But until the anti-SLAPP is ruled on, there's nothing moving with the RICO filing. So these exhibits are all in regards to the emergency order for protection. Oh, I love that, Am. Am made the filing. Did you guys know that? I don't know, Angel. I'm not sure on that copy and prohibited thing. I'm not sure. Yeah, that's weird to me that they would. I don't know what they had them convinced of. It would be interesting to know what the supposed exclusive was supposed to be. I'm assuming it was with dog. No, yeah, this is not typical redacting at all. Yeah, that's exactly. Anna, do you know which? Oh gosh, 236. Oh man, you're asking for a lot. Let me see if I can even. They're so fucking out of order. 400s, 435, 358. Let me look and see if I can potentially 151. Let's see. 153, 30 pages in. Oh my God. 158. Let me look. I'm looking through. Let's see. Do you know what grouping they're in, Anna? Batch 1. Oh, fuck. You guys are asking for a lot here. That's transcripts. That's transcripts. Oh, this is a mess. 444. 52. 51. 201 here. It's probably this one. Give me a second. 206. Let me look. I'm yawning now because this just wiped every brain cell I had, and I'm just over here mumbling 214. Yeah, this is gonna be the one. 224, 226, 227, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. We're coming up on it. 236. Gotcha. I gotcha. Let me literally draw you a picture. Okay. Cryptic. Those cryptic posts. Those cryptic ass posts. This is wild. Yeah, how is that cryptic? I'm not really sure. But this is your proud plaintiffs. I don't know what would be cryptic about that. Good night, Sama. Pika, this is why they're pissed. This is why they're so fucking pissed that I will go over this. This is why this one over here is so pissed right here about what I'm reviewing. Extremely concerning. And if Yada was a part of that, that's a big piece too.
Yeah, that threw me off when that was mentioned. So I'm like, wait a minute, where's Yada or Yada, whatever her name is, where's that coming from? And what is all of this? I will say I did notice that despite them writing declarations, they weren't named plaintiffs. And then when I pointed out they weren't named plaintiffs and we all gave them credit for being smart enough to run, right, sorry. They then turned around and were saying that they were still plaintiffs. And I'm like, well, but you're not recognized as plaintiffs, so I don't know. And I don't know who wrote the declarations, but you lied in it. I mean,
Absolutely. And supposedly they find them. So that's, did they believe? Were they told?
You got to ask yourself this question. Why is this woman who has absolutely nothing at all to do with anything? She has no affiliation with anything. Why is she inserting herself into this so badly? Why nonsense? Why do you want to be a part of this so bad? I mean, I really want you guys to rack your brain and give me your ideas. I really want to know, what do you believe makes her want to put her hand in the cookie jar so badly? Most people would take off running from a damn lawsuit injunction.
BJ, are you so salty that you have begged and pleaded them to include me and they refuse to do so because I stick to your guys' words and the bullshit that you do? Does it just chap your ass? I mean, your ass might be chapped from sticking your finger in it, trying to figure out how to wipe with nails on, considering you just went and put nails on because you want to wear my skin. But just asking for me, is your ass chapped?
What is she doing? I think a big part's relevancy. I see a lot of you are saying money. She's addicted. Look at what Revisal says. She's addicted to drama, being angry, and high blood pressure.
I mean, you guys brought the drama. I'm just reviewing it.
I concur. Touche. All I know is say, bless their hearts, right, Ivy League? Yeah, yes, Blue October. What is she nonsense? Why is she, inserting herself within this case the way that she is? Why are we watching anything to do with GW? I'm not watching anything to do with GW, Regina. I'm watching.
Meanwhile, GW was on panel with me of what they reviewed.
Nonsense. GW is besides my point. I'm watching something to do with nonsense because.
Meanwhile, she's asking the court for an emergency order of protection against Granny.
Because she's a psycho and she's stalking me.
Yeah, things that will never happen for $1 million.
And I have found out within this video why she's stalking me. And she won't let things go.
Oh. But looky here. Look at this. Look who's going over the filing, trying to sell a story. Look at this. You can't make this up. Yes, she did, Angel. She showed her nails the other day. She showed her face so she could show her nails. She did. Her and her chat begged them to include me, Amy. Yep, when it first came out back in October, they were like, oh, nonsense, it's going to be added, isn't she? Like, they were fucking going, hoping. Oh, Hartley's clips have been exceptional lately, like literally exceptional. She comes with the best. That's why I had to. Did you guys see my thumbnail where it looks like the gavel is being flung on BJ's butt? I just figured something might need to clap those ass cheeks because it sure as hell hasn't been Craig clapping those ass cheeks. So it might be the gavel. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I say thank you. Thank you to you. But look at this. Look who's reviewing it. Let's listen in for a minute.
That I had received, as well as the landfill search that Sumner County had indeed found something and learned something. And we also remembered that they went exactly where the Proudfoot's trash goes. And not
for any of you that don't know who this is Crime Time Buzz. J with the E.
Only that. It was not day
the LMNOPQ.
Day 10 when they went to the landfill. They went to the landfill search the very day it was taken to the Kentucky landfill and dropped in that cell. Remember, I called and they do have cells where they go in, and then as soon as the
yes, Akira, Breaking Chains. I actually watched it as it premiered last night. Excellent videos as always. She's great.
Waste is put in high up.
Unless she did one today. I haven't looked and seen today.
As soon as the waste is put in, they start crushing and moving it and crushing and moving it. So they found something there because they said that they were going to reassess what they found and learned to determine if they needed to go back. So welcome in, everybody. It is so good to see you. I've missed you. I am now officially on spring break and pretty much almost to the end of my school year. So hello. Hello, Elza, Mari Kari Cami, Caroline Miller, Wanda, Bubbly Beth, Maria, good to see you. Robin, hello. Bobby Brutzman, Becky Laux. Hi, Panda Bear's mom again. Hello, SI officer. You're going to be listening and resting. Okay. Well, we're glad you're with us. Hope everyone's enjoying the beginning of their weekend. Don't forget that the father of Sebastian Rogers, Seth Rogers, will be on his channel this evening. It is 8 p.m. Eastern, I believe, because it's 5 p.m. my time. And I'm going to head over there. So we're going to go over this emergency hearing filing. And then we're going to go to Seth's. Okay. So tomorrow we'll pick it up. It's going to be several parts. Remember the first one that came out? It took us like hours and hours and hours that weekend. That's probably what's going to happen. So we can go through everything. I want to tell you that this was sent to me Friday the 21st in the afternoon. And obviously I was not in a position to be able to release it right away to you. So I thank Mr. and Mrs. E for jumping right on that and doing so. And we are now going to go over it. And I believe, and an emergency hearing has been granted, or there is going to be an emergency hearing. So I'm glad to hear that.
There's no proof, and they have not been granted an emergency hearing. Babe, shut that off and turn it back on. Your audio's fucked up. You're almost asleep, and your audio's all messed up. Poor Kyle's so tired. He sat down on the couch to watch his race, and he's pulling a BJ. He's nodding off.
I'm glad to hear that things are being taken.
When's the date? This is also the one who started the rumors about the grand jury bullshit that they all ran with. When in reality, there's nothing about that.
Seriously, because search for this young, wonderful man who deserves to be found has had so many people throwing things in the way. And I hope this helps put that to rest a little bit. And may everyone remember, we're not here for ourselves. We are here for Sebastian and Seth Rogers. Seth is leading this cause. Seth is leading Sebastian's army. Okay, and we need to remember.
And once again, they all are admitting that they are knowingly exploiting and amplifying that he's leading this charge. Seth is in charge. Sure.
For that, I've had a couple conversations, one particular person, and I'm not going to say names, and we were having a conversation and I realized we were not very much the same aligned, because when someone tells me that they're not here for Seth, I can't understand that, because Seth is the one looking for his child.
Because it should be about Sebastian, and she's referencing Julie Skolnick right here. They all have to pull their support publicly of Julie.
So remember, let's keep the drama out, keep the focus on Sebastian, keep the focus on everyone. Hey, Prayer Warrior. Hi, Triggered. True Crime with Sweet Melissa, Nicey Marie, all my mods, thank you for being here. Brenda Sue. I shared in my members only. Thank you, Caroline. I shared in my members only this morning the police report that I had received from Oregon about the sighting of the Proudfoots at Ford's Pond. We went over that as a reminder. Also, just kind of remember, in Elevated Truth, I believe it was, that
there's been zero proof that the Proudfoots were ever in Oregon or spotted at Ford's Pond. That's another anonymous bullshit post that she tried running with, that a police report was made, yada, yada, yada. There's nothing that's ever came of it, but carry on.
CP said, well, we didn't go on any vacations. Well, okay. After this sighting came out, which, by the way, it was sent to Hendersonville PD. Lots going on with Hendersonville PD, right? Concerning this case, if you think about it. A lot, but not a lot, right? Not connected. It's not their jurisdiction, but a lot going on with Hendersonville PD. So hi, Mary Harris. Hello, Gian Valinga, D. White, Audrey's Journey. I'm not saying hello to you personally. Please know I am grateful you have chosen to come in and spend your Saturday with me. I'm honored. Hello, 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 Ms. Lulu. Everyone who is in here, I appreciate you being here so much. Hi, Christina. Shirley H. Michelle Lee. How you doing, Michelle? Good to see you. So we are going to be discussing this filing. I'm glad it has been done. I'm not glad it had to be done. I don't think in any missing child's case there should be any fighting, separation. We should all be keeping the focus on one thing: finding Sebastian Rogers. It's not about us. It's not about how we feel. It's about doing the right thing for this family and this father and this child and all his loved ones and everyone searching. So there has been an emergency hearing, or emergency filing, motion filed for relief. As we know, that's what the RICO had originally been about in the injunction, and it's going to continue, and it's added some different names to it. We have a different name.
Has nothing. This is a completely separate situation and completely different filing. Nothing to do with the actual RICO. It's still the same two defendants that they are requesting an emergency protection order against. However, this is completely separate from the RICO filing. This is a different filing with exhibits completely separate, and it is nothing to do with the anti-SLAPP. Again, there has been no emergency hearing granted whatsoever. Just because the documents have been accepted by the court to add to the file does not mean that they have been approved, let alone a judge has even seen them or gotten through them or set a date. All of that is factually incorrect.
Name to it, which I find very interesting. I think you all do. It has, since this has come out, a lot has gone down with that individual, and I don't want to get into that here because I want to keep this focused on what is the purpose of this document. Because when people do things like that has been done on X lately from that individual and all this malarkey going on, they want you not to look at this document, and we're going to look at it. Okay. So thank you all.
No, I really hope you do look at the whole thing, and I hope you pull the exhibits too.
So much for being here.
Because there's no way you can sell this.
And we're just going to go for a little while. Until we'll go for a little while because we need to go over to Seth's tonight. I really want to be there to support him. I hope you'll all follow me over there. So we're going to go ahead and get started, but I want to answer Justice for Kylo's question. Does anyone know if Seth moved for any type of custody, even though Sebastian is missing when he is found? Does anyone know if he has secured Sebastian's return to him? I do not. That is a very good question, but I do not. I can assure you, in my mind, I can't assure you. I'm not speaking for Seth. What I can.
God, this woman, seriously, this clip is for her. Like, she is dumb. This scares me that she is an educator that has access to children.
I'm getting too old for this shit.
Or this one.
Welcome to the shit show. Every single day, a new flavor of fuckery. Cause everybody's such, you see, and they're dumber than a bag of.
That was made by our beautiful, lovely Duchess.
Can tell you is there will be, if it were me, there would be numerous lawsuits and civil suits flying. Okay, numerous.
Oh, would there be, Miss J with an E? I can't wait till you're slapped with one because you have been one of the biggest misrepresentations, falsehoods, bullshit promoters of all. Keep yourself talking.
So for
keep accusing people of doing things that you have no proof of, but you continue to falsify information and say so.
First of all, CPS for not contacting the biological father. I don't care if they're told, they're supposed to pull a birth certificate. So there's a lot going on there that heads are going to roll. And, you know, we've talked about they didn't need a RICO. Everyone was making fun of the RICO getting turned down and all this going on. And I kept saying, you don't need a RICO. Criminal acts are criminal acts, and they're all on the internet right now. And when we take this to trial for justice for Sebastian, all of the idiocy is going to be exposed. Right? So I understand some people have come to their senses. And
when we take this to trial for justice for Sebastian, you heard what she just said, right? Yeah. Carry on, Jay.
And that's all I'm going to say. But the idiocy will be exposed. And we're going to leave it at that. We're going to go ahead and get to this. Please be careful, Mini Panthers, while you drive. Everyone driving and listening, please be careful. Hi, Tori Banks. Hello, Brenda Sue. Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers. Texas Life, Julie. Hello. Welcome in, everyone. If I have not personally welcomed you, I am so thankful. Hey, Show Poodles, Lori Stewart, Mary Harris. So thankful you are all here. And we are going to continue to be here. And I hope you'll continue on this journey of Sebastian's army because we are not giving up. There's justice to be had and Sebastian to be located. We know that. Yeah, Rico, your way over to that like button. Love it, Mini Panthers. Love it. And we know that and we knew when At Night had put out that the investigation, there's no proof that Sebastian is no longer with us. We know that. The last thing we have is proof of life, okay, from leaving the Texas Roadhouse. However, when you have a missing person, you have to have two types of investigations going on. One where you're searching for a person who is alive and one where you're searching for a person who is not, because they are two different places, right? Think about that. Different areas you'd search, different things that would happen. So that happens. And that is going on. And we're going to keep faith. Statistically, I think we all know where the statistics lie, but Sebastian, he's more than a statistic and there are miracles, but we have to be realistic, right? Some of you have been asking about the charges. Will there be charges? What will the charges?
You notice how in those exhibits and in those documents, they mentioned that somebody accused Tyler Feller of trafficking. That would be Crime Time Buzz right here on your screen. Crime Time Buzz is the one who concocted the entire story about the Secret Service on the way to Tennessee. And then she concocted the whole story about Tyler Feller being a local pastor in the area, being involved in human trafficking and his church. She also made a big stink about helicopters flying over the neighborhood. Oh my God, there's a helicopter. This woman has been dangerous and disgusting all along. And if she is an educator, what a shame.
Just I can only speculate for you. I can't comment specifically. I won't comment specifically, but I will speculate with you that I am hoping and praying that there I know they have a mountain of evidence. Let's put it that way. Hi, Lady Roses and Dancing Queen. They have a mountain of evidence. Okay. And what we're going to just hope and pray is that that evidence comes forth, whether it's circumstantial, whether it's physical, and it becomes enough to get justice for Sebastian as well as locate Sebastian. You know, I feel
Audacity. She does. She does.
the one person that, okay, not the one person. I feel that things could happen. I'm not the law enforcement here. It's easy for me to sit back here and say, hey, you could arrest CP for abuse. You could arrest CP for neglect. You could arrest KP for neglect. You could arrest, you know, them for abandonment, basically, in my opinion. There's things that could be done, right? And we could sit here and we could go through them because we've listened for 13 months. We've seen what we haven't seen and we've seen what we have seen, right? And so we could go through and we could say that, but we don't know. So what we are counting on, and Sumner County is saying they have and have shown mountains of evidence. They have this evidence. And what we need to believe is that that evidence will take this to trial for justice for Sebastian, regardless of whom it is, regardless of their standing in the community, regardless of anything, because the center on, they knew Sebastian did not walk out, did not run away, and did not leave on his own. So there needs to be justice.
Meanwhile, we don't know any of that to be factual whatsoever. Sebastian's still missing. And if they know all those things, here we are.
Okay, welcome in everyone. Hi, Rosa. Don't forget, join up if you want to.
Hey,
We have a
guys.
great time on our members' lives. Today we did a lot of remembering of some things and reminders, but things I had forgotten. One thing I had never caught. Really interesting. We have great
He's the one that continues to imply and tell everybody that there's a grand jury that's being convened.
Conversations, just like we're about to today. So this is about Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He was reported missing February 26, 2024. Sebastian has been missing. Sorry, let me turn my phone off. For a year, 1 month, and 5 days since he was last seen. No, 5 days, is it? 3 days since he was last seen. 1 year, 1 month.
This woman is, I'll say it, flat out dangerous. She's flat out dangerous. She misrepresents and falsifies so much information. The clickbait titles. She is saying that there's a court date set. No more lies. She's fucking insane. She'll, once again, I'm sure, say it's federal too.
In 3 days since Sebastian was last seen, leaving the Texas Roadhouse with his mother, KP.
You'll understand when you like sit back and watch all the people that are on the green team. There's certain ones that are told or allowed to like cover this filing, right? Because they are storytellers. So they are better at spinning a story. Like BJ, they would never allow BJ to publicly cover this. Like they will not allow her to touch the exhibits or this document. She uses the guise of, I can't talk about it, I'm a plaintiff kind of thing. No, it's because she's a fucking ignorant buffoon that can't sell a story. This one will try to spin and twist and make something out of this. And that's why Crime Time Buzz and Justin Spanky are the two that are usually fed the information to put out so they can spin stories alongside the E's. Crime Time Buzz, Spanky, and the E's, none of them are plaintiffs, but they are the ones that spin the stories for the plaintiffs.
We call her KP here, and he has not been seen since. According to the person who was last with him, his mother, KP, they went home. She was the last person in the home with him. They locked all doors. There was no sign of breaking and entry, and all doors were locked when she awakened in the morning and Sebastian was gone. The original statement and narrative being he walked out in the middle of the night barefoot, but did happen to have a little fidget flashlight in his hand. No coat, no phone, no switch, from a boy who plays chess. He's a planner. He's a strategizer. It's now been admitted to us that he was misrepresented in the beginning. And I'm so mad about that because it doesn't take a year to open your mouth and get on the media and say, I made a mistake and misrepresented my son. He is very verbal. He's very capable. He can do this. He can do that. Medicine is
no more lies. I hope she continues to come after me because all it's doing is driving people to come see what they're actually doing and how she is being a part of weaponizing the court to ask for emergency protection orders. Keep coming after me. I bet you won't review any of this shit, will you, BJ? Because you're a scared chicken shit bitch. I'm just going to say it. You won't review any of this stuff because you don't want to see people what you are actually doing under the name of a missing child while using a missing child to go after Granny for a personal vendetta. And you're looking like the buffoon you are because not one thing in that has a damn thing that Granny has done to you or any of the other plaintiffs. All of those public live streams are publicly available. Good luck. And when this is over, you're going to have the days and the months and the years to come. I can't wait for it for all of you. All 10 of you, not just BJ. All 10 of you.
It's not life or death. Who the heck waits a year and then wants a brownie pin for it? A brownie pin. How about you done that a year ago? That stuff's so irritating. I'm so glad you're here, Marion. That's the kind of stuff Hi, Frank. All is well. I'm on break now. That's the kind of stuff that really torques me, is when a mother is claiming to care and lets something that they misrepresented in the rush to get it to the media. Well, there was no rush out of her for 11 months. We didn't hear from her barely at all, but yet she waited to correct that. So anyone looking had a wrong perception of the child they were looking for. Thank goodness for Seth Rogers, because he has told us about Sebastian. We've heard about Sebastian. He shared special photos with us about Sebastian. After he's been doing it, now they're doing it a little bit. Thank goodness. But theirs are much younger.
He's
Okay,
icing, you
but let's go
guys.
on. Let's continue. We are going there. I agree. There should be no immunity. But here's what I was just getting at. So in my
All your little mamas and other caregivers in here, your grandmas, your mothers, your aunties, your other wives are in here making sure that you're icing your hands. They're worried about you. He's icing. You guys are always so cute checking on him. Clone him? I would if I could. Angel, but I will tell you something about clones because I know a little bit about cloned cattle. The clone is usually the one that doesn't have any brains. So you might get a replica look like, but they're just stupid as hell. Like they're an empty vessel usually that are dumber than a box of rocks. So you might get Kyle, like the look of Kyle, but with the Encino Man. Do you guys remember that show, Encino Man?
Kind of look like him too.
You kind of do, but you would get that personality. It would be the Encino Man personality of Kyle. You kind of do have that personality sometimes, though, too. It worked. You're my yin to my yang. That works for you. They said, I don't care. We just want the looks. We can put a fucking muzzle on his mouth. Yeah. No more lies. This is so fucking crazy. Yeah, he is a good man. He absolutely is a good man. This is not criminal. This is, yeah, you mean, you guys can see what they're doing. It's very obvious.
My opinion, if they would arrest CP, my opinion, for the abuse, and it's well documented, friends, okay? If they would make that arrest, and I believe they would have caged the one bird.
Are they going to arrest Seth for abuse too? Because the same allegations that have been made against Chris have been made against Seth. And again, we have no proof of these 5 CPS reports. Nothing.
That would sing. Okay, because I don't believe, in my opinion, from what I've witnessed of him in interviews and the way he speaks about people to people and the way people speak about him, we've never heard a good report about him. I haven't. I think that it's very.
Oh, I don't think her court date's till the 16th. Beat him swim cap. Somebody else was saying something about next week. I'm not sure where that's coming out or anything, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Jax asked me that earlier too. I don't know if she will appear. Do we know what the court date, what you guys are talking about a court date next week is for?
I think that we know is not a loyal individual. Let me just lay it out there. If they would put him behind bars, he would tell what everyone else had to do with it and grab immunity for himself, in my opinion. If they put KP behind bars, she's going to stand strong. She's a strong woman. She's not the weak link. She's not the weak link. He is. If mom can't be there to sweep up, wipe up, clean up.
Oh shit, the second is the appeals. Shit, I knew that. Sorry guys, brain fried. No, I don't think so. If it's just the appeals process, I doubt she'll be there. Yeah, thank you guys. So the appeals is the 2nd and the 16th is so no, I don't know. I would say that no on that one, just her attorney will be present. But then again, I have no idea.
As well as a few other things we won't. I just don't think he would do well, and he would do whatever he could to get out of there. And then the concern again is who, alibis.
Thank you guys. I am so mush brained right now with all of these filings. There's that TIPA filing that she put in, basically an anti-slap against Tennessee. We have the SF Hong shit that's going back and forth. We have this emergency protection stuff. We have the RICO filing. We have the anti-slap going on. Like all of this noise, and none of it has anything to do with Sebastian. And here she is, Crime Time Buzz, trying to mix the two like this in somehow, some way, shape, or form. What this filing is will do something to help Sebastian. It's fucking disgusting. She said she's going. Interesting. Hopefully they revoke and violate her. Truly, they should.
There's so
how much can somebody get away with?
Many things that we can talk about, right? But let's go ahead and get to this. This is the emergency hearing that was filed for. It has been granted. There will be one. And because it's an emergency hearing, I'm assuming it's going to come up.
Again, it has not been granted. It's been accepted. Again, accepted and approved are two specifically differing words with different meanings. Accepted means it's been added to the filing. That's it. But the court has the filing. It's been accepted to be added to the case file. There has been no court date given whatsoever. Nothing has been approved. It has been accepted. Nothing more. There is no court date as of right now at all. And they bombarded the court with over 7,000 pages of frivolous, fucking nonsensical bullshit that we've gone over in the last 2 days.
Pretty quick. Okay. So we're going to start going through it. This is part 1. We don't know how many parts it's going to take, but we need to stop in about.
Oh, I hope this bitch goes through the exhibits because more people will come to light. More people. They have refused to touch the entire filing with the RICO shit because it makes them all look fucking stupid. Because there's nothing. There's no verification. There's no backup of any of their claims whatsoever. And again, if you have extra to spare, please go hit Granny's legal defense. I can't even imagine what's going to cost an attorney to like thumb through this shit, even though there's nothing here. Mr. Attorney Man, just watch these videos. We'll save you a headache. There's nothing, but that's not how it works. And again, they bill by the hour for this shit. So please, and to all of you that fucking hate Granny, get fucked. Because if you were having this done to you, people would be saying the same thing, that it's fucking bullshit and it's weaponization and it's harmful to future court processes, future victims, current victims. It's such a misuse of the court system, and get fucked. Did I say that loudly enough? Get fucked. I support Granny and will continue to support Granny. And I love those of you that can't stand me because I support Granny in defending herself properly.
About an hour and 20 minutes so we can get over to Seth's show. Okay?
Mercedes girl, hell no, my brain is done for today. I'm just mumbling at this point. Are you doing okay, Mercedes girl?
Hi, Sharon. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Sorry, I'm nibbling my lunch a little bit while I talk to my breakfast lunch. Okay.
Revival, have a wonderful time. I hope it's an amazing event, and I hope you have a great time. I will not text you until I hear from you this evening that you had a great time. Go have a couple cocktails for me, please.
Here we go. We've done this before, and we're going to do it again. This is from the law offices of Joseph Lesniak.
And once again, thank you.
Let's not forget the level of which they berated Lesniak for his court appearance.
I'm actually supposed to go car shopping today, and I refuse to do it. I am dragging my fucking feet, even though it's a must at this point. I do not want to go car shopping. I hate car shopping like nothing else. It is something I dread more than anything in this world. And I have to. We have to have a second working vehicle. But I just, no.
In February, which really upset me. I don't think that, they should be making fun of him like that. But they did. So, where are you all? Oh, here we are. Okay. Sorry, friends. I can't see you. Weird. Hold on. There you are. Okay.
All I care about is something cheap on gas that gets me from point A to point B. I would drive a 1989 Nissan Sentra if it fucking got good gas mileage and ran. I don't give a shit. I've never been one of those bitches that has to have like fancy cars and all the fucking shit and the bells. Like, that's too complicated. Next thing I know, I'm going to have a windshield wiper that says, bend over, let me wipe your ass for you.
Okay. Sorry, I had it too large for you. Okay. Too large there. Your internet's out, Sassy? Oh, okay. Well, Sassy, you know how to get to this and download it if you want to see it with your own eyes.
I'm actually looking at a car. I have a bigger SUV. I've had a GMC Yukon for years. It's an X state vehicle, it's been great, but it's got a shit ton of miles and it's done. It's just done. But I'm actually looking at a Kia K5 or like something in that realm, a smaller car or a smaller SUV. I don't know. I've also looked at some Teslas too, but with everything going on with that, I don't really want to touch that. I kind of want a hybrid.
Nice, right?
I just want something cheap on gas. That's all I care about.
Oh, thank you. Yes. You know what? She fell in love. Love the name. Wow. Excellent. The misimpression of Sebastian came when they were immediately trying to get the information out in the beginning.
See, Angel, I do a lot of highway miles. So interstate stuff, like 40 minutes here and there, back and forth. So don't buy a Kia. Oh no, seriously? Bad? Hyundai?
Getting KP said, you know, in those initial moments, they were trying to get all that information out. And she said the misimpression came from there. Okay. So, and
I've been looking at them for months and I'm just like all over the place still. It's a problem.
So I don't know. I mean, it's been a year, right? It's been a year. It's corrected now. We just need to know what we can know about them. Just like the white stripe on the black pants. That's important. If they're found, pants are found, it's important. Just like sweatshirt versus long sleeve t-shirt. It's important.
Sienna, I wish we had access to the electric vehicles that they're building in other countries that are super, super affordable and so much better than they are here, but it's impossible to like import them. Like, it's so annoying.
Just like last seen on February 25th versus February 26th. It's important. That air was out there for a year. And you know what? Last time I went on TBI's website, they still had, if you scroll down, they still had their flyers with the last seen on the 25th on there. But I will admit, I haven't been on there in a couple weeks. Okay, so let's go. Let's get to it. This was filed on the 21st. Like I said, I did receive it from the team. I was not able to get it out right then. It was in one of my busiest weeks. Being the English teacher, testing is really hard and stressful for the English and math teachers, and we have had a lot of it in the last 2 weeks. Okay, law offices of Joseph Lesniak. He's the attorney for plaintiffs. And this was filed again in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, in the Court of Common Pleas in the Civil Division. Okay. At Night Media are here are your plaintiffs. At Night Media, Dog, Seth, Tony, Hong, Bullhorn Betty, Brittany J, Chase and Crime, Canine Handler, and Nick the Hat. Your defendants.
You want to know what my car, like my dream car is? Of course, that will be years down the road when kids are gone. But I love the Genesis. I fucking love the Genesis models. I'm obsessed with the Genesis.
The ones this document is against, asking for relief against, is Barbecue Lady, Granny's Watching, Stephen Fisher, and Doe's 1 through 14 inclusive. So 14 others. Okay. Notice of emergency hearing. And now this day of blank 2025, upon consideration of the exigent circumstances set forth in the motion to enjoin unauthorized recording. Enjoin means you're asking for, you're urging unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing. An emergency hearing is scheduled, and we don't have the date yet, but I'm sure it's soon because it has been approved. Okay.
I have to go either later today or tomorrow. We'll probably go tomorrow so his hand can rest, but I'm with you guys. I'm dreading it. I'm dreading it. I'm dreading it.
The order. Upon consideration of plaintiffs, emergency motion for protective order, and to enjoin unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and doxing, and for good cause shown, it
Elizabeth, I'll look at it right quick.
Is hereby ordered and decreed as follows. Pending further order of this court. Defendants, respondents, and any persons acting in concert with them are hereby permanently enjoined from, meaning instructed, urged to stop. Number 1, recording, photographing, live streaming, or disseminating images, audio, or transcripts from the February 18th, 2025 hearing or any future court proceedings, except as expressly authorized by this court. And we know the one they're speaking of, where they all went in, and Lesniak was there and Nick was there. They were there. I don't know if Nick was there. Yeah. So number 2, doxing, threatening, or publicly exposing the identities or personal information of any attendees, witnesses, court personnel, or other parties involved in these proceedings. So regarding the February 18th proceeding, Pennsylvania, what they're saying is you cannot record it, photograph, live stream, disseminate audio transcripts from there or any future court proceedings. And you may not dox, threaten, publicly expose anyone who is there for giving information, any witnesses, any attendees, court personnel, and other parties involved in these proceedings. Now, let me stop for a second because I think that's really imperative. It's important that those people don't get to have that information to spread, because these are people who are important they're important, right? These people are important who are sharing their information, saying people who have been trying to search for Sebastian are being stopped. Remember, we knew that would be addressed in court. You don't just get to run wild all over the internet and do those kind of things without you going into court and being addressed with it.
Meanwhile, again, the plaintiffs doxed themselves by joining this public filing, and at night redoxed the plaintiffs by providing all of the exhibits on a public link on their public website. So try again, but they don't want to talk about that. I love my Yukon. It's an 09, and I've had it for years. But it's way over 200,000 miles, and it's just done. It's just, some days it starts, most days it doesn't. It vapor locks every time you get gas. It's seriously, but I'm going to drive it even on the days that it runs until the wheels fall off. So the days that it runs, I'm going to drive it until it breaks down at stoplights. It doesn't start at appointments. Then we have to Uber home. I mean, it's just daily life, but I just fucking hate it. They're all saying don't buy a Kia.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I do like the Toyota Camrys though too. I don't know. You guys are stressing me out even more, even thinking I don't want to go car shopping at all. Like I've been putting it off for what, a month now?
Yeah.
Over a month. Kyle's like, let's go. And I'm like, nope, no, I don't want to. I come up with every excuse, seriously. When BJ says I'm a simple bitch, I'm not joking. I am a simple bitch.
Okay, and I'm just hey car guy. So, they are not allowed to they are not allowed, no encouraging, organizing.
Misty Blue, I have been looking at Carvana. Carvana has a lot of lease returns. So, and they've got all the information. They actually, what's that one that I like?
The Maserati?
No, the really the
Rolls
blacked
Royce.
out. No, stop it. The blacked out one that
Oh, it's Kia Stinger.
it's a Kia Stinger, and it is sweet. Let me just tell you, it is beautiful. It's got a little up and go. And it's a lease return, and it is
events, discussion panels, media appearances concerning this litigation, or participations in there intended to influence public perception or facilitating any live streams, social media broadcasts, or other public discussions, whether for profit or otherwise, that reference these proceedings, unless expressed.
Hope, that's what everybody keeps telling me. That's what Bonds always drove, was a Subaru. She's always.
Oh, they're great cars.
Remember her white one that we.
The all-wheel drive.
What is that one that she had? That white one. It's some like sporty Subaru. I don't remember. It was super nice. We rode in it. I don't remember what it was.
Expressly authorized by this court. So this is starting out with the February 19th proceeding saying, stop it. Okay, number 5, nothing in this.
Am I roboting? Yeah, no, hell no. I won't buy an Infinity. I don't like the fancy shit like that. I do like the Genesis. The Genesis is the fancy car I like. Range Rover, some of them are nice, but they're a dime a dozen around here. Hondas are really, I used to drive a Honda Civic way back in the day. So either I want a car or I love Jeep Cherokees. I love Jeep Cherokees. Music City Mom deal. Does it run? Does yours run? I'll take it. Sold. I'll come to wherever you are across the country. I don't want to do it. Okay, here's crazy. I love to grocery shop. I love grocery shopping. Every day I could do it. I love going and finding all the bargains and seeing how much I can save on groceries, okay? I hate clothes shopping. Absolutely fucking hate clothes shopping. Going to the mall for me, you might as well just fucking stick a nail in my foot and just keep digging it. Absolutely fucking hate clothes shopping. Car shopping, hate it. Anything like that, no. Grocery shopping, and it's like a challenge to see how much I can save. I'm good. The rest of it, well, you guys know how salesmen are. They see a woman, that's why I won't go without Kyle, but they're like, ooh, we can sweet talk this bitch. No, you can't.
Order shall be construed to prohibit any individual from discussing, commenting on, or engaging in conversations regarding the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, provided such discussions do not reference or interfere with these judicial proceedings. And of course, they want Sebastian to be discussed. But when you have a hashtag up with a child's name and you're using the F word and the C word, you shouldn't be discussing a child's name or a child when you're talking, and you shouldn't have their name up when you're speaking like that. That's gross. It's disgusting. And every single adult who has a platform on YouTube should know better. You never draw attention to a child's name and use the F word, the C word.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Crime Time Buzz. Shut the fuck up. So us cussing is worse than you completely falsifying everything that's going on and making blatant accusations against the parents of a missing child. Okay, so us cussing is worse than you completely lying about the child's loved ones. All right, gotcha. I can't stand this bitch. Man, I can't stand this bitch. Missy, we might be twins. We might. I'll be 62. Chunky 5'2" crop tops are out. I love me some good fitted crop tops that I don't have to wear bras in with spandex shorts. That's my summer uniform, as you guys know.
R words, all that stuff, and have a child's name hashtag there and dangling. There's a certain level of couth, professionalism, and that's why
Well, I used it today when I was reading the filing. Runs with scissors, CUNT. I used it today because it's in the filing.
SF isn't going to be around anymore. He wasn't searching professionally. He was smearing people all over social media, banging on neighbors' doors, scaring them. He had no control over.
Wait, did this bitch just say she's an English teacher and then she said smearing, like SHM instead of smearing? She's an English teacher, but she had smearing. Okay, cool.
For himself, in my opinion. And then when he was on an actual media channel nationally, he stumbled over all his words. That's lack of professionalism. And now people are being put before a judge for lack of professionalism, because I hope the judge says to them, in what world and where you were raised, did someone ever tell you when a child is...
Misty, if I can move to Canada, can you adopt me as your sister? I'm up for adoption from people out of countries.
missing to obstruct the search? I want the judge to ask them that.
Okay. You just got me and Maya Zoo, which includes kids and animals. And unfortunately, Kenzie too. I'll keep her most days. Today, I won't. Kenzie was mad at me because the dog was barking, playing with her cat, and her cat was playing back. Hope, thank you.
Number 6.
I come
However,
with baggage, trust and believe.
Parties and affiliated persons are strictly prohibited from using these discussions as a pretext to harass, intimidate, or otherwise prejudice the administration of justice. They're still talking.
Misty, I've probably been to your area. You know, the International Peace Gardens above Minot. We used to go there all the time. My dad used to get feed out of Canada.
About the conversations about the courts and talking about Sebastian, that you're doing it not to harass and intimidate when you talk about Sebastian or to prejudice the administration of justice. It's just not okay. And I don't know anyone who's going to go before any judge, and a judge is going to look at them normally and say, wow, because I don't think any judge will understand, looking at an individual right in the face, why they were trying to spread misinformation and hate on people searching for a missing child. If I were the judge, I would stand them right in front of me and say, why don't you want Sebastian Rogers found? That's what I would say. And then I'd say, get out. You've had enough attention. This is good. Within 5 business days of the entry of this order, so that was March 26th, defendants, respondents shall remove, delete, and permanently erase all live streams, photos, videos, and other material shared and disseminated from within the courthouse to the best of their ability, including by reaching out to third parties demonstrating good cause for removal. Now, I don't know if that has happened. I do not know. And I'm going to come back to all of you and see if you know. Has that happened? Right, Lady Roses? I mean, if I'm the judge and I'm having to waste time, instead of having the criminals in my court who did this to the child, I have to put in front of me people who are spreading hate and causing problems in the search. I'd stand each one of them in front of me and say, explain yourself. Why don't you want Sebastian found? That's exactly. And if they started to him, I'd say, here's this, what you said, here's that, what you said. Why don't you want him found? Get out, get off his channel. Don't hashtag them again. That's what I would do. And it's so sad. Yes, this has been Sharon. They are going to get their emergency hearing. They are. So I think it's going to be interesting, but I don't think they need, one thing they need to understand is that, one thing they need to understand is this is not professional conduct. This is not proper conduct. This is not how society conducts themselves. These are the outliers of society doing this. Civil. This is civil court. Okay. This is a civil filing. Good questions, you all. Great questions. Hello, everyone, and welcome in. We are going over the filings, and we are going to stop and head over to Seth's show, but we will be continuing to go through it. I'm on break now. I'm all yours. I can't wait. But when you click on this motion, it is a civil motion. It's under civil. So hello, everyone. I'm going to keep reading so we don't run out of time. We can get some of this accomplished. So the unprofessional behavior we kept saying would be called out has been.
She's just making shit up and lying.
Hearing's been granted.
And she continues to make this about like this is to protect or help Sebastian. It's not.
One individual has taken down his social media. And we're going to have our own little live about him saying he was creating a domain for Lesniak. I will show you the legal ramifications for that. I also will let you know he's filed, we'll go over the alleged restraining order. He's trying to get a hearing for a restraining order against Hong. And we'll go over all of that. But today I want to do this first. And then the restraining order that he is showing that not the restraining order, that he has a hearing SF put up, of course, the numbers are smudged, just like in good SF manner, right? You either got something smudged or altered, in my opinion. RICO, someone's asking me, this is the RICO filed in the Delaware courts. When I went to look up this filing, when it said civil, I had to click on civil. I don't know why. Okay. This is the same court that handled the original RICO. This is an emergency motion. Oh, thank you, Mally Cat. If you get a message from our membership from Mally Cat, welcome to the family. We're all family here, but we do reunions on Saturdays at 1 p.m. Eastern. Normally today we did it at 1:30. The time change kind of messed me up a little bit. Thank you, Mally Cat, for your generosity growing our family. Very kind of you. And I'm learning. One of the things on my list for while I'm on break is to figure out how I can do my gifting, because I want to gift too. So let's keep going. Again, Mally Cat, I'm going to take that down so everyone can see what we're reading, but thank you so much for your kind generosity. Okay. So far they're talking about the hearing that occurred in February on the 18th. Okay. They don't want any of that discussed. They want it removed, deleted, permanently erased, the live streams, the photos, the videos, material shared, disseminated from within the courthouse to the best of their ability, even reaching out to other third parties, demonstrating good cause for removal. Number 8, additionally, defendants, respondents shall remove any and all live streams and content solely discussing court proceedings from February 18th, 2025 onward. This shall also include the removal of any discussions or content dedicated to raising funds to prolong litigation, wherein plaintiffs seek no monetary damages and solely an injunction until proceedings conclude. Because what the RICO is, and the emergency hearing, all of this is asking for relief from individuals who have throughout, we know it started way back when we were reading these first ones, right? And they were begging people to stop with the hate. That's what the first one went in, the organized hate that was going on. They began you all with cease and desist. I don't know if you know that. So they began with cease and desist that were ignored and made fun of.
Okay.
Then the RICO was started.
Hold on. At the top of her page here. So she is reading the non-amended ones. So she's on page 3. Let me look at this again. 8 and 9. Yeah, so she's right here. She's looking at this. She's not even looking at the amended one. So she's green team. She is the green team spin of these stories. This is her job, is to spin these stories. And she's not even reading the amended one. She's going for the bullshit one that's even filled more with bullshit. We read the amended one today. Did I read the whole thing? No. I did as best as I could with what we were given. But you guys see why I skipped what I did. I mean, even the shit we skipped was fucking, oh, God, these people.
And they were asked not to do things which have been done. So now there has to be an emergency hearing. So you imagine being the judge when there is a child missing. And this is the 3rd time this has come before.
That's right. Hope. And another thing too, or Hope, it's handmade. Hate isn't a predicate act for RICO, but on top of that, they haven't even been able to prove any of the stuff that they claimed in the RICO. How they're mixing this all up and throwing it together is crazy to me.
For him.
But again, they have to spin this so their audiences believe that there's something here of value.
Regarding this same individuals, maybe more. And yet it's still not about the child. Imagine. I hope, I pray. I'm not going to say it out loud. Cuff is what needs to happen. Let's make an example. That's it. I'm done. We're moving on. Make an example. Cuff. Okay. They will need to Number 9, defendants and respondents shall certify in writing to this court that they have fully complied with the deletion and removal requirements outlined herein, and that they have not retained any copies, backups, or alternative distributions of such content. Again, a judge having to find out all of this has been going on. There could be copies, backups, people sharing it, everyone live streaming it. Imagine when he looks at them, the disgust that's going to be crossing his face. Any failure, in my opinion, any failure to comply with this provision shall be considered a violation of this order and punishable as contempt of court. Okay? I mean, just imagine having to look at people who are spreading misinformation and hate during a missing child case. If I were the judge, oh. 11, any violation of this order shall be punishable as contempt of court, subject to appropriate sanctions as determined by the court, which may include monetary penalties, suspension of online platforms, or other equitable relief. Sadly, it doesn't say jail time, does it? This protective order shall remain in effect until the court issues a...
Okay, hold up. Hold the fuck up. I just got a message about stuff that's happening with UA. I don't care for UA. Let me be very clear here. I don't care for UA. I think she's had some overzealous behavior. But again, what is happening to her currently, being doxxed, repeatedly doxxed, her being accused of drug seeking, all this other shit, fuck you guys. Like, this is out of fucking control. The shit that's being done, what? Why are they even doing these things? Like, she's not a part of this. Okay, if she was just one more person, but why are we going to these levels now? What is happening? Like, you don't have to like somebody to realize that this is too far. This is too far. I don't understand why. I'm learning more right now, but yeah, she's messy, but this is not okay.
Ruling on the pending preliminary injunction. So there's the preliminary injunction being brought in, my friends. Until the court issues a ruling on the pending preliminary injunction or until further ordered of the court. So this is a standing order. It's a protective order. It's a standing order. And now, you know, as soon as SF found out he was in this, he went and filed a protective restraining order hearing against Hong, in which he smudged several of the case numbers in the case. And I can't find it when I look it up. So I challenge you all to look it up. The court reserves the right to grant any other relief deemed just and necessary under these circumstances. And hopefully those he's seen repeatedly in front of him are going to go elsewhere. Okay. Excuse me. Law offices of Joseph Lesniak, attorney for the plaintiffs. We've read the names of the plaintiffs. Okay. They are respectfully.
I have to go do my own independent research so far still, but from it sounds like it's happening. White boy potentially could be the one redoxing her information.
Seeking an emergency hearing and entry of a protective order and or preliminary injunction as warranted against defendants Barbecue Lady, Granny's Watching, and Stephen Fisher, and in support thereof, aver as follows. Introduction. Dog, Seth, Tony, Bullhorn Betty, Brittany J, Jason Crime, Hong, Canine Handler, and Nick the Hat, through their undersigned counsel, filed this emergency petition for injunctive and other equitable relief pursuant to, they've got their Pennsylvania laws, and that's pursuant to, and it's a law on special injunctions. Then they have given us an unlawful use of an audio or video device in court. So someone did indeed.
I agree with you. Y'all, Nana's not drunk. I agree with you. I agree that she got over involved in this, but I also believe that other people invited her in, encouraged this behavior because they thought she was going to be a source of shit. And I don't care. Why is she? I don't believe she's a mole of anything. I don't believe she's not relevant in this situation. And again, just because I don't like somebody and their behavior or what they've done, she was invited in. And we've seen this time and time again. They bring them over, they invite them in, they coddle them, they protect them, they get information from them. And then when they need a distraction and look over here, not over there, they turn and burn them every fucking time. And I'm sorry, I don't fucking get along with UA. I think she's messy and I think she's overstepped, but I also don't agree with making false allegations like that and or continuing to go at somebody. They're saying that she needs to take a break and, you know, step back, but yet they saying I'll look into it. Thank you. I don't know what's happening. I'm just getting messages about it and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? She's irrelevant. She's irrelevant to the situation. It should just be left alone. again, if she's continuing to insert herself, like, I don't even understand. I don't understand this shit. I don't understand what is happening here. I don't get, this continues to happen. I'm sorry, it happened with Crabtree. I don't fuck with Crabtree either. He's been a mess from jump. He was brought in, coddled, welcomed in, given a platform, and then when they needed to turn and burn, same thing. And he's been the same person creating messes side to side, doing spirit boxes, all of that shit from jump. It's a turn and burn. It's a constant turn and burn. Doesn't make sense to me.
Indeed, record. Ooh, and Pennsylvania Rule of Judicial Administration 1910, seeking immediate judicial intervention to prohibit defendants from engaging in unauthorized recording, broadcasting, and dissemination of courtroom proceedings. On number 2, on February 18th, Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, along with individuals aligned with them, willfully violated Pennsylvania law and Delaware County Court rules by recording, transmitting, and publicly.
Oh, be nice, try it. 100% agree. 100% agree. The best thing that she could do is just walk away and just shut this all off. Honestly, I really do believe that. I believe she did genuinely want to help, but I believe that she gets herself overly involved in this stuff. But again, two wrongs will not make a right. This is where we have to start recognizing that we can't turn and burn people that were invited and coddled throughout. She was doxxed saying, read. This is where it gets sticky for people, because I will probably disagree myself that she was doxxed, because her private information was released on other platforms over and over and over again. So, and I think she even at one time went by her real name. So chances are I won't see it as doxing either, but to continue to go at this person, what's the relevancy here? What is going at her? She has nothing to do with this case. She's been out there to search a couple times. She's not an important part. She's not a defendant. She's not, you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand why this is even continuing to get anything going with it. I just don't. They encouraged her. I will never get over that. They brought her in. They coddled her when they needed something. They saw her as a source of information. Most of us cussed her out, said, you're a real lifer, don't fuck with us, and kept it moving. I don't get it. I don't understand. Audacity. You're right. Right. Amber, agreed. And that's why you were probably here when I cussed her out. Like, I said what I had to say, and I was like, look, you are way too involved. This is a mess. You are asking for trouble. And I shut that door down. I don't encourage people like that to, oh no, come in more and more. I don't get it. I'm sorry. I don't get it. I just think this is where shit gets so muddy and messy. She has nothing to do with the situation of Sebastian being missing. She's just another sub, a messy person who involves themselves overly. And I don't know, Amber. I don't. Oh, absolutely, Fiddle Dee Dee. Yeah. But this is where she should have been iced out a long time ago. Unfortunately, instead, it was, I don't know. I don't understand the SFUA stuff. I will be honest. It is wild to me. All of it's wild to me. I don't get it. I never will, if I'm being honest. But this is where I run from shit instead of run to it. I will never want information from somebody that's that far. Yeah, YouTube bad actors, absolutely, except over here.
Disseminating court proceedings from a hearing before this honorable court. These actions resulted in widespread online publication of plaintiffs' personal information, harassment, and intimidation, jeopardizing the integrity of judicial proceedings. So now they shame the courts. Number 3, Pennsylvania law unequivocally prohibits the unauthorized recording, transmission, or dissemination of court proceedings. Makes it a misdemeanor offense to use or operate a device to capture, record, transmit, or broadcast any photograph, video, or audio of a court proceeding.
Have you listened to the transcripts, Crime Time Buzz, from the hearing where the judge already made her decision on what was trying to be claimed? Come on now, keep up, lady.
Without judicial approval. Additionally, it mandates that judges shall prohibit broadcasting, televising, recording, or taking photographs in the courtroom and areas immediately adjacent thereto. So let's talk about that for a second. I know, where's Summer? Oh, okay. Everyone, I do want to let you know, I do have some individuals in here who do need to use all caps. Thank you for catching that. It is Brown Eyed Girlies and Genia Stevens.
Audacity, I will continue to just hope for the best and hope that she withdraws herself and everybody else just withdraws themselves from that situation too. In my opinion, that would be best for everybody involved.
Those two do need to use all caps for eye issues, just so you know. So we are So basically, someone went in, one of them, and recorded the hearing, and that is not allowed. So yes, please smash that like button. If you received the membership from Mally Cat, please thank her and welcome, and we will see you at the reunions on Saturdays. We are going to continue on. Absolutely, Brown Eyes. Absolutely. So starting out again, this is all about the February 18th hearing. So yeah, the RICO is federal, but what I'm saying is when I went to click for this case, I clicked, it was civil. Hi, Tracy. Hi, West End. Hi, Kelly's. OG troublemaker. Uh-oh. I saw somewhere that the officer took the defendant's phones. Oh, okay. Well, then I guess the officer knows whose it was, right? Okay. So the defendant's conduct violated both statutory law and court rules, directly interfering with the administration of justice. So in many ways, they're trying to, individuals are blocking justice.
Again, I'm going to mention one more thing about the UA situation before I just dead end it. And I hope to God, UA, if you hear me, listen, please listen to me. I know we haven't seen eye to eye, okay? But if you hear anything you hear me say, please, you don't have to shut down your account. You can still watch, but please stop engaging in chats for now. Please stop going into places where they are intentionally trashing you. You are being used as a fall guy. You are being used as a distraction, and you are going to only continue to harm yourself and do this circle and cycle of repeat. Please uninvolve yourself as much as possible for your own mental health and the sanity of long-term sanity. The only way that you can get this to stop is by stop feeding it. Again, you aren't the first and you won't be the last. Stop trying to defend yourself. Stop trying to prove yourself to anything. The turn and burn is real. You were invited in, you were encouraged. I get it. I understand. But the only way that this is going to stop is if you protect yourself. And if you hear me, please be mindful, because they are going to they need a distraction because there's other fucking shit going on that people have been involved in. It's the same thing with Crabtree. Crabtree was a mess from jump. I'm sorry. He played both sides against the middle. They used him when he was not needed anymore. He was turned and burned. You need to learn, if you want this to stop, you have to stop. You have to be the one to make the decision to pull yourself out of it, because right now you are doing everything that they need you to do, and you will continue to be in that spin cycle. That's all I can say. Please stop. Avamos, thank you so much for the 20, 10 and 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. There's nothing there, though. There's nothing, Angel Chips, there's nothing with the UA or SF. SF was their paid private investigator. That's a totally different situation. And UA was out there searching a couple times and went on panels all the time. She wasn't a source of information. I mean, people saw her as one, but again, I thank you, Evalmos. I know she wants attention, you guys, but again, I do not believe that she can handle the backlash. A lot of these people cannot, just like we've seen Crabtree. Crabtree has been Crabtree from get-go. They brought these people over. Now, I need to remind you, I want you to go back for a minute and question yourself when you're hearing me speak. Hear me very loudly. Who invited the TikTok twits in after we knew they were TikTok twits? It becomes content. They get turned and burned. And I believe that was fed intentionally to UA because she's a resident of that area. But remember, his CES employment records that UA came out with had been being discussed and passed around between a group of them behind the scenes. When she brought it out on Jay's panel that night, it had already been discussed by other people and been passed around. She just went on Jay's panel and her and Jay did it. Do I think that was intentionally set up for the two of them? Absolutely, I do. I do. But people won't hear me. People will not fucking hear me out and or listen to me. I'm just the dumb twit over here with the YouTube channel. Let me just continue on. UA, please listen to me. I know how this shit works. I get it. You see how they go after me for nonstop over crazy shit all the time and just lie. It will happen to you too. And I can handle it because I laugh. I can fucking laugh it off. But you're not going to be able to deal with, because It's fucking vicious. It's vile. And they need a fall guy for something. I don't know what, but don't become it.
Right? Oh, okay. Where Summer also needs all caps, my friends. So we have 3. It's Genia Stevens, Brown Eyed Girlies, and Where Summer need all caps. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So it's not just, it's also happening interference in the courtroom. So now a judge is going to see, wow, they're interfering with the search. They're interfering with their coverage. They're interfering with the people working with the father. Now we have them interfering. Are you kidding me? In a court proceeding? Hey, Michael, love back. Good to see ya. Okay. I'm sure the judge is getting a little irritated. Like, what does it take for these adults to get it and knock this off and help find a missing child? At least I would be. I don't have tolerance for people who hurt children, ignore children, abandon children, do away with children, and then ask people to defend them when no one defended their child. Okay. Defendants conduct violated both statutory law and court rules, directly interfering with the administration of justice. Further, their actions led to the unauthorized publication of court materials on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, and X, formerly Twitter, exposing plaintiffs and others to targeted harassment and threats. Number 5.
Again, she has no idea what she's even talking about. She's trying to make this like something in these situations. A blackbird just, you remember that blackbird that was sitting on the fence mocking me the other day? Well, a blackbird just swooped down and tried grabbing Bella.
This court has the inherent authority to maintain decorum and enforce compliance with judicial.
Alma, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. You guys, welcome to the cabana. We won't do this much longer, but I want to listen to this more bullshit because she's just spinning and spewing shit.
Directives.
Pure shit.
Pennsylvania courts have repeatedly upheld contempt sanctions, injunctive relief, and criminal penalties against individuals who violate prohibitions on courtroom recordings, including in regarding Mack, page 3, Pennsylvania, 386, and also Commonwealth versus Lashinsky, 2024, and PA Super 310, 2024. So they have historically proven that they do uphold contempt of court, injunctive reliefs, and criminal penalties, those violating prohibitions on the courtroom recordings. Well, and that's good to know that they have that. Hold on one second.
Duchess, you don't need to rewatch anything. There's nothing you're going to miss because it's just them lying and we already know the truth. So go enjoy your dinner. I hope your hand's feeling better and have a good night with the Duke. Tell the Duke I said hello.
I'm just checking time to make sure we're not getting too close to when Seth's coming on. Okay, let's see here. Okay, I think we're okay. So I'm glad they specifically went through all that, right? Okay, let me see here. We have, it's 3 hours we have still. Okay, we still have 3 hours. No, I just wanted to make sure of that.
Tebow put Crabtree back on that too. I'm assuming he'll be, because he's back creating content. So he'll be used SF, Crabtree, anybody that's not really relevant, but they try to make them. Sorry, kids are making noise in the background. They're eating the lunch. Tebow, I think you get what I'm saying. I know a lot of you guys do. It's just why? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. These people are not, there's nothing there, but why the need for the distraction? And I continue to ask myself, why are certain people involved in every fucking thing? Everything, but yet they're not. They're involved in everything, but they're not named in anything. And it seems like they always have their hands in stirring the pot. So much. Vamos, you are amazing. You and Alma are great, great women. And again, to anybody that heard what BJ was recently saying about our ex-mods, you guys know Alma and Vamos and the rest of the ladies, they're incredible humans. Y'all know how BJ is. If you have questions, ask. These women are amazing. But please don't be gaslit by the bullshit she's trying to put off on all of her mods.
Okay. We have plenty of time, actually. Okay, we are here and going on. We have plenty of time, friends. Okay. So they historically have upheld these kind of complaints, okay? Held people accountable. Pursuant to Delaware County Rule 208.3b, which authorizes expedited court intervention in cases where immediate action is necessary to prevent irreparable harm, plaintiffs seek emergency injunctive relief. Number 7, plaintiffs further request an order directing the removal of unauthorized online recordings and real-time court updates disseminated by these defendants. Number 8, without an intermediate intervention by this court, plaintiffs and other individuals involved in these proceedings face continued exposure to real-time doxing, harassment, and privacy violations. Further, failure to enforce Pennsylvania. And by the way, if you have video.
Let me say one more thing. This might piss some of you off too. The whole Tammy barbecue split and all that shit. Don't get me started on that. I call them all the TikTok twits. It is what it is. But how is it that when people sit beside each other and do fuck shit together for months on end, and then when they have a fallout, then one is like, nope, I didn't know any of this stuff, didn't see any of this stuff, wasn't around for any of this stuff. Meanwhile, they sat by and they were friends the entire time. How does that always work? Are people stupid? They were real good friends. So all of a sudden, they just needed there was just something. You sat by and watched all of the shit. Oh, is it because one is trying to build a YouTube channel? There's just something about that one I do not. I mean, barbecue, I don't agree with a lot of shit that she's done. But the rest of them, yeah, no, fuck that either. Fuck that shit. Because you sit by and hold all the secrets. You sit there and you're comfortable with all those secrets. And then all of a sudden, oh, wait. Huh. Fucking weird. It's fucking weird to me. This is why this is why I have no friends, okay? Can we just be honest? Can we just be honest? Like, I've disagreed with barbecue on doing things, but guess who sat beside her when she was doing the things I disagreed with her on? Those fucking bitches. Sorry, I'm going to call it what it is. But I have zero respect for people that will sit there and fucking play games, and then as soon as the fucking smoke gets turned up, oh, we got to hide our hands. Fuck that shit. This is why I have no new friends. None. None. Because I don't like the fake fucking bullshit. It's weird to me, and there ain't never going to be a day I trust.
Of someone trying to go real life on someone live, you know, some of the people I'm talking about, please record it and send it to me. Thank you. Further, and I'm talking about, you know, further, failure to enforce Pennsylvania statutory protections and judicial administration rules undermines judicial integrity and emboldens similar misconduct in future court proceedings. And I know it is so hard for us to understand this kind of behavior. Most of us can't even relate to it.
Sienna, maybe it's because I hung out with 99% males. Like all of my friends in high school, I was one of the boys. We didn't do this stupid shit. The guys would tell you what it was. They would pick me up and throw me over their shoulder and just be like, here we go. Like there was no fucking drama. They were my big brothers and my protectors always. I love my bubble too, Chai. I love my bubble, but I hate the mean girl crap too. And this is straight up like, how can we double cross somebody? This is all it is. It's all that. You don't have to look far because the people you call friends are the ones holding the knives in the back. And I'm not joking when I say that. No, Music City Mom, I didn't see your question. Hold on, let me scroll up really quick. Sorry, I'm walking around and going back up. Would someone be a part of a filing just for optics? Like being on one side, but oh, absolutely, Music City Mom. But I think there's people that are not involved in the filing. No. I think there's people that are not involved in the filing that initially were being looked at, but I think there was a quick switcheroo of sorts. And I think there's been people playing in our faces, and everybody's faces will not really mind because I've always had a side eye, that have been team every side against the middle from jump. And I've talked about this publicly many times, many times. Think about the connecting factors. Who invited these people in? Who bragged about inviting some of these people in? Look at what they've been posting. I mean, there seems like there's really comfortable people to go after. Now, until I can prove it publicly, what my feelings are, my gut feelings, but my gut feeling has been this way from jump. Well, not from jump. From a couple months into like watching some of this stuff. And once I really pulled myself away from the group of creators, if you notice, there is a very cultivated narrative on both sides. They go from one to another, to another, to another. You understand what I'm saying? People are fed. So you are told what to believe over and over again. Pretty soon people stop asking questions. They just start believing things and they stop thinking for themselves. Yeah, that doesn't really fucking make sense. That really doesn't make sense. In fact, I've been really pissed off for Granny quite a few times. But people continue to say like, oh, nonsense, this just using this. No, I give a fuck about Granny. I absolutely give a fuck about Granny. And I give a fuck that she is being used because of her location in Pennsylvania. And I give a fuck because she is the one that's paying for a lot of other people's fuckery constantly. Oh, Amber, is it about me? I pissed off that entire group. Which she's been taking fucking shit at me, jabs at me for a long time. So if it's about me, don't be surprised. They've all, just like she put me next to T-Rev in the T-Rev 757. If people don't understand that shade that group has always thrown, that group, I've never been a part of that group. That group has always fucking thrown underhanded shade, done their weird shit. And meanwhile, they don't do anything. They talk about the same little handful of people, but then it's those of us that actually talk about the harm being done. They're like, oh, don't do that. Don't say that. Don't go there. Don't say this. Don't do that. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. I have no respect. And she got blocked over here the other day because she was in a comment section where it was being said that I was exploiting my child. In fact, 6up said, please stop exploiting your child to Cash, my mod Cash, for money. Now it's also being alleged that Cash paid for vacations of our family. No. She was in that chat cheering it on and agreeing with the people saying that stuff. Yeah, she got blocked over here and she gave this half-ass backhanded fucking like explanation. And I didn't even fucking respond. I just blocked her and I was like, fuck that. I've never, Amber, just so you know, I've never fucked with that group. Anybody that knows me knows I was tolerant for a little while, but I've never. The fucking jerks and stuff have been going at me too. Amber, it's all weird. People I mean, they're entitled to their opinions, but they're fucking weird. So I don't watch any of it. I couldn't tell you. Nor do I care. I get sent shit, but it is what it is. And a lot of it's because I'm defending Granny, defending herself. I don't give a fuck. They're coming at revival, Amber. They're coming at revival over and over again. I'll never forget their involvement in doxing a woman on hospice. I'll never forget the fact that they posted the woman on hospice heels, a grown daughter, and she begged and pleaded for them to remove it, and they didn't. Absolutely, y'all. Nana's not drunk. Yeah, Amber, I don't know any of those guys. I have respect for Chasing, and I know that she's been a part of that group and everything like that. For me, mentally, like, I don't see Chasing. Chasing goes everywhere and does, like, what she wants. So I've never had any problems with Chasing. Sometimes I'm like, like, how does all of this spin around? But again, it's more about hate bonding and who's grouped up in discords together than anything. I don't know that group of people. And they also, like, the jerks have a lot of problems with people in my comment section. Yeah, she absolutely does, Amber, and I've had great conversations with her. So I have a lot of respect for Chasing, and that will continue until she's in there talking shit and, you know, engaging in that shit. Then it will be something to reconsider. But right now, I just see her similar to myself of I go and do what I want and say what I want and where I want to go, all of those things. Yeah, see, I don't know anything about her, Pika. And I didn't know she had all the problems with the people in my chat either. I had no idea. There's a lot of history with her and a lot of people in my chat from the Summer Wells community. I've always stayed away from that shit because it's so messy. But yeah. Yeah. Sienna, same. Same. Chasing's one of the very few, as far as like other creators that overlap in places that I don't like. I've never watched those people. I've never been interested in it because they do stuff on people that I don't even know who they are. Like, it is what it is. They're just doing the fucking like, oh, let's dogpile because they sit in discords with people that I don't fuck with, never have fucked with. I took a few shots at those people because they had been throwing shit out at me over and over again. Oh, ho, ho. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I'm not disappointed in any of those people because I don't know them. Stella, which part? The BJ part? Which part? Man, it's just been a fucking, it's the weirdest, like, it's the weirdest shit though. And again, like, these are grown adults that say they stand up for what is right. Meanwhile, they are going along with fucking shit being talked about my kid. Where's the fucking proof that cash paid for vacations, big girls? Come on. Where's the fucking proof? You guys just sit over there and say the stupidest shit that I exploited my adult child to cash. Where's the fucking proof? You want to talk about exploiting your fucking children and allowing your children, your grown adult children, to have relationships? Let's open up that Pandora's box, bitches. No, you're good, Amber. You're good. But this is why, like, I'm not even interested. So you won't see me address them beyond this. You will not see me review them. I'm just over it. I'm fucking over it. I'm so over it. Why? What is so fucking, what's people's malfunction about the Yep situation? All the Yep situation kicked this all fucking off. Never once did I want the victim's information. Never once did I request that the victims do anything besides report and protect themselves. Never once did I do anything besides stuck up for my friend. And then it's been this whole fucking cluster. What are they protecting? Absolutely, Thor. Pookie's grandma, welcome in. That's true, Sam. It's the same thing over here. It's the same thing. Oh, no, Stella, what is she is going over, what we went over earlier. We finished up. You were here with us last night. The exhibits, I read through majority of the filing, the actual filing, the amended filing and complaint for the emergency order of protection. That's what she's going through. Y'all, Nana's not drunk. I probably have not looked. I've been really busy. But I will try to check today. Audacity, I'm so fucking confused. I don't understand. I was respectful until I wasn't. And then I was like, what is there's something weird here. What is this? And people have had more, I want to make this very clear. People are more upset about me saying something than they are about her scamming. There's something weird in this situation. I don't know what it is, but it is what it is. Sam, that's the way it should be. Please do not. Please don't. I am just a flawed human just like you. No different. I'm a fucking asshole with a lot of opinions. But that's what's so fucking weird is, why are you concocting lies? Why are they concocting lies? I don't understand it. Where is this whole, like, why are they trying to diminish cash as some weird fucking, and why are they, here's the other thing, Amber. Were you here when that account got outed, that nasty account saying I'm a child trafficker? They're pissed that people are saying that I'm overreacting and basically, how dare I report that account? Are you fucking stupid? They're making horrific allegations against my other half and myself and my child. Why would I not report that account to authorities? Are you fucking stupid? Hawkeyes, exactly. Stay the fuck out. Audacity. See, I don't understand. Coco, me too. I don't understand. And again, I'm sure they were pissed because I brought it out publicly that people were collecting and going to the people that she had scammed and collecting information. No, the first thing should have been report this to the police. You're being scammed. But instead, they were collecting all this personal information and then fucking turning on people and kicking them out and claiming them to be alts of Yeps. It's fucking weird, Amber. This whole fucking thing is weird. See, that's fucking weird, Audacity. That's fucking weird. I don't get it. I don't get it. And Yep is still, I guarantee she's probably been in our chats recently under another name, just fucking moving on. Who knows if people even reported it to police at this time? I have no fucking... I mean, they're fucking pissed that I would report an account that says I'm a child trafficker and making horrific allegations against Kyle. So I'm sure that these people probably... I don't know. It's a mind fuck. Bye, Pika. Thank you for all the help. Sam, that's the crazy thing. But now they're saying, let me tell you, let me go find my phone. Give me 1 second. I'm going to read you guys this comment that was made by an account I've never even seen before. Exactly, Angel. Like, you guys know that that's how, like, and then the fucking fact that people are running with that I'm behind that account, I am behind that account, or that fuck you people. Fuck you all for that. Like, fuck you all for that shit. Straight up. Hold on, let me find my phone. He can't have these. He's going to get the runs. You have my phone? Thank you, babe. Let me read you this really quick. I was just sent these. Where is it? Here they are. Julia A4475. Thor, I wouldn't. I would never be, but because for some reason, again, these movements don't make sense. They don't make sense. The timing of it, coincidental. Coincidental. Okay, so somebody said by the name, this person's name is Julia A4475. Cash pays for their family's holidays as well. Nonsense and her family are taking advantage of a man she says has autism. I've never said Cash has autism. And where are these vacations and who's going on these vacations and holidays that he pays for? Because that's never been a thing. And I would love for you to show proof of this, Julie A4475, which is why she spent an hour justifying their relationship. No, I was just explaining. I don't have to justify shit to any of you. Kenzie's a goddamn grown-ass adult. Dude, come on. Why can't the husband, who she is always telling us works super hard, busting his ass, pay for family events? What? And let's be real. What father is cool with some old geezer giving his daughter cash? Something ain't right here. Nonsense ain't happy that her buddy Cash gave $3,000 to Yep. In my opinion, she is draining that man's funds through her of age daughter.
What the fuck? You have no idea that. Just mind your own fucking business.
What? Where's the fucking proof? Where's the proof of any of this? Where's the fucking proof? Just for you, a lot of them do. That's the crazy part.
No.
Where the fuck is the proof of that? When have I ever said Cash had autism either? Is the Cash the kitty litter supplier? No. Kenzie works a goddamn job. They do, Angel, and it's left up. Yeah, why are they going at Cash? Because why are they focused on Cash for bringing this out? This is why fuck those people. I don't got shit to say to those people. Fucking fake ass, fucking phony ass fucks. Cash was good enough to sit in discords with them for over a fucking year. And then this is what they do? Sam, it's fucking weird. I don't even know how much money, and I'll be honest, I have no idea. Probably a couple $100 over 2.5 years that Cash has ever set Kenzie. And it's like, go get a drink for Christmas or shit like that. Again, there's nothing. Never once has he paid for a vacation, and Kyle busts his fucking ass and does pay for everything that we do. It's fucking crazy to me. Yeah, so let him talk all their shit. The only thing that I want you to remember this though, and think to yourself, These accounts that you guys people, you thought were so respectful, right? That you had so much belief in or you're disappointed in now. Really ask yourself, what have they ever stood on? What do they stand for? Because the only thing that they do is give opinions on those of us that are trying to do something to bring light to the fucking problems that are happening to these families and the victims. They only insert themselves to talk shit about us. They don't fucking actually stand for shit. If you think about it and actually look at it, they go after a few select couple people that they've done for years. They inlay shit that unless you knew the background or personal private details and stories, they throw it out there as like normal shit that would go over 99% of people's heads. So when you come out and say stuff, you guys are like, what are you talking about? The jabs are fucking chaos. Audacity, it's so weird. It's so fucking weird. And just for you, if it wouldn't have been for Queen Bella coming out with that name in chat, and then you and Chasing being able to be like, hold on, like, she would have continued. Yeah, why? Why are they coming at me and saying that? Where's the fucking proof? Because I guarantee Cash isn't saying that shit because it's not true. So why come for me and Cash? It doesn't make sense. So this is why I'm telling you guys, like, I'll burn it to the fucking ground one of these days if I have to, because I am so sick of this shit. And the fact that they're using my daughter over and over again, I don't give a fuck that she's an adult. I don't give a shit. What are you hiding? Sis, if you just had to take a guess, how much money has Cash sent you in 2.5 years? Huh? How much money do you think total Cash has sent you in 2.5 years?
No idea.
Couple $100?
Yeah.
Max? Yeah. Has he ever paid for a vacation for you?
I don't know him.
Have you ever had thousands of dollars sent to you by him?
No.
Yeah. It's fucking weird. It's weird. And they're coming harder for Cash and me than they are the scammer. What are they so worried that's going to come out? I don't fucking know. Amber, I'm gonna point something out that you might not have caught a while ago. So when the HOA stuff was going on and they did that Christmas carol, Sinner had been coming for me and lying about me numerous times. Over and over again. He'd made up lies and they had kind of covered for him and been like, oh, it's okay. The only reason why he went on and fake apologized was because I went up on that panel and confronted him in front of his buddies and was right. But they gave Sinner the exact same line in that song. The underhanded shade has been there. TPE put me in the Tragedy Pimp Choir right next, along with T-Rev 757. Those bitches have never liked me. Let's be honest for a minute. They've never liked me because they're insecure and I fucking make them twitch because I don't fuck with them. I don't do their fucking games. I don't need their approval. I do what I want by myself with my group of people, and they cannot get me off the fact that victims and families need protections and laws need to change. The underhanded shit that's been done and said, you guys probably have no clue the depths of it. The JP stuff. Let me address that too, because that was recent. JP had some shit to say about me. I don't respect JP. JP gave Queen Bee, well, I don't know if it was her, but she's buddies with Tiffany Marie because she came from Molly's. Okay. When Queen said the stuff about Duchess's husband, because Duchess was over in Sinners and she was being friendly because at that time, Duchess just went everywhere. A lot of people went everywhere. Same thing with Am. Am was gone at too. But Duchess's husband was talked shit on. And all of that information came from Tiffany Marie, who is friends with JP. Do you think I'm ever going to respect somebody that's hanging out with people going after my friend's husband? Fuck that. No. Nope. Sure as fuck not. Yeah, Amber, I've never spoken to her at all. I don't know anything there. I couldn't even I barely have watched her. A lot of people did Roro, but a lot of people were just going all over the place. But that's where that started. So exactly, like I have to respect somebody to like, and I knew where she came from. I thought a couple of her parodies were good, and I respected when she outed or like had some, I think it was the barbecue. I don't remember what she pushed back on, but that was about it. Otherwise, that's it. That's all. Yeah, Sam, I didn't get to that part of it, but I guess the R word's acceptable now for a lot of people too. I mean, it is what it is. I don't do clicks. I don't do discords. That's where this is all coming from. Again, it's groupthink. If you don't think exactly like that, they're going to break you down until you start thinking that way and are willing to talk all the shit with them. Again, they have entire rooms that they've been storing stuff on me attached to since I pulled wrenches by a few of them. Just keep your eyes open. But please don't send me the shit. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. And the only reason I'm talking about it is because some of you are owed honesty. Some of you are owed the truth of why this is all going on. And because a lot of you are like, what the fuck is this shit? It's just getting weird. And it's getting really weird. Absolutely, crafty girl, but they have been for all along. I've never hung out with this group of people. Never. I've never given a fuck about this group of people. I'm not going to start today. Keep coming for my friends, though. Weird. It's fucking weird. Yeah, and I'm not saying that to you, Amber. Like your question was genuine because you were like, what the fuck is going on here? I got another thing that happened the other day too, was I got told, or somebody is going around saying that I was a dono girl again. I was never associated with the dono girls or Flava. That was Nunya. Nunya was an admin, I think, for a day in Flava's group and in contact with those people way more in depthly than I ever was. That wasn't me. That was Nunya. Nunya was the one involved in a lot of that shit, but I got blamed for it. So it is what it is. She was never a dono girl either, though. We were never dono girls. I did what I did on my own. Knew them, stayed away from it. Absolutely, Pika. And I'm so much enjoying where we are again in content. So again, it won't be a thing because I refuse to let it. If I was to address them, it would be considered punching down because they're the ones that say that shit all the time. Oh, that's punching down. Hold on, I gotta get. But I find it really fucking crazy that they are continuing to go after Cash and lie about Cash and Mackenzie. Yeah, Sam. Yes. Yep. I was never a dono girl. Never once. Never remotely even close. Flava was a part and friends with the very group of people that Penelope that doxed me. Flava was friends with her. Nah, they were causing messy shit. Messy shit. Flava was the one that called Molly's school. Like, no, I don't fuck with any of those people. Yep, absolutely. All right. That's a good place to end it, though, because I said what I had to say, and they can take it and run with it. They can go run and spin and twist and lace that bitch up. Lace that fucking bitch up and wear that shoe. Hope, you've been around forever. Have you ever heard somebody say Cash has autism? That Michelle, they've been creating it without it. I don't have to say anything. They've just been day after day after day. I get messages. Oh, here's a video. Here's a video. And I'm like, I don't even fucking care. Stop sending it to me, please. I'm not going to change up my course. I'm not going to like the day I bow to a fucking bunch of random strangers on the internet that I've never given a fuck about their opinion will be the day that I'm done with this app, but not because of them. Thank you, Sam. Hope I haven't either. I've never heard that. I've never heard him even say that, let alone any of us say that. Cash is an extremely intelligent, funny fucking man. Cash didn't even tell me. Like, I knew right. right when everybody else did, basically, about what had happened. I don't even know the depths of it. I didn't ask him to prove it to me, to provide me with a bunch of shit, because when he came out, everybody started coming out and being like, yeah, this is going on. So, oh, thank you, B-Team Swing Cat. I appreciate you too, Amber. And sorry that I just kind of unloaded, but here it is. Yeah, no, Hope. That's the thing is, you know, I don't know. It's so fucking weird to me. Yeah, Captain Ganja, I'm not interested. Discord is messy. They collect shit on everybody. And unless you, in order to be invited in and be a part of the clique, just remember though, if you are friends with somebody outside of that clique and you don't conform, you will be blamed for sending those people all sorts of stuff when in reality, the person's still sitting right next to you. Like, carry on. Keep blaming other people around me for shit that somebody that's sitting by you is still doing. I mean, there you go. I've never have either, y'all. Nana's not drunk. Never. And even at that, that's not true. Like, Cash has never paid for vacations of ours, and nor is my daughter exploiting this man for money. And she's a grown-ass fucking adult. Speaking of grown-ass children having relationships with people online, the person that said, please stop exploiting my child, I think has a grown child that associates with other adults. And I think it's amazing that that person has the support that they do. I think it's incredible that that person has, and the mom has trusted friends that she feels comfortable allowing her child to. Right, Hope. Right. Kathy, I appreciate you. Anyways, let them talk. Just believe them. When they've been showing you their true colors, believe what they say. They're not hiding their hands anymore because now they get to do it up front. There's a reason why a lot of these people got blocked, because they've been playing games all along. I just acted like fucking no give a fucks because I didn't give a fuck. But trust and believe I know exactly the underhanded bullshit that they've been doing for quite some time. And why? Why? Because I never wanted to be one of you. I didn't come in the correct way, bowing down and kissing your fucking asses. I didn't pick up your fight when you guys were all fighting with Queen Bee, because I wasn't involved in any of that shit. When Nunya went over to Queen Bee and all that shit broke out, I wasn't involved in any of that shit. I didn't know what was going on. I wasn't involved in that shit. Her fallout with Queen Bee was hers. Queen and I have never had a fallout like that. Never, because I didn't even know that group of people, because, well, they were all interested in what was going on in the Quentin Simon case. We were following the stuff that was going on with them announcing that Marvon McRae had passed away. It is what it is. Stop allowing these people to tell you things that they're completely misguiding you on. Bye, Mercedes girl. Yes, go home and rest, please. You need it. Chai, oh, there's definitely drama here. Trust and believe. I will be the first to say that I can give it right back. But trust when I say the amount of ignoring shit that I am doing right now, thinner keeps fucking just going and going and going. And that man is unfucking hinged. The fuck, I'm not allowed to question her. What? She's been nothing but fucking drama since I knew who she fucking was, Coco. She, again, another prime example of they sat right there when all this shit was done. And then all of a sudden somebody comes in and starts questioning them. And all of a sudden they have problems with the person that they sat next to, and look over there, not over. Fuck that. Nah. Not interested. But hear me when I say nothing has changed for me. I don't sub to these channels. I never have. I've caught a couple of videos here and there of theirs. I've tried to like play nice with a bunch of them, but I see it for what it is. I've always seen it for what it is. Just be careful, because the people holding the knife ready to stab you in the back sometimes are the ones sitting right next to you and the most willing to shove that in. That's why you don't sit by any of these people. I got my little group of people. I'm good. Absolutely that, Michelle. And we're going to keep on. So I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow. Probably not. I'll probably, because I got to go car shopping. I got to do it. But Monday, we will be doing the BHB and the SF Hong filings and going more into like the characters and the manipulation and the exploitation of how they are using Seth Rogers for these fucking games in the courthouse and everything like that. So we're just going to keep on keeping on. I've got too much to do. Them getting caught up with that bullshit gets me off focus of wanting to fix the bigger picture. Plus, we got to do a fundraiser coming up too for something exciting in honor of reviewing BJ for a year. It'll probably be to one of the LGBTQ plus, because that seems to really bother her organizations, and especially right now what's happening to them. I think that's what we were going to do in honor of that. But then Am has been doing a lot of videos debunking some of the shit, so we're going to use some of those too, and we're going to keep on going. We're going to talk about the playbook more. We're going to continue on and let them eat their fucking asses, because until they can come off of it and show and explain why they're so fucking pissed about Cash coming out with it and why I'm being accused of all this shit, I got no time for it. None. At one point in time, these were the people that used to say receipts or it didn't happen, and here they are. Just remember, they're probably not the ones that ever showed receipts to begin with, but you trusted that they did because they inherited the rest of us. I'm not even joking. You guys have a wonderful rest of your night, and I will see you guys soon. Bye, y'all. We gave him something to talk about. Let him bitch. Bye, guys.